Relax and listen to the voice. The Hut in the Forest. A poor woodcutter lived with his wife and 3 daughters in a little hut on the edge of a lonely forest. One morning, as he was about to go to his work, he said to his wife, "Let our eldest daughter bring me my dinner into the forest, or I shall never get my work done, and in order that she may not miss her way," he added, "I will take a bag of millet with me and strew the seeds on the path." When, therefore, the sun was just above the center of the forest, the girl set out on her way with a bowl of soup, but the field sparrows and wood sparrows, larks and finches, blackbirds and siskins had picked up the millet long before, and the girl could not find the track. Trusting to chance, she went on and on until the sun sank and night began to fall. The trees rustled in the darkness, and the owls hooted, and she began to be afraid. Then, in the distance, she perceived a light which glimmered between the trees.
"There ought to be some people living there who can take me in for the night,"
thought she, and went up to the light. It was not long before she came to a house, the windows of which were all lighted up. She knocked, and a rough voice from inside cried, "Come in!" The girl stepped into the dark entrance and knocked at the door of the room. "Just come in!" cried the voice, and when she opened the door, an old gray-haired man was sitting at the table, supporting his face with both hands, and his white beard fell down over the table almost as far as to the ground. By the stove lay 3 animals, a hen, a cock, and a brindled cow. The girl told her story to the old man and begged for shelter for the night. The old man said, "My pretty hen, my pretty cock, my pretty brindled cow, what are you saying now?" "Ducks," answered the animals, and that must have meant, "We are willing," for the old man said, "Here you shall have shelter and food. Go to the fire and cook us our supper." The girl found in the kitchen an abundance of everything, and cooked a good supper, but had no thought of the animals. She carried the full bowl back to the table, seated herself by the gray-haired man, ate and satisfied her hunger. When she had had enough, she said,
"But now I am tired. Where is there a bed in which I can lie down and sleep?"
The animals replied, "Thou hast eaten with him, thou hast drunken with him, thou hast had no thought for us, so find out for thyself where thou can pass the night." Then said the old man, "Just go upstairs, and you will find a room with 2 beds. Shake them up, and put white linen on them, and then I too will come and lie down to sleep." The girl went up, and when she had shaken the beds and put clean sheets on, she lay down on one of them without waiting any longer for the old man. After some time the old gray-haired man came, held his candle over the girl and shook his head. When he saw that she had fallen into a sound sleep, he opened a trapdoor and let her down into the cellar. Late at night the woodcutter came home and reproached his wife for leaving him to hunger all day.
"It is not my fault,"
she replied.
"The girl went out with your dinner and must have lost herself. But surely she will come back tomorrow."
The woodcutter, however, arose before dawn to go into the forest, and requested that the second daughter should take him his dinner that day. "I will take a bag with lentils," said he. "The seeds are larger than millet. The girl will see them better, and she cannot lose her way." At dinner time, therefore, the girl took out the food, but the lentils had disappeared. The birds of the forest had picked them up as they had done the day before, and had left none. The girl wandered about in the forest until night, and then she too reached the house of the old man, was told to go in, and begged for food and a bed. The man with the white beard again asked the animals, "My pretty hen, my pretty cock, my pretty brindled cow, what are you saying now?" The animals again replied, "Ducks." and everything happened just as it had happened the day before. The girl cooked a good meal, ate and drank with the old man, and did not concern herself about the animals. And when she inquired about her bed, they answered, "Thou hast eaten with him, thou hast drunken with him, thou hast had no thought for us, so find out for thyself where thou can pass the night." When she was asleep, the old man came in, looked at her, shook his head, and let her down into the cellar. On the third morning, the woodcutter said to his wife, "Send our youngest child out with my dinner today. She has always been good and obedient, and will stay in the right path, and not rove about like her sisters, those wild bumblebees." The mother did not want to do it and said,
"Am I to lose my dearest child as well?"
"Have no fear," he replied. "The girl will not go astray. She is too prudent and sensible. Besides, I will take some peas with me, strew them about. They are still larger than lentils, and will show her the way." But when the girl went out with a basket on her arm, the wood pigeons had already gotten all the peas in their crops, and she did not know which way she was to turn. She was full of sorrow and never ceased to think about how hungry her father would be, and how her good mother would grieve if she did not come home. At length, when it grew dark, she saw the light and came to the house in the forest. She begged quite prettily to be allowed to spend the night there, and the man with the white beard again asked his animals, "My pretty hen, my pretty cock, my pretty brindled cow, what are you saying now?" "Ducks," they said. And then the girl went to the stove where the animals were lying, and petted the cock and hen, and stroked their smooth feathers with her hand, and caressed the brindled cow between her horns. And when, in obedience to the old man's order, she had made ready some good soup, and the bowl was placed upon the table, she said,
"Am I to eat as much as I want, and the good animals to have nothing? Outside is food in plenty. I will look after them first."
So she went and brought some barley, and stewed it for the cock and the hen, and the whole armful of sweet-smelling hay for the cow.
"I hope you will like it, dear animals,"
said she,
"and you shall have a refreshing draught in case you're thirsty."
Then she fetched a bucketful of water, and the cock and hen jumped on the edge of it and dipped their beaks in, and then held up their heads as birds do when they drink. And the brindled cow also took a hearty draught. When the animals were fed, the girl seated herself at the table by the old man and ate what he had left. It was not long before the cock and the hen began to thrust their heads beneath their wings, and the eyes of the cow likewise began to blink. Then said the girl,
"Ought we not go to bed?"
"My pretty hen, my pretty cock, my pretty brindled cow, what are you saying now?" The animals answered, "Ducks. Thou hast eaten with us, thou hast drunk with us, thou hast had kind thought for all of us. We wish thee a good night." Then the maiden went upstairs, shook the feather beds, and laid clean sheets on them, and when she had done it, the old man came and lay down in one of the beds, and his white beard reached down to his feet. The girl lay down on the other, said her prayers, and fell asleep. She slept quietly until midnight, and then there was such a noise in the house that she awoke. There was a sound of cracking and splitting in every corner, and the doors sprang open and beat against the walls. The beams groaned as if they were being torn out of their joints. It seemed as if the staircase were falling down, and at length there was a crash as if the entire roof had fallen in. When, however, all grew quiet once more, and the girl was not hurt, she stayed quietly lying where she was and fell asleep again. But when she awoke in the morning with the brilliancy of the sunshine, what did her eyes behold? She was laying in a vast hall, and everything around her shone with royal splendor. On the walls, golden flowers grew up on a ground of green silk. The bed was of ivory, and the canopy of red velvet, and on a chair close by was a pair of slippers embroidered with pearls. The girl believed that she was in a dream, but 3 richly clad attendants came in and asked what order she would like to give.
"If you will go,"
she replied,
I will get up at once and make ready some soup for the old man, and then I will feed the pretty hen and the pretty cock and the pretty brindled cow."
She thought the old man was up already and looked around at his bed. He, however, was not lying in it, but a stranger. And while she was looking at him and becoming aware that he was young and handsome, he awoke, sat up in bed and said, "I am a king's son, and was bewitched by a wicked witch, and made to live in this forest as an old gray-haired man. No one was allowed to be with me but my 3 attendants in the form of a cock, a hen, and a brindled cow. The spell was not to be broken until a girl came to us, whose heart was so good that she showed herself full of love, not only towards mankind, but towards animals, and that you have done. And by you, at midnight, we were set free, and the old hut in the forest was changed back again into my royal palace." And when they had arisen, the king's son ordered the 3 attendants to set out and fetch the father and the mother of the girl to the marriage feast.
"But where are my 2 sisters?"
inquired the maiden. "I have locked them in the cellar, and tomorrow they shall be led into the forest, and shall live as servants to the charcoal burner, until they have grown kinder, and do not leave poor animals to suffer hunger." The Goose Girl at the Well. There was once upon a time a very old woman who lived with her flock of geese in a remote clearing in the mountains, and there had a little house. The clearing was surrounded by a large forest, and every morning the old woman took her crutch and hobbled into it. There, however, she was quite active, more so than anyone would have thought, considering her age, and collected grass for her geese, picked all the wild fruit she could reach, and carried everything home on her back. Anyone would have thought that the heavy load would have weighed her to the ground, but she always brought it safely home. If anyone met her, she greeted him quite courteously.
"Good day, dear countryman. It is a fine day. Ah, you wonder that I should drag grass about, but everyone must take his burden on his back."
Nevertheless, people did not like to meet her if they could help it, and took by preference a roundabout way, and when a father with his boys passed her, he whispered to them, "Beware of the old woman. She has claws beneath her gloves. She's a witch." One morning, a handsome young man was going through the forest. The sun shone bright, the birds sang, a cool breeze crept through the leaves, and he was full of joy and gladness. He had as yet met no one, and he suddenly perceived the old witch kneeling on the ground, cutting grass with a sickle. She had already thrust a whole load into her bundle, and near it stood 2 baskets, which were filled with wild apples and pears. "But good little mother," said he, "how can you carry all that away?"
"I must carry it, dear sir," answered she. "Rich folk children have no need to do such things. But with the peasant folk the saying goes, 'Don't look behind you, you will only see how crooked your back is.' Will you help me?" she said, as he remained standing by her. "You still have a straight back and young legs. It would be a trifle to you. Besides, my house is not so very far from here. It stands there, on the heath behind the hill. How soon you would bound up thither."
The young man took compassion on the old woman. "My father is certainly no peasant," replied he, "but a rich count. Nevertheless, that you may see that it is not only peasants who can carry things, I will take your bundle." "If you will try it," said she, "I shall be very glad. You will certainly have to walk for an hour, but what will that matter to you? Only you must carry the apples and pears as well." The young man felt somewhat uneasy when he heard of an hour's walk, but the old woman would not let him off, packed the bundle on his back, and hung the 2 baskets on his arm.
"See, it is quite light," said she.
"No, it is not light," answered the count, and pulled a rueful face. Verily, the bundle weighs as heavily as if it were full of cobblestones, and the apples and pears are as heavy as lead. I can scarcely breathe." He had a mind to put everything down again, but the old woman would not allow it.
"Just look," said she, mockingly. "The young gentleman will not carry what I, an old woman, have so often dragged along. You are ready with fine words, but when it comes to be earnest, you want to take to your heels. Why are you standing loitering there?"
She continued,
"Step out. No one will take the bundle off again."
As long as he walked on level ground, it was still bearable, but when they came to the hill and had to climb, and the stones rolled down under his feet as if they were alive, it was beyond its strength. Drops of sweat stood on his forehead and ran hot and cold down his back. "Mother," said he, "I can go no further. I want to rest a little."
"Not here," answered the old woman. "When we have arrived at our journey's end, you can rest. But now you must go forward. Who knows what good it may do you?"
"Old woman, you are becoming shameless," said the Count, and tried to throw off the bundle, but he labored in vain. It stuck as fast to his back as if it grew there. He turned and twisted, but he could not get rid of it. The old woman laughed at this and sprang about quite delighted on her crutch.
"Don't get angry, dear sir," said she. "You are growing as red in the face as a turkey cock. Carry your bundle patiently, and I will give you a good present when we get home."
What could he do? He was obliged to submit to his fate and crawl along patiently behind the old woman. She seemed to grow more and more nimble, and his burden still heavier. All at once she made a bound, jumped onto the bundle and seated herself on the top of it. And however withered she might be, she was yet heavier than the stoutest country lass. The youth's knees trembled, but when he did not go on, the old woman hit him about the legs with a switch and with stinging nettles. Groaning continually, he climbed the mountain and at length reached the old woman's house when he was just about to drop. When the geese perceived the old woman, they flapped their wings, stretched out their necks, ran to meet her, cackling all the while. Behind the flock walked, stick in hand, an old wench, strong and big, but as ugly as night.
"Good mother," said she to the old woman, "has anything happened to you? You have stayed away so long." "By no means, my dear daughter," answered she. "I have met with nothing bad, but on the contrary, with this kind gentleman who has carried my burden for me. Only think, he even took me on his back when I was tired. The way, too, has not seemed long to us. We have been merry and have been cracking jokes with each other all of the time."
At last the old woman slid down, took the bundle off the young man's back and the baskets from his arms, looked at him quite kindly and said,
"Now seat yourself on the bench before the door and rest. You have fairly earned your wages, and they shall not be wanting."
Then she said to the goose girl,
"Go into the house, my dear daughter. It is not becoming for you to be alone with this young gentleman. One must not pour oil onto the fire. He might fall in love with you."
The Count knew not whether to laugh or cry. Such a sweetheart as that, thought he, could not touch my heart, even if she were 30 years younger. In the meantime, the old woman stroked and fondled her geese as if they were her children, and then went into the house with her daughter. The youth lay down on the bench under a wild apple tree. The air was warm and mild. On all sides stretched a green meadow, which was set with cowslips, wild thyme, and 1,000 other flowers. Through the midst of it rippled a clear brook on which the sun sparkled, and the white geese went walking backwards and forwards, or paddled in the water. "It is quite delightful here," said he, "but I am so tired that I cannot keep my eyes open. I will sleep a little. If only a gust of wind does not come and blow my legs off of my body, for they are as rotten as tinder." When he had slept a little while, the old woman came and shook him till he woke.
"Sit up," said she. "You cannot stay here. I have certainly treated you ill enough. Still, it has not cost you your life. Of money and land you have no need. Here is something else for you."
Thereupon she thrust a little box into his hand, which was cut out of a single emerald.
"Take great care of it," said she. "It will bring you a good fortune."
The Count sprang up, and as he felt that he was quite fresh and had recovered his vigor, he thanked the old woman for her present, and set off without even once looking back at the beautiful daughter. When he was already some way off, he still heard in the distance the noisy cry of the geese. For 3 days the Count had to wander in the wilderness before he could find his way out. He then reached a large town, and as no one knew him, he was led into the royal palace, where the king and queen were sitting on their throne. The Count fell on one knee, drew the emerald box out of his pocket, and laid it at the queen's feet. She bade him to rise and hand her the little box. Hardly, however, had she opened it and looked therein, than she fell as if dead to the ground. The Count was seized by the king's servants and was being led to prison, when the queen opened her eyes and ordered them to release him, and everyone was to go out, as she wished to speak with him in private. When the queen was alone, she began to weep bitterly and said,
"Of what use to me are the splendors and honors with which I am surrounded? Every morning I awake in the pain and sorrow. I had 3 daughters, the youngest of whom was so beautiful that the whole world looked on her as a wonder. She was as white as snow, as rosy as apple blossoms, and her hair as radiant as sunbeams. When she cried, not tears fell from her eyes, but pearls and jewels only."
When the youngest was 15 years old, the king summoned all 3 sisters to come before his throne. You should have seen how all the people gazed when the youngest entered. It was just as if the sun were rising. Then the king spoke.
"My daughters, I know not when my last day may arrive. I will today decide what each shall receive at my death. You all love me, but the one of you who loves me best shall fare the best."
Each of them said that she loved him best.
"Can you not express to me," said the king, "how much you do love me, and thus I shall see what you mean?"
The eldest spoke.
"I love my father as dearly as the sweetest sugar."
The second.
"I love my father as dearly as my prettiest dress."
But the youngest was silent. Then the father said,
"And you, my dearest child, how do you love me?"
"I do not know, and compare my love with nothing."
But her father insisted that she should name something, so she said at last,
"The best food does not please me without salt. Therefore I love my father like salt."
And when the king heard that, he fell into a passion and said,
"If you love me like salt, your love shall also be repaid you with salt."
Then he divided the kingdom between the 2 elders, but caused a sack of salt to be bound to the back of the youngest, and 2 servants had to lead her forth into the wild forest.
"We all begged and prayed for her," said the queen, "but the king's anger was not to be appeased. How she cried when she had to leave us! The whole road was strewn with the pearls which flowed from her eyes."
The king soon afterwards repented of his great severity, and had the whole forest searched for the poor child, but no one could find her.
"When I think that the wild beasts have devoured her, I know not how to contain myself for my sorrow. Many a time I console myself with the hope that she is still alive, and may have hidden herself in a cave, or has found shelter with compassionate people. But picture to yourself, when I opened your little emerald box, a pearl lay therein, of exactly the same kind as those which used to fall from my daughter's eyes. and then you can also imagine how the sight of it stirred my heart. You must tell me how you came by that pearl."
The Count told her that he had received it from an old woman in the forest, who had appeared very strange to him, and must be a witch, but he had neither seen nor heard anything of the Queen's child. The King and the Queen resolved to seek out the old woman. They thought that there where the pearl had been, they would obtain news of their daughter. The old woman was sitting in that lonely place at her spinning wheel spinning. It was already dusk, and a log which was burning on the hearth gave scanty light. All at once there was a noise outside. The geese were coming home from the pasture and uttering their hoarse cries. Soon afterwards the daughter also entered, but the old woman scarcely thanked her and only shook her head a little. The daughter sat down beside her, took her spinning wheel, and twisted the threads as nimbly as a young girl. Thus they both sat for 2 hours and exchanged never a word. At last something rustled at the window, and 2 fiery eyes peered in. It was an old night owl which cried, "Whoo! Whoo! Whoo!" 3 times. The old woman looked up just a little, and then she said,
"Now, my little daughter, it is time for you to go out and do your work."
She rose and went out, and where did she go? Over the meadows, ever onward into the valley. At last she came to a well, with 3 old oak trees standing beside it. Meanwhile, the moon had risen large and round over the mountain, and it was so light that one could have found a needle. She removed the skin which covered her face, then bent down to the well, and began to wash herself. When she had finished, she dipped the skin also in the water, and then laid it on the meadow, so that it should bleach in the moonlight and dry again. But how the maiden was changed! Such a change as that was never seen before. When the gray mask fell off, her golden hair broke forth like sunbeams and spread out like a mantle over her whole form. Her eyes shone out as brightly as the stars in heaven, and her cheeks bloomed a soft red like apple blossoms. But the fair maiden was sad. She sat down and wept bitterly. One tear after another forced itself out of her eyes and rolled through her long hair to the ground. There she sat, and would have remained sitting for a long time if there had not been a rustling and crackling in the boughs of the neighboring tree. She sprang up like a roe which has been overtaken by the shot of a hunter. Just then the moon was obscured by a dark cloud, and in an instant the maiden had to put on the old skin and vanished, like a light blown out in the wind. She ran back home, trembling like an aspen leaf. The old woman was standing on the threshold, and the girl was about to relate what had befallen her, but the old woman laughed kindly and said,
"I already know it all."
She led her into the room and lighted a new log. She did not, however, sit down to her spinning again, but fetched a broom and began to sweep and scour.
"All must be clean and sweet,"
she said to the girl.
"But, mother," said the maiden, "why do you begin to work at so late of an hour?"
"What do you expect? Do you know then what time it is?"
asked the old woman.
"Not yet midnight," answered the maiden, "but already past 11 o'clock.
"Do you not remember," continued the old woman, "that it is 3 years today since you came to me? Your time is up. We can no longer remain together."
The girl was terrified and said,
"Alas, dear mother, will you cast me off? Where shall I go? I have no friends and no home to which I can go. I have always done as you bade me, and you have always been satisfied with me. Do not send me away."
The old woman would not tell the maiden what lay before her.
"My stay here is over," she said to her, "but when I depart, my house and parlor must be clean. Therefore do not hinder me in my work. Have no care for yourself. You should find a roof to shelter you, and the wages I will give you shall also content you."
"But tell me what is about to happen,"
the maiden continued to entreat.
"I tell you again, do not hinder me in my work. Do not say a word more. Go to your chamber, Take the skin off your face and put on the silken gown which you had when you came to me, and then wait in your chamber until I call you."
But I must once more tell of the king and queen who had journeyed forth with the count in order to seek out the old woman in the wilderness. The count had strayed away from them in the wood by night, and had to walk onwards alone. The next day it seemed to him that he was on the right track. He still went forward until darkness came on, and then he climbed a tree, intending to pass the night there, for he feared that he might lose his way. When the moon illuminated the surrounding country, he perceived a figure coming down the mountain. She had no stick in her hand, but yet he could see that it was the goose girl, whom he had seen before in the house of the old woman.
"Oh-ho!" cried he. "There she comes, and if I once get a hold of one of the witches, the other shall not escape me."
But how astonished he was when she went to the well, took off the skin and washed herself, when her golden hair fell down all about her, and she was more beautiful than anyone whom he had ever seen in the whole world. He had hardly dared to breathe, but stretched his head as far forward through the leaves as he could, and stared at her. Either he bent over too far, or whatever the cause might be, the bough suddenly cracked, and that very moment the maiden slipped into the skin, sprang away like a roe, and as the moon was suddenly covered, she disappeared from his sight. Hardly had she disappeared before the count descended from the tree, and hastened after her with nimble steps. He had not been gone long before he saw, in the twilight, two figures coming over the meadow. It was the king and queen, who had perceived from a distance the light shining in the old woman's little house, and were going to it. The count told them what wonderful things he had seen by the well, and they did not doubt that it had been their lost daughter. They walked onwards full of joy, and soon came to the little house. The geese were sitting all around it, and had thrust their heads under their wings and were sleeping, and not one of them moved. The king and queen looked in at the window, where the old woman was sitting quite quietly spinning, nodding her head and never looking around. The room was perfectly clean, as if the little mist men, who carried no dust on their feet, lived there. Their daughter, however, they did not see. They gazed at all this for a long time, until at last they took heart and knocked softly at the window. The old woman appeared to have been expecting them. She rose and called out quite kindly to come in.
"I know you already,"
the old woman said.
"You might have spared yourself the long walk if you had not 3 years ago unjustly driven away your child, who is so good and lovable. No harm has come to her. For 3 years she has had to tend the geese. With them she has learned no evil, but has preserved her purity of heart. You, however, have been sufficiently punished by the misery in which you have lived."
Then she went to the chamber and called,
"Come out, my little daughter."
Thereupon the door opened, and the princess stepped out in her silken garments, with her golden hair and her shining eyes, and it was as if an angel from heaven had entered. She went up to her father and mother, fell on their necks and kissed them. There was no help for it. They all had to weep for joy. The young count stood near them, and when she perceived him, she became as red in the face as a moss rose. She herself did not know why. The king said,
"My dear child, I have given away my kingdom. What shall I give you?"
"She means nothing," said the old woman. "I give her the tears that she has wept on your account. They are precious pearls, finer than those that are found in the sea, and worth more than your whole kingdom. And I give her my little house as payment for her services."
When the old woman had said that, she disappeared from their sight. The walls rattled a little, and when the king and queen looked around, the little house had changed into a splendid palace. A royal table had been spread, and the servants were running hither and thither. The story goes still further, but my grandmother, who related it to me, had partially lost her memory, and had forgotten the rest. I shall always believe that the beautiful princess married the count, and that they remained together in the palace, and lived there in all happiness so long as God willed it. Whether the snow-white geese which were kept near the little hut were verily young maidens No one need take offense, whom the old woman who had taken under her protection, and whether they now received their human form again and stayed as handmaids to the young queen, I do not exactly know, but I suspect it. This much is certain, that the old woman was no witch, as people thought, but a wise woman who meant well. Very likely it was she who at the princess's birth gave her the gift of weeping pearls instead of tears. That does not happen nowadays, or else the poor would soon become rich. The Nix of the Mill Pond. There was once upon a time a miller who lived with his wife in great contentment. They had money and land, and their prosperity increased year by year, more and more. But ill luck comes like a thief in the night. As their wealth had increased, so did it again decrease, year by year, and at last the miller could hardly call the mill in which he lived his own. He was in great distress, and when he lay down after his day's work, he found no rest, but tossed about in his bed, sorely troubled. One morning he rose before daybreak and went out into the open air, thinking that perhaps there his heart might become lighter. As he was stepping over the mill dam, the first sunbeam was just breaking forth, and he heard a rippling sound in the pond. He turned around and perceived the beautiful woman rising slowly out of the water. Her long hair, which she was holding off her shoulders with her soft hands, fell down on both sides and covered her white body. He soon saw that she was the Nixie of the old mill pond, and in his fright he did not know whether he should run away or stay where he was. But the Nixie made her sweet voice heard, called him by his name, and asked him why he was so sad. The miller was at first struck dumb, but when he heard her speak so kindly, he took heart, and he told her how he had formerly lived in wealth and happiness, but that now he was so poor that he did not know what to do.
"Be easy," answered the Nixie. "I will make you richer and happier than you have ever been before. Only you must promise to give me the young thing which has just been born in your house."
What else can that be, thought the miller, but a puppy or a kitten? And he promised her what she desired. The Nixie descended into the water again, and he hurried back to his mill, consoled and in good spirits. He had not yet reached it when the maidservant came out of the house and cried to him to rejoice, for his wife had given birth to a little boy. The miller stood as if he was struck by lightning. He saw very well that the cunning Nixie had been aware of it, and had cheated him. Hanging his head, he went up to his wife's bedside, and when she said, "Why do you not rejoice over the fine boy?" he told her what had befallen him, and what kind of promise he had given to the Nixie. "Of what use to me are riches and prosperity," he added, "if I am to lose my child? But what can I do?" Even the relatives who had come thither to wish them joy did not know what to say. In the meantime, prosperity again returned to the miller's house. All that he undertook succeeded. It was as if presses and coffers filled themselves of their own accord, and as if money multiplied nightly in the cupboards. It was not long before his wealth was greater than it had ever been before, but he could not rejoice over it, untroubled. For the bargain which he had made with the Nixie tormented his soul. Whenever he passed the mill pond, he feared she might ascend and remind him of his debt. He never let the boy himself go near the water. "Beware," he said to him. "If you do but touch the water, a hand will rise, seize you, and draw you down." But as year after year went by, and the Nixie did not show herself again, the miller began to feel at ease. The boy grew up to be a youth and was apprenticed to be a huntsman. When he had learnt everything, and he had become an excellent huntsman, the lord of the village took him into his service. In the village lived a beautiful and true-hearted maiden who had pleased the huntsman, and when his master perceived that, he gave him a little house, and the two were married, lived peacefully and happily, and loved each other with all of their hearts. One day the huntsman was chasing a roe, and when the animal turned aside from the forest into the open country, he pursued it and at last shot it. He did not notice that he was now in the neighborhood of the dangerous mill pond, and went, after he had disemboweled the roe, to the water in order to wash his blood-stained hands. Scarcely, however, had he dipped them in than the nixie ascended, smilingly wound her dripping arms around him, and drew him quickly down under the waves which closed over him. When it was the evening, and the huntsman did not return home, his wife became alarmed. She went out to seek him, and as he had often told her that he had to be on his guard against the snares of the nixie, and dared not venture into the neighborhood of the mill pond, she had already suspected what had happened. She hastened to the water, and when she found his hunting pouch lying on the shore, she could no longer have any doubt of the misfortune. Lamenting her sorrow and wringing her hands, she called on her beloved by name, but in vain. She hurried across to the other side of the pond and called him anew. She reviled the nixie with harsh words, but no answer greeted her. The surface of the water remained calm, only the crescent moon stared steadily back at her. The poor woman did not leave the pond. With hasty steps, she paced round and round it without resting a moment, sometimes in silence, sometimes uttering a loud cry, sometimes sobbing softly. At last, her strength came to an end. She sank down to the ground and fell into a heavy sleep. Presently, a dream took possession of her. She was anxiously climbing upwards between great masses of rock. Thorns and briars caught her feet, the rain beat in her face, and the wind tossed her long hair about. When she had reached the summit, quite a different sight presented itself to her. The sky was blue, the air soft, the ground sloped gently downwards, and on a green meadow, gay with flowers of every color, stood a pretty cottage. She went up to it and opened the door. There sat an old woman with white hair who beckoned to her kindly. At that very moment, the poor woman awoke. Day had already dawned, and she at once resolved to act in accordance with her dream. She laboriously climbed the mountain. Everything was exactly as she had seen it in the night. The old woman received her kindly and pointed out a chair in which she might sit.
"You must have met with misfortune," she said, "since you have sought out my lonely cottage."
With tears, the woman related what had befallen her.
"Be comforted," said the old woman. "I will help you. Here is a golden comb for you. Tarry till the full moon has risen, then go to the mill pond, seat yourself on the shore, and comb your long black hair with this comb. When you have done, lay it down on the bank, and you will see what will happen."
The woman returned home, but the time till the full moon came and passed slowly. When at last the shining disk appeared in the heavens, she went out to the mill pond, sat down and combed her long black hair with the golden comb, and when she had finished, she laid it down at the water's edge. It was not long before there was a movement in the depths. A wave rose, rolled to the shore, and bore the comb away with it. In not more than the time necessary for the comb to sink to the bottom, the surface of the water parted, and the head of the huntsman arose. He did not speak, but looked at his wife with sorrowful glances. At the same instant, a second wave came rushing up, and covered the man's head. All had vanished. The mill pond lay peaceful as before, and nothing but the face of the full moon shone on it. Full of sorrow, the woman went back, but again the dream showed her the cottage of the old woman. Next morning she again set out and complained of her woes to the wise woman. The old woman gave her a golden flute and said,
"Tarry till the full moon comes again, then take this flute, play a beautiful air on it, and when you have finished, lay it on the sand. Then you will see what will happen."
The wife did as the old woman told her. No sooner was the flute lying on the sand than there was a stirring in the depths, and a wave rushed up and bore the flute away with it. Immediately afterwards the water parted, and not only the head of the man, but half of his body also arose. He stretched out his arms longingly towards her, but a second wave came up, covered him and drew him down again.
"Alas, what does it help me,"
said the unhappy woman,
"that I should see my beloved only to lose him again?"
Despair filled her heart anew, but the dream led her a third time to the house of the old woman. She set out, and the wise woman gave her a golden spinning wheel, consoled her, and said,
"All is not yet fulfilled. Tarry until the time of the full moon, then take the spinning wheel, sit yourself on the shore, and spin the spool full. And when you have done that, place the spinning wheel near the water, and you will see what will happen."
The woman obeyed all, just as she had said, exactly. As soon as the full moon showed itself, she carried the golden spinning wheel to the shore, and span industriously until the flax came to an end, and the spool was quite filled with the threads. No sooner was the wheel standing on the shore, than there was a more violent movement than before in the depths of the pond, and a mighty wave rushed up and bore the wheel away with it. Immediately, the head and the whole body of the man rose into the air in a waterspout. He quickly sprang to the shore, caught his wife by the hand, and fled. But they had scarcely gone a very little distance when the whole pond rose with a frightful roar and streamed out over the open country. The fugitives already saw death before their eyes when the woman in her terror implored the help of the old woman, and in an instant they were transformed, she into a toad and he into a frog. The flood which had overtaken them could not destroy them, but it tore them apart and carried them far away. When the water had dispersed and they had both touched dry land again, they regained their human form, but neither knew where the other was. They found themselves among strange people who did not know their native land. High mountains and deep valleys lay between them. In order to keep themselves alive, they were both obliged to tend sheep. For many long years they drove their flocks through field and forest and were full of sorrow and longing. When spring had once more broken forth on the earth, they both went out one day with their flocks, and as chance would have it, they drew near each other. They met in a valley, but did not recognize each other, yet they rejoiced that they were no longer so lonely. Henceforth they each day drove their flocks to the same place. They did not speak much, but they felt comforted. One evening, when the full moon was shining in the sky and the sheep were already at rest, the shepherd pulled the flute out of his pocket and played on it a beautiful but sorrowful air. When he had finished, he saw that the shepherdess was weeping bitterly. "Why are you weeping?" he asked.
"Alas,"
answered she,
"thus shone the full moon when I played this air on the flute for the last time, and the head of my beloved rose out of the water."
He looked at her, and it seemed as if a veil fell from his eyes, and he recognized his dear wife. And when she looked at him, and the moon shone in his face, she knew him also. They embraced and kissed each other, and no one need ask if they were happy. The Poor Boy in the Grave. There was once a poor shepherd boy whose father and mother were dead, and he was placed by the authorities in the house of a rich man who was to feed him and bring him up. The man and his wife, however, had bad hearts, and were greedy and jealous of their riches, and vexed whenever anyone put a morsel of their bread in his mouth. The poor young fellow might do what he liked. He got little to eat, but only so many blows the more. One day he had to watch a hen and her chickens, but she escaped through a hedge with them, and a hawk darted down instantly and carried her off through the air. The boy called, "Thief! Thief! Rascal!" with all the strength of his body, but what good did that do? The hawk did not bring its prey back again. The man heard the noise and ran to the spot, and as soon as he saw that his hen was gone, he fell into a rage and gave the boy such a beating that he could not stir for 2 days. Then he had to take care of the chickens without the hen, but now his difficulty was greater, for one ran here and the other ran there. He thought he was doing a very wise thing when he tied them all together with a string, because then the hawk would not be able to steal any of them away from him. But he was very much mistaken. After 2 days, worn out with running about in hunger, he fell asleep. The bird of prey came and seized one of the chickens, and as the others were tied fast to it, it carried all of them off together, perched itself on a tree, and devoured them. The farmer was just coming home, and when he saw the misfortune, he got angry and beat the boy so unmercifully that he was forced to lie in bed for several days. When he was on his legs again, the farmer said to him,
"You're too stupid for me. I cannot make a herdsman of you. You must go as an errand boy."
And then he sent him to the judge, to whom he was to carry a basket full of grapes, and he gave him a letter as well. On the way, hunger and thirst tormented the unhappy boy so violently that he ate 2 of the grapes. He took the basket to the judge, but when the judge had read the letter and counted the grapes, he said,
"2 are missing."
The boy confessed quite honestly that driven by hunger and thirst, he had devoured the 2 which were missing. The judge wrote a letter to the farmer and asked for the same number of grapes again. These also the boy had to take him with a letter. As he again was so extremely hungry and thirsty, he could not help it, and again he ate 2 grapes. But he first took the letter out of the basket, put it under a stone, and seated himself thereon, in order that the letter might not see and betray him. The judge, however, again made him give an explanation about the missing grapes.
"Ah," said the boy, "how have you learned that? The letter could not know about it, for I put it under a stone before I did it."
The judge could not help laughing at the boy's simplicity, and sent the man a letter wherein he cautioned him to look after the poor boy better, and not let him want for meat and drink, and also that he was to teach him what was right and what was wrong.
"I will soon show you the difference," said the hard man. "If you will eat, you must work, and if you do anything wrong, you shall be quite sufficiently taught by blows."
The next day he set him a hard task. He was to chop 2 bundles of hay for food for the horses, and then the man threatened,
"In 5 hours I shall be back again, and if the hay is not chopped by that time, I will beat you until you cannot move a limb."
The farmer went with his wife, the manservant and the girl, to take yearly fare, and left nothing behind for the boy but a small bit of bread. The boy seated himself on the bench and began to work with all of his might. As he got warm over it, he put his little coat off and threw it on the hay. In his terror, lest he should not get done in time, he kept constantly cutting, and in his haste, without noticing it, he chopped his little coat as well as the hay. He became aware of the misfortune too late. There was no repairing it.
"Ah,"
cried he,
"now all is over with me. The wicked man did not threaten me for nothing. If he comes back and sees what I've done, he'll kill me. Rather than that, I'll take my own life."
The boy had once heard the farmer's wife say, "I have a pot with poison in it under my bed." She, however, had only said that to keep away greedy people, for there was honey in it. The boy crept under the bed, brought out the pot, and ate all that was in it.
"I don't know," said he. "Folks say death is bitter, but it tastes very sweet to me. It's no wonder that the farmer's wife has so often longed for death."
He seated himself in a little chair and was prepared to die. But instead of becoming weaker, he felt himself strengthened by the nourishing food.
"It cannot have been poison," thought he. "But the farmer once said that there was a small bottle of poison for flies in the closet in which he keeps his clothes. That no doubt will be the true poison, and that will bring death to me."
It was, however, no poison for flies, but Hungarian wine. The boy got out the bottle and emptied it.
"This death tastes sweet too," said he.
But shortly after, when the wine began to mount into his brain and stupefy him, he thought his end was drawing near.
"I feel that I must die," said he. "I will go away to the churchyard and seek a grave."
He staggered out, reached the churchyard, and laid himself in a newly dug grave. He lost his senses more and more. In the neighborhood was an inn where a wedding was being held. When he heard the music, he fancied he was already in paradise, until at length he lost all consciousness. The poor boy never woke again. The heat of the strong wine and cold night dew deprived him of his life, and he remained in the grave in which he had laid himself. When the farmer heard the news of the boy's death, he was terrified and afraid of being brought to justice. Indeed, his distress took such a powerful hold of him that he fell fainting to the ground. His wife, who was standing by the hearth with a pan of hot fat, ran to him to help him, but the flames enveloped the pan and the whole house caught fire. In a few hours it lay in ashes, and the rest of the years they had to live, they passed in poverty and misery, tormented by the pangs of conscience. The True Sweetheart. There was once upon a time a girl who was young and beautiful, but she had lost her mother when she was quite a child, and her stepmother did all she could to make the girl's life wretched. Whenever this woman gave her anything to do, she worked at it indefatigably and did everything that lay in her power. Still, she could not touch the heart of the wicked woman. She was never satisfied. It was never enough. The harder the girl worked, the more work was put upon her, and all that the woman thought of was how to weigh her down with still heavier burdens and to make her life still more miserable. One day she said to her,
"Here are 12 pounds of feathers which you must pick, and if they are not done this evening, you may expect a good beating. Do you imagine you are to idle away the whole day?"
The poor girl sat down to the work, but tears ran down her cheeks as she did so, for she saw plainly enough that it was quite impossible to finish the work in one day. Whenever she had a little heap of feathers lying before her, and she sighed or smote her hands together in her anguish, they flew away, and she had to pick them up again and begin her work anew. Then she put her elbows on the table, laid her face in her two hands, and cried, "Is there no one then, God, on earth to have pity on me?" Then she heard a low voice which said,
"Be comforted, my child. I have come to help you."
The maiden looked up, and an old woman was by her side. She took the girl kindly by the hand and said,
"Only tell me what is troubling you."
As she spoke so kindly, the girl told her of her miserable life, and how one burden after another was laid upon her, and she never could get to the end of her work which was given to her. "If I have not done these feathers by this evening, my stepmother will beat me. She has threatened she will, and I know she keeps her word." Her tears began to flow again, but the good old woman said, "Do not be afraid, my child. Rest a while, and in the meantime I will look to your work." The girl lay down on her bed and soon fell asleep. The old woman seated herself at the table with the feathers, and how they did fly off of the quills, which she scarcely touched with her withered hands. The 12 pounds were soon finished, and when the girl awoke, great snow-white heaps were lying, piled up, and everything in the room was neatly cleared away, but the old woman had vanished. The maiden thanked God and sat still till evening came, when the stepmother came in and marveled to see the work completed.
"Just look, you awkward creature," said she. "What can be done when people are industrious, and why could you not set about something else? There you sit with your hands crossed."
When she went out, she said,
"That creature is worth more than her salt. I must give her some work that is still harder."
Next morning she called the girl and said,
"There is a spoon for you. With that you must empty out the great pond which is beside the garden, and if it's not done by night, you know what will happen."
The girl took the spoon and saw that it was full of holes, but even if it had not been, she never could have emptied the pond with it. She set to work at once, knelt down by the water, into which her tears were falling, and began to empty it. But soon the good old woman appeared again, and when she learnt the cause of her grief, she said, "Be of good cheer, my child. Go into the thicket and lie down and sleep. I will soon do your work." As soon as the old woman was alone, she barely touched the pond, and a vapor rose up on high from the water. It mingled itself with the clouds. Gradually, the pond was emptied, and when the maiden awoke before sunset and came thither, she saw nothing but the fishes which were struggling in the mud. She went to her stepmother and showed her that the work was done.
"It ought to have been done long before this," said she,
and grew white with anger, but she meditated something anew. On the third morning she said to the girl,
"You must build me a castle on the plain there, and it must be ready by the evening."
The maiden was dismayed and said, "How can I complete such a great work?"
"I will endure no opposition," screamed the stepmother. "If you can empty a pond with a spoon that is full of holes, you can build a castle too. And I will take possession of it this very day, and if anything is wanting, even if it be the most trifling things in the kitchen or cellar, you know what lies before you."
She drove the girl out, and when she entered the valley, the rocks were there, piled up one above the other, and all of her strength would not have enabled her to even move the very smallest of them. She sat down and wept, and still she hoped the old woman would help her. The old woman was not long in coming. She comforted her and said, "Lie down there in the shade and sleep, and I will soon build the castle for you. If it would be a pleasure to you, you can live in it yourself." When the maiden had gone away, the old woman touched the gray rocks. They began to rise, moved together, and stood there as if giants had built the walls. And on these the building arose, and it seemed as if countless hands were working invisibly and placing one stone upon the other. There was a dull heavy noise from the ground. Pillars arose of their own accord on high, and placed themselves in order near each other. The tiles laid themselves in order on the roof, and when noonday came, the great weathercock was already turning itself on the summit of the tower, like a golden maid with the fluttering garments. The inside of the castle was being finished while evening was drawing near. How the old woman managed it, I know not, but the walls of the rooms were hung with silk and velvet. Embroidered chairs were there, and richly ornamented armchairs by marble tables. Crystal chandeliers hung down from the ceilings and mirrored themselves in the smooth floor. Green parrots were there in gilt cages, and so were strange birds which sang most beautifully, and there was on all sides as much magnificence as if a king were going to live there. The sun was just setting when the girl awoke, and the brightness of 1,000 lights flashed in her face. She hurried to the castle and entered by the open door. The steps were spread with red cloth, and the golden balustrade beset with flowering trees. When she saw the splendor of the rooms, she stood as if turned into stone. Who knows how long she might have stood there if she had not remembered the stepmother. "Alas," she said to herself, "if she could but be satisfied at last, and would give up making my life a misery for me." The girl went and told her that the castle was ready.
"I will move into it at once,"
said she, and rose from her seat. When they entered the castle, she was forced to hold her hand before her eyes. The brilliancy of everything was so dazzling.
"You see," said the girl, "how easy it has been for you to do this. I ought to have given you something harder."
She went through all the rooms and examined every corner to see if anything was wanting or defective, but she could discover nothing.
"Now we will go down below," said she,
looking at the girl with malicious eyes.
"The kitchen and the cellar still have to be examined, and if you've forgotten anything, you shall not escape your punishment."
But the fire was burning on the hearth, and the meat was cooking in the pans. The tongs and the shovel were leaning against the wall, and the shining brazen utensils all arranged in sight. Nothing was missing, not even a coal box and a water pail.
"Which is the way to the cellar?"
she cried.
"If that is not abundantly filled with wine casks, it shall go ill with you."
She herself raised up the trap door and descended, but she had hardly made 2 steps before the heavy trap door, which was only laid back, fell down. The girl heard a scream, lifted up the door very quickly to go to her aid, but she had fallen down, and the girl found her lying lifeless at the bottom. And now the magnificent castle belonged to the girl alone. She at first did not know how to reconcile herself to her good fortune. Beautiful dresses were hanging in the wardrobes, the chests were filled with gold and silver, or with pearls and jewels, and she never felt a desire that she was not able to gratify. And soon the fame of the beauty and riches of the maiden went all over the world. Wooers presented themselves daily, but none pleased her. At length the son of the king came, and he knew how to touch her heart, and she betrothed herself to him. In the garden of the castle was a lime tree, under which they were one day sitting together, when he said to her, "I will go home and obtain my father's consent to our marriage. I entreat you to wait for me under this lime tree. I shall be back within a few hours." The maiden kissed him on his left cheek and said,
"Keep true to me, and never let anyone else kiss you on this cheek. I will wait here under the lime tree until you return."
The maid stayed beneath the lime tree until sunset, but he did not return. She sat 3 days from morning until evening waiting for him, but in vain. As he still was not there by the 4th day, she said,
"Some accident has assuredly befallen him. I will go out and seek him, and will not come back until I have found him."
She packed up 3 of her most beautiful dresses, one embroidered with bright stars, the second with silver moons, the third with golden suns. She tied up a handful of jewels in her handkerchief and set out. She inquired everywhere for her betrothed, but no one had seen him. No one knew anything about him. Far and wide did she wander through the world, but she found him not. At last, she hired herself to a farmer as a cowherd, and buried her dresses and jewels beneath a stone. And now she lived as a herdswoman, guarded her herd, and was very sad and full of longing for her beloved. She had a little calf which she taught to know her, and fed it out of her own hand, and when she said,
little calf, kneel by my side, and do not forget your cowherd maid, as the prince forgot his betrothed bride, who waited for him 'neath the lime tree's shade,"
the little calf knelt down and she stroked it. And when she had lived for a couple of years alone and full of grief, a report was spread all over the land that the king's daughter was about to celebrate her marriage. The road to the town passed through the village where the maiden was living, and it came to pass that once the maiden was driving out her herd, the bridegroom traveled by. He was sitting proudly on his horse and never looked around, but when she saw him, she recognized her beloved, and it was just as if a sharp knife had pierced her heart.
"Alas,"
said she,
"I believed him true to me, but he has forgotten me."
The next day he again came along the road. When he was near her, she said to the little calf,
little calf, kneel by my side, and do not forget your cowherd maid, as the prince forgot his betrothed bride, who waited for him 'neath the lime tree's shade."
When he was aware of the voice, he looked down and reined in his horse. He looked into the girl's face, and then put his hands before his eyes, as if he were trying to remember something, but he soon rode onwards and was out of sight.
"Alas," said she, "he no longer knows me,"
and her grief was even greater. Soon after this, a great festival 3 days long was to be held at the king's court, and the whole country was invited to it.
"Now will I try my last chance,"
thought the maiden, and when evening came, she went to the stone under which she had buried her treasures. She took out the dress with the golden suns, put it on, and adorned herself with the jewels. She let down her hair, which she had concealed under a handkerchief, and it fell down in long curls about her, and thus she went into the town, and in the darkness was observed by no one. When she entered the brightly lighted hall, everyone stared back in amazement, but no one knew who she was. The king's son went to meet her, but he did not recognize her. He led her out to dance, and was so enchanted with her beauty that he thought no more of the other bride. When the feast was over, she vanished in the crowd and hastened before daybreak to the village, where she once more put on her herd's dress. Next evening she took out the dress with the silver moons and put a half moon made of precious stones in her hair. When she appeared at the festival, all eyes were turned upon her, but the king's son hastened to meet her, and filled with love for her, danced with her alone, and no longer so much as glanced at anyone else. Before she went away, she was forced to promise him to come again to the festival on the last evening. When she appeared for the third time, she wore the star dress which sparkled at every step she took, and her hair ribbon and girdle were starred with jewels. The prince had already been waiting for her for a long time, and forced his way up to her.
"Do but tell who you are," said he. "I feel just as if I have already known you a long time." "Do you not know what I did when you left me?"
Then she stepped up to him and kissed him on his left cheek, and in a moment it was as if scales fell from his eyes, and he recognized the true bride.
"Come," said he to her, "here I stay no longer,"
gave her his hand, and led her down to the carriage. The horses hurried away to the magic castle as if the wind had been harnessed to the carriage. The illuminated windows already shone in the distance. When they drove past the lime tree, countless glowworms were swarming about it. It shook its branches and sent forth their fragrance. On the steps, flowers were blooming, and the room echoed with the song of strange birds. But in the hall, the entire court was assembled, and the priest was waiting to marry the bridegroom and the true bride. The Spindle, the Shuttle, and the Needle. There was once a girl whose father and mother died while she was still a little child. All alone in a small house at the end of the village dwelt her godmother, who supported herself by spinning, weaving, and sewing. The old woman took the forlorn child to live with her, kept her to her work, and educated her in all that is good. When the girl was 15 years old, the old woman became ill, called the child to her bedside, and said,
"Dear daughter, I feel my end drawing near. I leave you the little house, which will protect you from wind and weather, and my spindle, shuttle, and needle, with which you can earn your bread."
Then she laid her hands on the girl's head, blessed her, and said,
"Only preserve the love of God in your heart, and all will go well with you."
Thereupon she closed her eyes, and when she was laid in the earth, the maiden followed the coffin, weeping bitterly, and paid her the last mark of respect. And now the maiden lived quite alone in the little house, and was industrious and spun, wove and sewed, and the blessing of the good old woman was on all that she did. It seemed as if the flax in the room increased of its own accord, and whenever she wove a piece of cloth or carpet, or had made a shirt, she at once found a buyer who paid her amply for it, so that she was in want of nothing, and even had something to share with others. About this time, the son of the king was traveling about the country looking for a bride. He was not to choose a poor one, and did not want to have a rich one, so he said, "She shall be my wife who is the poorest, and at the same time the richest." When he came to the village where the maiden dwelt, he inquired, as he did wherever he went, who was the richest and also the poorest girl in the place. They first named the richest. The poorest, they said, was the girl who lived in the small house quite at the end of the village. The rich girl was sitting in all of her splendor before the door of her house, and when the prince approached her, she got up, went to meet him, and made him a low curtsy. He looked at her, said nothing, and rode on. When he came to the house of the poor girl, she was not standing at the door, but sitting in her little room. He stopped his horse, and saw through the window, on which the bright sun was shining, the girl sitting at her spinning wheel, busily spinning. She looked up, and when she saw that the prince was looking in, she blushed all over her face, let her eyes fall, and went on spinning. I do not know whether, just at that moment, the thread was quite even, but she went on spinning until the king's son had ridden away again. Then she went to the window, opened it, and said, "It is so warm in this room. and she looked after him as long as she could distinguish the white feathers in his hat. Then she sat down to work again in her room and went on with her spinning, and the saying which the old woman had often repeated when she was sitting at her work came into her mind, and she sang these words to herself.
Spindle, my spindle, haste, haste thee away, and here to my house bring the wooer, I pray.
And what do you think happened? The spindle sprang out of her hand in an instant, and out the door, and when, in her astonishment, she got up and looked after it, she saw that it was dancing out merrily into the open country, and drawing a shining gold thread after it. Before long, it had entirely vanished from her sight. As she had now no spindle, the girl took the weaver's shuttle in her hand, sat down to her loom, and began to weave. The spindle, however, danced continuously onwards, and just as the thread came to an end, it reached the prince.
"What do I see?" he cried. "The spindle certainly wants to show me the way."
He turned his horse about and rode back with the golden thread. The girl, however, was sitting at her work singing,
"Shuttle, my shuttle, weave well this day, and guide the wooer to me, I pray."
Immediately the shuttle sprang out of her hand and out by the door. Before the threshold, however, it began to weave a carpet which was more beautiful than the eyes of man had ever yet beheld. Lilies and roses blossomed on both sides of it, and on the golden ground in the center green branches ascended under which bounded hares and rabbits. Stags and deer stretched their heads in between them. Brightly colored birds were sitting in the branches above. They lacked nothing but the gift of song. The shuttle leapt hither and thither, and everything seemed to grow of its own accord. As the shuttle had run away, the girl sat down to sew. She held the needle in her hand and sang,
"Needle, my needle, sharp-pointed and fine, prepare for the wooer this house of mine."
Then the needle leapt out of her fingers and flew everywhere about the room as quick as lightning. It was just as if invisible spirits were working. It covered tables and benches with green cloth in an instant, and the chairs with velvet, and hung the windows with silken curtains. Hardly had the needle put in the last stitch than the maiden saw through the window the white feathers of the prince, whom the spindle had brought thither by the golden thread. He alighted, stepped over the carpet into the house, and when he entered the room, there stood the maiden in her poor garments, but she shone out from within them like a rose surrounded by leaves. "You are the poorest and also the richest," said he to her. "Come with me, you shall be my bride." She did not speak, but she gave him her hand. Then he gave her a kiss, led her forth, lifted her onto his horse, and took her to the royal castle, where the wedding was solemnized with great rejoicings. The spindle, the shuttle, and needle were preserved in the treasure chamber, and held in great honor. The Sea Hare. There was once upon a time a princess who, high under the battlements in her castle, had an apartment with 12 windows, which looked out in every possible direction, and when she climbed up into it and looked around her, she could inspect her whole kingdom. When she looked out of the first, her sight was more keen than that of any other human being. From the second, she could still see better. From the third, more distinctly still, and so it went on, until the 12th, from which she saw everything above the earth and under the earth, and nothing at all could be kept secret from her. Moreover, as she was haughty, and would be subject to no one, but wished to keep the dominion all for herself alone, she caused it to be proclaimed that no one should ever be her husband who could not conceal himself from her so effectively that it shall be quite impossible for her to find him. He who tried this, however, and was discovered by her, was to have his head struck off and stuck on a post. 97 posts with the heads of men were already standing before the castle, and no one had come forward for a long time. The princess was delighted and thought to herself, "Now I shall be free as long as I live." Then 3 brothers appeared before her and announced to her that they were desirous of trying their luck. The eldest believed he would be quite safe if he crept into a lime pit, but she saw him from the first window, made him come out, and had his head cut off. The second crept into the cellar of the palace, but she perceived him also from the first window, and his fate was sealed. His head was placed on the 9 and 19th post. Then the youngest came to her and entreated her to give him a day for consideration, and also to be so gracious as to overlook it if she should happen to discover him twice, but if he failed the third time, he would look on his life as over. As he was so handsome, and begged so earnestly, she said, "Yes, I will grant you that, but you will not succeed." The next day he meditated for a long time how he should hide himself, but all in vain. Then he seized his gun and went out hunting. He saw a raven, took a good aim at him, and was just going to fire when the bird cried,
"Don't shoot! I will reward you!"
He put his gun down, went on, and came to the lake, where he surprised a large fish, which had come up from the depths below to the surface of the water. When he had aimed at it, the fish cried,
"Don't shoot, and I will reward you."
He allowed it to dive down again, went onwards, and met a fox which was lame. He fired at the fox and missed it, and the fox cried,
"You had much better come here and draw the thorn out of my foot for me."
He did this, but when he wanted to kill the fox and skin it, the fox said,
"Stop, and I will reward you."
The youth let him go, and then, as it was evening, returned home. The next day he was to hide himself, but no matter how he puzzled his brains over it, he did not know where. He went into the forest to the raven and said,
"I let you live on, so now tell me where I am to hide myself so that the king's daughter will not see me."
The raven hung his head and thought it over for a long time. At length it croaked,
"I have it!"
He fetched an egg out of his nest, cut it into 2 parts, and shut the youth inside of it. Then he made it whole again, and seated himself on it. When the king's daughter went to the first window, she could not discover him, nor could she from the others, and she began to be uneasy. But from the 11th she saw him. She ordered the raven to be shot, and the egg to be brought and broken, and the youth was forced to come out. She said, "For once you are excused, but if you do not better than this, you are lost." Next day he went to the lake, called the fish to him, and said, "I suffered you to live. Now tell me where to hide myself so that the king's daughter may not see me." The fish thought for a while, and at last cried,
"I have it. I will shut you up in my stomach."
He swallowed him and went down to the bottom of the lake. The king's daughter looked through her windows, and even from the 11th did not see him, and she was alarmed, but at length, from the 12th, she saw him. She ordered the fish to be caught and killed, and then the youth appeared. It is easy to imagine the state of mind he was in. She said, "Twice you are forgiven, but be sure that your head will be set on the 100th post." On the last day he went with a heavy heart into the country, and he met the fox.
"You know how to find all kinds of hiding places," said he. "I let you live. Now advise me where I shall hide myself so that the king's daughter shall not discover me."
"Well, that's a hard task," answered the fox, looking very thoughtful. At length he cried, "I have it!" And he went with him to a spring, dipped himself in it, and came out as a stall-keeper in the market and dealer in animals. The youth had to dip himself in the water also, and was changed into a small sea hare. The merchant went into the town and showed the pretty little animal, and many persons gathered together to see it. At length the king's daughter came likewise, and as she liked it very much, she bought it and gave the merchant a good deal of money for it. Before he gave it over to her, he said to it,
"When the king's daughter goes to the window, creep quickly under the braids of her hair."
And now the time arrived when she was to search for him. She went to one window after another in turn, from the 1st to the 11th, and she did not see him. When she did not see him from the 12th either, she was full of anxiety and anger, and shut it down with such violence that the glass in every window shivered into 1,000 pieces, and the whole castle shook. She went back and felt the sea hare beneath the braids of her hair. Then she seized it and threw it on the ground, exclaiming,
"Away with you! Get out of my sight!"
It ran to the merchant, and both of them hurried to the spring, wherein they plunged, and received back their true forms. The youth thanked the fox, and said,
"The raven and the fish are idiots compared with you. You know the right tune to play. There's no denying that."
The youth then went straight to the palace. The princess was already expecting him, and abandoned herself to her fate. The wedding was solemnized, and now he was king, and lord of all the kingdom. He never told her where he had concealed himself for the third time, and who had helped him, so she believed that he had done everything by his own skill, and she had a great respect for him, for she thought to herself, "He is able to do more than I." The Master Thief. One day an old man and his wife were sitting in front of a miserable house, resting a while from their work. Suddenly, a splendid carriage with 4 black horses came driving up, and a richly dressed man descended from it. The peasant stood up, went to the great man, and asked what he wanted, and in what way he could serve him. The stranger stretched out his hand to the old man and said,
"I want nothing but to enjoy for once a country dish. Cook me some potatoes in the way you always have them, and I will sit down at your table and eat them with pleasure."
The peasant smiled and said,
"You are a count or a prince, or perhaps even a duke. Noble gentlemen often have such fancies, but you shall have your wish."
The wife then went into the kitchen and began to wash and rub the potatoes, and to make them into balls, as they are eaten by the country folks. While she was busy with this work, the peasant said to the stranger,
"Come into my garden with me for a while. I have still something to do there."
He had dug some holes in the garden, and now he wanted to plant trees in them.
"Have you no children," asked the stranger, "who could help you with your work?"
"No," answered the peasant. "I had a son, it is true, but it is long since he went out into the world. He was a ne'er-do-well, clever and knowing, but he could learn nothing and was full of bad tricks. At last, he ran away from me, and since then I've heard nothing of him."
The old man took a young tree, put it in a hole, drove in a post beside it, and when he had shoveled in some earth and had trampled it firmly down, he tied the stem of the tree above, below, and in the middle, fast to the post by a rope of straw.
"But tell me," said the stranger, "why you don't tie that crooked knotted tree which is lying in the corner there, bent almost down to the ground, to a pot also, that it may grow straight, as well as these?"
The old man smiled and said,
"Sir, you speak according to your knowledge. It is easy to see that you're not familiar with gardening. That tree there is old and misshapen. No one can make it straight now. Trees must be trained while they're young."
"That is how it was with your son," said the stranger. "If you had trained him while he was still young, he would not have run away. Now he too must have grown hard and misshapen."
"Truly, it is a long time since he went away," replied the old man. "He must have changed."
"Would you know him again if he were to come to you?" asked the stranger.
"Hardly by his face," replied the peasant, "but he has a mark about him, a birthmark on his shoulder that looks like a bean."
When he had said that, the stranger pulled off his coat, bared his shoulder, and showed the peasant the bean.
"Good God!"
cried the old man,
"you are really my son!"
and love for his child stirred in his heart.
"But,"
he asked,
"how can you be my son? You've become a great lord and live in wealth and luxury. How have you contrived to do that?"
"Ah, father," answered the son, "the young tree was bound to no post and has grown crooked. Now it is too old. It will never be straight again. How have I come by all this? I have become a thief. But do not be alarmed, I am a master thief. For me, there are neither locks nor bolts. Whatsoever I desire is mine. Do not imagine that I steal like a common thief. I only take some of the superfluity of the rich. Poor people are safe. I would rather give to them than to take anything from them. It is the same with anything which I can have without trouble, cunning, and dexterity. I never touch it."
"Alas, my son," said the father, "it still does not please me. A thief is still a thief. I tell you, it'll end badly."
He took him to his mother, and when she heard that it was her son, she wept for joy. But when he told her that he had become a master thief, 2 streams flowed down over her face. At length she said,
"Even if he has become a thief, he's still my son, and my eyes have beheld him once more."
They sat down to the table, and once again he ate with his parents the wretched food which he had not eaten for so long. The father said,
"If our lord, the count up there in the castle, learns who you are and what trade you follow, he will not take you in his arms and cradle you in them as he did when he held you at the font, but will cause you to swing from a halter."
"Be easy, father. He will do me no harm, for I understand my trade. I will go to him myself this very day."
When evening drew near, the master thief seated himself in his carriage and drove to the castle. The count received him civilly, for he took him for a distinguished man. When, however, the stranger made himself known, the count turned pale and was quite silent for some time. At length he said,
"You are my godson, and on that account mercy shall take the place of justice, and I will deal leniently with you. Since you pride yourself on being a master thief, I will put your art to the proof, but if you do not stand the test, you must marry the rope-maker's daughter, and the croaking of the raven must be your music on the occasion." "Lord Count," answered the master thief, "think of 3 things, as difficult as you like, and if I do not perform your tasks, do with me what you will." The count reflected for some minutes and then said, "Well then, in the first place, you shall steal the horse I keep for my own riding out of the stable. In the next, you shall steal the sheet from beneath the bodies of my wife and myself when we are asleep, without our observing it, and then the wedding ring off of my wife as well. Thirdly, and lastly, you shall steal away out of the church the parson and clerk. Mark what I am saying, for your life depends on it." The master thief went to the nearest town. There he bought the clothes of an old peasant woman and put them on. Then he stained his face brown and painted wrinkles on it as well, so that no one could have recognized him. Then he filled a small cask with old Hungary wine, in which was mixed a powerful sleeping drink. He put that cask in a basket, which he took on his back, and walked with slow and tottering steps to the count's castle. It was already dark when he arrived. He sat down on a stone in the courtyard and began to cough, like an asthmatic old woman, and to rub his hands as if he were cold. In front of the door of the stable, some soldiers were lying around a fire. One of them observed the woman and called out to her, "Come nearer, old mother, and warm yourself beside us. After all, you have no bed for the night, and must take one where you can find it." The old woman tottered up to them, begged them to lift the basket from her back, and sat down beside them at the fire. "What have you got in your little cask, old hag?" asked one.
"A good mouthful of wine," she answered. "I live by trade. For money and fair words I am quite ready to let you have a glass."
"Let us have it here then," said the soldier, and when he had tasted one glass, he said, "When wine is good, I like another glass." And he had another poured out for himself, and the rest followed his example. "Hallo, comrades!" cried one of them to those who were in the stable. Here is an old girl who has wine that is as old as herself. Take a draught. It will warm your stomachs far better than our fire."
The old woman carried her cask into the stable. One of the soldiers had seated himself on the saddled riding horse. Another held its bridle in his hand. A third had laid hold of its tail. She poured out as much as they wanted until the spring ran dry. It was not long before the bridle fell from the hand of the one, and he fell down and began to snore. The other left hold of the tail, lay down and snored still louder. The one who was sitting in the saddle did remain sitting, but bent his head down almost to the horse's neck, and slept and blew out of his mouth like the bellows of a forge. The soldiers outside had already been asleep for a long time, and were lying on the ground motionless, as if dead. When the master thief saw that he had succeeded, he gave the first rope in his hand instead of the bridle, and the other, who had been holding the tail, a wisp of straw. But what was he to do with the one who was sitting on the horse's back? He did not want to throw him down, for he might have awakened and have uttered a cry. He had a good idea. He unbuckled the girths of the saddle, tied a couple of ropes which were hanging up to a ring on the wall fast to the saddle, and drew the sleeping rider up into the air on it. Then he twisted the rope around the posts and made it fast. He soon unloosed the horse from the chain, but if he had ridden over the stony pavement of the yard, he would have heard the noise in the castle. So he wrapped the horse's hooves in old rags, let him carefully out, leapt upon him, and galloped off. When day broke, the master galloped to the castle on the stolen horse. The count had just gotten up and was looking out of the window.
"Good morning, Sir Count," he cried to him. "Here is the horse which I have gotten safely out of the stable. Just look how beautifully your soldiers are lying there sleeping, and if you will but go into the stable, you will see how comfortable your watchers have made it for themselves."
The count could not help but laughing. Then he said,
"For once you have succeeded, but things won't go so well the second time, and I warn you that if you come before me as a thief, I will handle you as I would a thief."
When the countess went to bed that night, she closed her hand with the wedding ring tightly together, and the count said,
"All the doors are locked and bolted. I will keep awake and wait for the thief, but if he gets in by the window, I will shoot him."
The master thief, however, went in the dark to the gallows, cut a poor sinner who was hanging there down from the halter, and carried him on his back to the castle. Then he set a ladder up to the bedroom, put the dead body on his shoulders, and began to climb up. When he had gotten so high that the head of the dead man showed up at the window, the count, who was watching in his bed, fired a pistol at him, and immediately the master let the poor sinner fall down, descended the ladder, and he hid himself in a corner. The night was sufficiently lighted by the moon for the master to see distinctly how the count got out of the window onto the ladder, came down, carried the dead body into the garden, and began to dig a hole in which to lay it.
"Now," thought the thief, "the favorable moment has come."
He stole nimbly out of his corner and climbed up the ladder straight into the countess's bedroom.
"Dear wife,"
he began in the count's voice,
"the thief is dead, but after all, he is my godson, and has been more of a scapegrace than a villain. I will not put him to open shame. Besides, I am sorry for the parents. I will bury him myself before daybreak in the garden, that the thing may not be known. So give me the sheet. I will wrap up the body in it, and not bury him like a dog."
The countess gave him the sheet.
"I'll tell you what," continued the thief. "I have a fit of magnanimity. Give me the ring too. The unhappy man risked his life for it, so he may take it with him into his grave."
She would not gainsay the count, and although she did it unwillingly, she drew the ring from her finger and gave it to him. The thief made off with both of these things, and reached home safely before the count in the garden had finished his work of burying. What a long face the count did pull when the master came next morning and brought him the sheet and the ring.
"Are you a wizard?"
said he.
Who has fetched you out of the grave in which I myself laid you, and brought you to life again? You did not bury me, said the thief, but the poor sinner on the gallows.
And he told him exactly how everything had happened, and the Count was forced to own him that he was a clever, crafty thief.
But you have not reached the end yet, he added. You have still to perform the third task, and if you do not succeed in that, all is of no use.
The master smiled and returned no answer. When night had fallen, he went with a long sack on his back, a bundle under his arms, and a lantern in his hand to the village church. In the sack he had some crabs, and in the bundle short wax candles. He sat down in the churchyard, took out a crab, and stuck a wax candle on his back. Then he lighted the little light, put the crab on the ground, and let it creep about. He took a second out of the sack and treated it in the same way, and so on until the last one was out of the sack. Hereupon he put on a long black garment that looked like a monk's cowl, and stuck a gray beard on his chin. When at last he was quite unrecognizable, he took the sack in which the crabs had been, went into the church, and ascended the pulpit. The clock in the tower was just striking 12, and when the last stroke had sounded, he cried with a loud and piercing voice,
Hearken, sinful men, and the end of all things has come. The last day is at hand. Hearken, hearken. Whosoever wishes to go to heaven with me must creep into this sack. I am Peter, who opens and shuts the gates of heaven. Behold how the dead outside there in the churchyard are wandering about, collecting their bones. Come and creep into the sack. The world is about to be destroyed.
The cry echoed through the whole village. The parson and the clerk who lived nearest to the church heard it first, and when they saw the lights which were moving about the churchyard, they observed that something unusual was going on, and went into the church. They listened to the sermon for a while, and then the clerk nudged the parson and said,
It would not be amiss if we were to use the opportunity together, and before the dawning of the last day, find an easy way of getting to heaven.
To tell the truth,
answered the parson,
that is what I myself have been thinking. So, if you are inclined, we will set out on our way.
The clerk answered yes, but exclaimed that the pastor had the precedence and that he would follow him. So the parson went first and ascended the pulpit where the master opened his sack. The parson crept in first and then the clerk. The master immediately tied up the sack tightly, seized it by the middle, and dragged it down the pulpit steps, and whenever the heads of the two fools bumped against the steps, he cried,
We are going over the mountains!
Then he drew them through the village in the same way, and when they were passing through puddles, he cried,
Now we are going through wet clouds!
And when at last he was dragging them up the steps of the castle, he cried,
Now we are on the steps of heaven, and will soon be in the outer court.
When he got to the top, he pushed the sack into the pigeon house, and when the pigeons fluttered about, he said,
Hark! How glad the angels are, and how they are flapping their wings!
And then he bolted the door upon them and went away. Next morning he went to the Count, and told him that he had performed the third task also, and had carried the parson and clerk out of the church.
Where have you left them? asked the Lord. They are lying upstairs in a sack in the pigeon house, and imagine that they are in heaven.
The Count went up himself, and convinced himself that the master had told the truth. When he had delivered the parson and clerk from their captivity, he said,
You are an arch thief, and have won your wager. For once you escaped with a whole skin, but see that you leave my land, for if you ever set foot on it again, you may count on your elevation to the gallows.
The arch-thief took leave of his parents, once more went forth into the wide world, and no one has ever heard of him since. The Ear of Corn. In former times, when God himself still walked the earth, the fruitfulness of the soil was much greater than it is now. Then the ears of corn did not bear 50 or 60, but 400 or 500-fold. Then the corn grew from the bottoms to the very top of the stalk, and according to the length of the stalk was the length of the ear. Men, however, are so made that when they are too well off, they no longer value the blessings which come from God, but grow indifferent and careless. One day, a woman was passing by a cornfield when her little child, who was running beside her, fell into a puddle and dirtied her frock. On this, the mother tore up a handful of the beautiful ears of corn and cleaned the frock with them. When the Lord, who just then came by, saw that, he was angry and said,
Henceforth shall the stalks of corn bear no more ears. Men are no longer worthy of heavenly gifts.
The bystanders who heard this were terrified and fell on their knees and prayed that he would still leave something on the stalks, even if the people were undeserving of it, for the sake of the innocent chickens which would otherwise have to starve. The Lord, who foresaw their suffering, had pity on them and granted the request. So the ears were left as they now grow. The wishing table, the golden ass, and the cudgel in the sack. There was once upon a time a tailor who had 3 sons and only 1 goat. But as the goat supported all of them with her milk, she was obliged to have good food and to be taken every day to pasture. The sons did this in turn. Once the eldest took her to the churchyard where the finest herbs were to be found, and let her eat and run about there. At night, when it was time to go home, he asked, "Goat, have you had enough?" The goat answered,
I've eaten so much, not a leaf more I'll touch. Meh, meh.
"Come home then," said the youth, and took hold of the cord around her neck, led her into the stable, and tied her up securely. "Well," said the old tailor, "has the goat had as much food as she ought?" "Oh," answered the son, "she has eaten so much, not a leaf more she'll touch." But the father wished to satisfy himself, and went down to the stable, stroked the dear animal, and asked, "Goat, are you satisfied?" The goat answered,
How should I be satisfied? Among the ditches I leapt about, found no leaf, so I went without. Meh, meh.
"What do I hear?" cried the tailor, and ran upstairs and said to the youth, "Hi, you liar! You said that the goat had had enough, and have let her hunger." And in his anger, he took the yard measure from the wall, and drove him out with blows. The next day, it was the turn of the second son, who sought a place in the fence of the garden, where nothing but good herbs grew, and the goat gobbled them all up. At night, when he wanted to go home, he asked the goat, "Are you satisfied?" The goat answered,
I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I'll touch. Meh, meh.
"Come home then," said the youth, and led her home, and tied her up in the stable. "Well," said the old tailor, "has the goat had as much food as she ought?" "Oh," answered the son, "she's eaten so much, not a leaf more she will touch." The tailor would not rely on this, but went down to the stable and said, "Goat, have you had enough?" The goat answered,
How should I be satisfied? Among the ditches I leapt about, found no leaf, so I went without. Meh, meh.
"The godless wretch," cried the tailor, "to let such a good animal hunger," and he ran up and drove the youth out of the doors with the yard measure. Now came the turn of the third son, who wanted to do his duty well, and sought out some bushes with the finest leaves, and let the goat devour them. In the evening, when he wanted to go home, he asked the goat, "Have you had enough?" The goat answered,
I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I shall touch. Meh, meh.
"Come home then," said the youth, and led her into the stable, and tied her up. "Well," said the old tailor, "has the goat got her full share of food?" "She has eaten so much, not a leaf more she'll touch." The tailor was distrustful, went down and asked, "Goat, have you had enough?" The wicked beast answered,
"How should I be satisfied? Among the ditches I leapt about, found no leaf, so went without. Meh, meh."
"Oh, the brood of liars," cried the tailor, "each as wicked and forgetful of his duty as the other. You shall no longer make a fool of me." And quite beside himself with anger, he ran upstairs and belabored the poor young fellow so vigorously with the yard measure that he sprang out of the house. The old tailor was now alone with his goat. Next morning he went down into the stable, stroked the goat, and said, "Come, my dear little animal, I myself will take you to the feed." He took her by the rope and conducted her to a green hedges, and amongst milfoil and whatever else goats like to eat. "There you may for once eat to your heart's content," said he to her, and let her browse until evening. Then he asked, "Goat, are you satisfied?" She replied,
"I have eaten so much, not a leaf more I will touch. Meh, meh."
"Come home then," said the tailor, and led her into the stables and tied her fast. When he was going away, he turned around again and said, "Well, are you satisfied for once?" But the goat behaved no better to him and cried,
"How should I be satisfied? Among the ditches I leapt about, I found no leaf, so I went without. Meh, meh."
When the tailor heard that, he was shocked, and saw clearly that he had driven away his 3 sons without cause. "Wait, you ungrateful creature," cried he. "It is not enough to drive you forth. I will brand you so that you will no more dare to show yourself among honest tailors." In the great haste he ran upstairs, fetched his razor, lathered the goat's head, and shaved her as clean as the palm of his hand. And as the yard measure would have been too good for her, he brought the horsewhip, and gave her such cuts with it that she bounded away with tremendous leaps. When the tailor was thus left quite alone in his house, he fell into great grief, and would gladly have his sons back again, but no one knew where they had gone. The eldest had apprenticed himself to a joiner, and learnt industriously and indefatigably, and when the time came for him to go traveling, his master presented him with a little table which was not particularly beautiful, and was made of a common wood, but which had one good property. If anyone set it out and said, "Little table, spread yourself," the good little table was at once covered with a clean little cloth, and a plate was there, and a knife and a fork beside it, and dishes with boiled meats and roasted meats, as many as there was room for, and a great glass of red wine shone so that it made a heart glad. The young journeyman thought, "With this you have enough for your whole life," and went joyously about the world, and never troubled himself at all whether an inn was good or bad, or if anything else was to be found in it or not. When it suited him, he did not enter an inn at all, but either on the plain, in a wood, a meadow, or wherever he fancied. He took his little table off his back, set it down before him, and said, "Spread yourself," and then everything appeared that his heart desired. At length he took it into his head to go back to his father, whose anger would now be appeased, and who would now willingly receive him with his magic table. It came to pass that on his way home he came one evening to an inn which was filled with guests. They bade him welcome, and invited him to sit and eat with them, for otherwise he would have difficulty in getting anything. "No," answered the joiner, "I will not take the few morsels out of your mouths. Rather than that, you shall be my guests." They laughed and thought he was jesting with them. He placed his wooden table in the middle of the room and said, "Little table, spread yourself." Instantly it was covered with food, so good that the host could never have procured it, and the smell of it ascended pleasantly to the nostrils of the guests. "Fall to, dear friends," said the joiner, and the guests, when they saw that he meant it, did not need to be asked twice, but drew near, pulled out their knives, and attacked it valiantly. And what surprised them the most was that when a dish became empty, a full one instantly took its place of its own accord. The innkeeper stood in one corner and watched the affair. He did not at all know what to say, but thought, "You could easily find a use for such a cook as that in your household." The joiner and his comrades made merry until late into the night. At length they lay down to sleep, and the young apprentice also went to bed, and he set his magic table against the wall. The host's thoughts, however, let him have no rest. It occurred to him that there was a little old table in his lumber room, which looked just like the apprentice's, and he brought it out and carefully exchanged it for the wishing table. Next morning the joiner paid for his bed, took up his table, never thinking that he had gotten a false one, and he went on his way. At midday he reached his father, who received him with great joy. "Well, my dear son, what have you learnt?" said he to him. "Father, I have become a joiner." "A good trade," replied the old man, "but what have you brought back with you from your apprenticeship?" "Father, the best thing which I have brought back with me is this little table." The tailor inspected it on all sides and said, "You did not make a masterpiece when you made that. It's a bad old table." "But it is a table which furnishes itself," replied the son. "When I set it out and tell it to spread itself, the most beautiful dishes stand on it, and wine also, which gladdens the heart. Just invite our relations and friends. They shall refresh and enjoy themselves for once, for the table will give them all they require." When the company was assembled, he put his table in the middle of the room and said, "Little table, spread yourself." But the little table did not bestir itself, and remained just as bare as any other table which does not understand language. Then the poor apprentice became aware that his table had been changed, and was ashamed at having to stand there like a liar. The relations, however, mocked him, and were forced to go home without having eaten or drunk. The father brought out his patches again, and went on tailoring, but the son went to a master in the craft. The second son had gone on to a miller, and had apprenticed himself to him. When his years were over, the master said, "As you have conducted yourself so well, I give you an ass of a peculiar kind, which neither draws a cart nor carries a sack." "Well, what good is he then?" asked the young apprentice. "He spews forth gold," answered the miller. "If you set him on a cloth and say 'Bricklebrit,' the good animal will spew forth gold pieces for you from back and front." "That is a fine thing," said the apprentice, and thanked the master, and went out into the world. When he had need of gold, he had only to say "Bricklebrit" to his ass, and it rained gold pieces, and he had nothing to do but pick them off the ground. Wheresoever he went, the best of everything was good enough for him, and the dearer the better, for he always had a full purse. When he had looked about the world for some time, he thought, "You must seek out your father. If you go to him with the gold ass, he will forget his anger, and receive you well." It came to pass that he came to the same inn in which his brother's table had been exchanged. He led his ass in by the bridle, and the host was about to take the animal from him and tie him up, but the young apprentice said, "Don't trouble yourself. I will take my gray horse into the stable, and tie him up myself too, for I must know where he stands." This struck the host as odd, and he thought that a man who was forced to look after his ass himself could not have very much money to spend. But when the stranger put his hand in his pocket and brought out 2 gold pieces, and said he was to provide something good for him, the host opened his eyes wide, and ran and sought out the best he could muster. After dinner, the guest asked what he owed. The host did not see why he should not double the reckoning, and said the apprentice must give 2 more gold pieces. He felt in his pocket, but his gold was just at an end. "Wait an instant, sir host," said he. "I will go and fetch some money." But he took his tablecloth with him. The host could not imagine what this could mean, and being curious, he stole after him, and as the guest bolted the stable door, he peeped through a hole left by a knot in the wood. The stranger spread out the cloth under the animal and cried, "Bricklebrit!" and immediately the beast began to let gold pieces fall from back and front, so that it fairly rained down money on the ground. "Oh my word," said the host, "ducats are quickly coined there. A purse like that is not to be sniffed at." The guest paid his score and went to bed, but in the night the host stole down into the stable, led away the master of the mint, and tied up another ass in his place. Early next morning the apprentice traveled away with his ass, and thought that he had his gold ass. At midday he reached his father, who rejoiced to see him again, and gladly took him in. "What have you made of yourself, my son?" asked the old man. "A miller, dear father," he answered. "What have you brought back with you from your travels?" "Nothing else but an ass." "There are asses enough here," said the father. "I would rather have had a good goat." "Yes," replied the son, "but it is no common ass, but a gold ass. When I say Bricklebrit, the good beast spews forth a whole sheet full of gold pieces. Just summon all of our relations hither, and I will make them rich folks." "That suits me well," said the tailor, for then I shall have no need to torment myself any longer with the needle. And ran out himself and called the relations together. As soon as they were assembled, the miller bade them make way, spread out his cloth, and brought the ass into the room. Now watch, said he, and cried, Brickle-brit. But what fell were not gold pieces, and it was clear that the animal knew nothing of the art, for every ass does not attain such perfection. Then the poor miller pulled a long face, saw that he was betrayed, and begged pardon of the relatives, who went home as poor as they came. There was no help for it. The old man had to betake him to his needle once more, and the youth hired himself to a miller. The third brother had apprenticed himself to a turner, and as that is a skilled labor, he was the longest in learning. His brothers, however, told him in a letter how badly things had gone with them, and how the innkeeper had cheated them of their beautiful wishing gifts on the last evening before they reached home. When the turner had served his time, and had set out to his travels, as he had conducted himself so well, his master presented him with a sack and said, There is a cudgel in it. I can put on the sack, said he, and it may be of good service to me, but why should the cudgel be in it? It only makes it heavy. I will tell you why, replied the master. If anyone has done anything to injure you, but do say, Out of the sack, cudgel, and the cudgel will leap forth among the people, and play such a dance on their backs that they will not be able to stir or move for a week, and it will not leave off until you say, Into the sack, cudgel. The apprentice thanked him and put the sack on his back, and when anyone came too near him and wished to attack him, he said, Out of the sack, cudgel, and instantly the cudgel sprang out and dusted the coat or jacket of one after the other on their backs, and never stopped until it had stripped it of them. And it was done so quickly that before anyone was aware, it was already his own turn. In the evening, the young turner reached the inn where his brothers were cheated. He laid his sack on the table before him and began to talk of all the wonderful things which he had seen in the world. Yes, said he, people may easily find a table which will spread itself, a gold ass, and things of that kind, extremely good things which I by no means despise. But these are nothing in comparison with the treasure which I have won for myself, and am carrying about with me in this sack here. The innkeeper pricked up his ears. What in the world could that be? Thought he. The sack must be filled with nothing but jewels. I ought to get them cheap too, for all good things go in threes. When it was time for sleep, the guest stretched himself on the bench, and laid his sack beneath him for a pillow. When the innkeeper thought his guest was lying in a sound sleep, he went to him and pushed and pulled quite gently and carefully at the sack to see if he could possibly draw it away and lay another in its place. The turner, however, had been waiting for this for a long time, and now, just as the innkeeper was about to give a hearty tug, he cried, Out of the sack, cudgel! Instantly the little cudgel came forth and fell on the innkeeper, and gave him a sound thrashing. The host cried for mercy, but the louder he cried, the harder the cudgel beat the time on his back, until at length he fell to the ground, exhausted. Then the turner said, If you do not give back the table which spreads itself, and the gold ass, the dance shall begin afresh. Oh no, cried the host, quite humbly, I will gladly produce everything, only make the accursed kobold creep back into the sack. Then said the apprentice, I will let mercy take the place of justice, but beware of getting into mischief again. So he cried, Into the sack, cudgel, and let the man have rest. Next morning the turner went home to his father with the wishing table and the gold ass. The tailor rejoiced when he saw him once more, and asked him likewise what he had learned in foreign parts. Dear father, said he, I have become a turner. A skilled trade, said the father. What have you brought back with you from your travels? A precious thing, dear father, replied the son, a cudgel in the sack. What? Cried the father, a cudgel? That's certainly worth your trouble. From every tree you can cut yourself one. But not one like this, dear father. If I say, Out of the sack, cudgel, the cudgel springs out and leads anyone ill-disposed towards me a weary dance, and never stops until he lies on the ground and prays for fair weather. With this cudgel have I rescued the wishing table and the gold ass which the thievish innkeeper took away from my brothers. Now let them both be sent for, and invite all of our kinsmen. I will give them to eat and to drink, and will fill their pockets with gold into the bargain. The old tailor had not much confidence. Nevertheless, he summoned the relatives together. Then the turner spread a cloth in the room and had let in the gold ass, and said to his brother, "Now, dear brother, speak to him." The miller said, "Bricklebrit," and instantly the gold pieces rained down on the cloth like a thunder shower, and the ass did not stop until every one of them had so much that they could carry no more. I can see by your face, dear listener, that you also would have liked to have been there. Then the turner brought a little table and said, "Now, dear brother, speak to it." And scarcely had the carpenter said, "Table, spread yourself," than it was spread and amply covered with the most exquisite dishes. Then such a meal took place as the good tailor had never yet known in his house, and the whole party of kinsmen stayed together till far into the night, and were all merry and glad. The tailor locked away needle and thread, yard measure and goose, in a closet, and lived with his 3 sons in joy and splendor. What, however, happened to the goat who was to blame for the tailor driving out his 3 sons? That I will tell you. She was ashamed that she had a bald head, and ran to a fox's hole and crept into it. When the fox came home, he was met by 2 great eyes shining out of the darkness, and was terrified and ran away. A bear met him, and as the fox looked quite disturbed, he said, "What is the matter with you, brother fox? Why do you look like that?" "Oh," answered Redskin, "a fierce beast is in my cave, and stared at me with his fiery eyes." "We will soon drive him out," said the bear, and went with him to the cave and looked in. But when he saw the fiery eyes, fear seized on him likewise. He would have nothing to do with the furious beast, and took to his heels. The bee met him, and as she saw that he was still ill at ease, she said, "Bear, you are really pulling a very pitiful face. What has become of all your gaiety?" "It is all very well for you to talk," replied the bear. "A furious beast with staring eyes is in Redskin's house, and we can't drive him out." The bee said, "Bear, I pity you. I am a poor weak creature whom you could not turn aside to look at, but still I believe I can help you." She flew into the fox's cave, lighted on the goat's smoothly shorn head, and stung her so violently that she sprang up, crying, "Meh, meh," and ran forth into the world as if mad, and to this hour no one knows where she has gone. The Elves. 3 Separate Tales. Story 1. A shoemaker, by no fault of his own, had become so poor that at last he had nothing left but leather for 1 pair of shoes. So in the evening he cut out the shoes which he wished to begin to make the next morning, and as he had a good conscience, he lay down quietly in his bed, commended himself to God, and fell asleep. In the morning, after he had said his prayers and was just going to sit down to work, the 2 shoes stood quite finished on his table. He was astounded, and knew not what to think. He took the shoes in his hands to observe them closer, and they were so neatly made, with not one bad stitch in them, that it was just as if they were intended as a masterpiece. Before long, a buyer came in, and as the shoes pleased him so well, he paid more for them than was customary, and, with that money, the shoemaker was able to purchase leather for 2 pairs of shoes. He cut them out at night, and the next morning was about to set to work with fresh courage, but he had no need to do so, for, when he got up, they were already made, and buyers also were not wanting, who gave him money enough to buy leather for 4 more pairs of shoes. Again, the following morning he found the pairs made, and so it went constantly. What he had cut out in the evening was finished by the morning, so that he soon had his honest independence again, and at last became a wealthy man. Now, it befell that one evening not long before Christmas, when the man had been cutting out, he said to his wife, "Before going to bed, what think you if we were to stay up tonight to see who it is that lends us this helping hand?" The woman liked the idea, and lighted a candle, and then they hid themselves in a corner of the room, behind some clothes which were hanging up there, and watched. When it was midnight, 2 pretty little naked men came, sat down by the shoemaker's table, took all the work which was cut out before them, and began to stitch and sew and hammer so skillfully and so quickly with their little fingers that the shoemaker could not avert his eyes for astonishment. They did not stop until all was done and stood finished on the table, and then they ran quickly away. The next morning the woman said, "The little men have made us rich, and we really must show that we are grateful for it. They run about so, and have nothing on, and must be cold. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will make them little shirts and coats, and vests and trousers, and knit both of them a pair of stockings, and you make them 2 little pairs of shoes." The man said, "I shall be very glad to do it." And one night, when everything was ready, they laid their presents all together on the table instead of the cut-out work, and then concealed themselves to see how the little men would behave. At midnight they came bounding in, and wanted to get to work at once, but as they did not find any leather cut out, but only the pretty little articles of clothing, they were at first astonished, and then they showed intense delight. They dressed themselves with the greatest rapidity, put on the beautiful clothes, and sang, "Now we are the boys so fine to see, why should we longer cobblers be?" Then they danced and skipped, and leapt over chairs and benches. At last they danced out of the doors. From that time forth they came no more, but as long as the shoemaker lived, all went well with him, and all of his efforts prospered. Story 2. There was once a poor servant girl who was industrious and cleanly, and swept the house every day, and emptied her sweepings on the great heap in front of the door. One morning, when she was just going back to her work, she found a letter on this heap, and as she could not read, she put her broom in the corner, and took the letter to her employers, and behold, it was an invitation from the elves, who asked the girl to hold a child for them at its christening. The girl did not know what to do, but at length, after much persuasion, and as they told her that it was not right to refuse an invitation of this kind, she consented. Then 3 elves came and conducted her to a hollow mountain where the little folks lived. Everything there was small, but more elegant and beautiful than can be described. The baby's mother lay in a bed of black ebony ornamented with pearls. The covers were embroidered with gold, the cradle was of ivory, the bathtub was also of gold. The girl stood as godmother, and then wanted to go home again, but the little elves urgently entreated her to stay 3 days with them. So she stayed, and passed the time in pleasure and gaiety, and the little folks did all they could to make her happy. At last she set out on her way home, but first they filled her pockets quite full of money, and then they led her out of the mountains again. When she got home, she wanted to begin her work, and took the broom, which was still standing in the corner, in her hand, and began to sweep. Then some strangers came out of the house, who asked her who she was, and what business she had there. And she had not, as she thought, been 3 days with the little men in the mountains, but 7 years, and in the meantime her former masters had died. Story 3. A certain mother had her child taken out of its cradle by the elves, and a changeling with a large head and staring eyes, which would do nothing but eat and drink, lay in its place. In her trouble, she went to her neighbor, and asked her advice. The neighbor said that she was to carry the changeling into the kitchen, set it down at the hearth, light a fire, and boil some water and 2 eggshells, which would make the changeling laugh, and if he laughed, all would be over with him. The woman did everything that her neighbor bade her to do. When she put the eggshells with the water on the fire, Goggle Eyes said, "I am as old now as the Western forest, but never yet have I seen anyone boil anything in an eggshell," and it began to laugh about it. Whilst it was laughing, suddenly came a host of little elves, who brought the right child, set it down on the hearth, and took the changeling baby away with them. The Robber Bridegroom. There was once upon a time a miller who had a beautiful daughter, and as she was grown up, he wished that she was provided for and well married. He thought, "If any good suitor comes and asks for her, I will give her to him." Not long afterwards, a suitor came who appeared to be very rich, and as the miller had no fault to find with him, he promised his daughter to him. The maiden, however, did not like him quite so much as the girl should like a man with whom she is engaged, and had no confidence in him. Whenever she saw or thought of him, she felt a secret horror. Once he said to her, "You are my betrothed, and yet you have never once paid me a visit." The maiden replied, "I know not where your house is." Then said the bridegroom, My house is out there in the dark forest." She tried to excuse herself and said she could not find the way there. The bridegroom said, "Next Sunday you must come up there to me. I have already invited the guests, and I will strew ashes in order that you may find your way through the forest." When Sunday came, and the maiden had to set out on her way, she became very uneasy. She herself knew not exactly why, and to mark her way she filled both of her pockets full of peas and lentils. Ashes were strewn at the entrance of the forest, and these she followed, but at every step she threw a couple of peas on the ground. She walked almost the whole day until she reached the middle of the forest, where it was the darkest, and there stood a solitary house, which she did not like, for it looked so dark and dismal. She went inside of it, but no one was within, and the most absolute stillness reigned. Suddenly a voice cried, turn back, young maiden dear! 'Tis a murderer's house you enter here." The maiden looked up and saw that the voice came from a bird, which was hanging in a cage on a wall. Again it cried, turn back, young maiden dear! 'Tis a murderer's house you enter here." Then the young maiden went on farther from one room to another, and walked through the whole house, but it was entirely empty, and not one human being was to be found. At last she came to the cellar, and there sat an extremely aged woman, whose head shook constantly. "Can you not tell me," said the maiden, "if my betrothed lives here?" "Alas, poor child," replied the old woman, "whither you have come? You are in a murderer's den. You think you are a bride soon to be married, but you will keep your wedding with death. Look, I have been forced to put a great kettle on there with water in it, and when they have you in their power, they will cut you to pieces without mercy, will cook you and eat you, for they are eaters of human flesh. If I do not have compassion with you and save you, you are lost." Thereupon the old woman led her behind a great hogshead where she could not be seen. "Be still as a mouse," said she. "Do not make a sound or move, or all will be over with you. At night, when the robbers are asleep, we will escape. I have long waited for an opportunity." Hardly was this done, than the godless crew came home. They dragged with them another young girl. They were drunk, and paid no heed to her screams and lamentations. They gave her wine to drink, 3 glasses full, 1 glass of white wine, 1 glass of red, and a glass of yellow, and with this her heart burst in twain. Thereupon they tore off her delicate raiment, laid her on a table, cut her beautiful body in pieces, and strewn salt thereon. The poor bride behind the cask trembled and shook, for she saw right well what fate the robbers had destined for her. One of them noticed the gold ring on the finger of the murdered girl, and as it would not come off, he took an axe and cut the finger off, but it sprang up in the air, away, over the cask, and fell straight into the bride's bosom. The robber took a candle and wanted to look for it, but could not find it. Then another of them said, "Have you looked behind the great hogshead?" But the old woman cried, "Come and get something to eat, and leave off looking till the morning. The finger won't run away from you." Then the robbers said, "The old woman is right," and gave up their search, and sat down to eat. And the old woman poured a sleeping draught in their wine, so that they soon lay down in the cellar, and slept and snored. When the bride heard that, she came out from behind the hogshead, and had to step over the sleepers, for they lay in rows on the ground, and great was her terror lest she should awaken one of them. But God helped her, and she got safely over. The old woman went up with her, opened the doors, and they hurried out of the murderer's den with all the speed in their power. The wind had blown away the strewn ashes, but the peas and lentils had sprouted and grown up, and showed them the way in the moonlight. They walked the whole night, until in the morning they arrived at the mill, and then the maiden told her father everything exactly as it had happened. When the day came for the wedding to be celebrated, the bridegroom appeared, and the miller had invited all his relations and friends. As they sat at the table, each was bidden to relate something. The bride sat still and said nothing. Then said the bridegroom to the bride, "Come, my darling, do you know nothing? Relate something to us like the rest." She replied, "Then I will relate a dream. I was walking alone through a wood, and at last I came to a house, in which no living soul was, but on the wall there was a bird in a cage which cried, 'Turn back, young maiden dear, 'tis a murderer's house you enter here.' And this it cried once more, 'My darling, I only dreamt this.' Then I went through all the rooms, and they were all empty, and there was something so horrible about them. At last I went down into the cellar, and there sat a very, very old woman whose head shook. I asked her, "Does my bridegroom live in this house?" She answered, "Alas, poor child, you have gotten into a murderer's den. Your bridegroom does live here, but he will hew you in pieces and kill you, and then he will cook you and eat you." My darling, I only dreamt this. But the old woman hid me behind a great hogshead, and scarcely was I hidden when the robbers came home, dragging a maiden with them, to whom they gave 3 kinds of wine to drink, white, red, and yellow, with which her heart broke in twain. My darling, I only dreamt this. Thereupon they pulled off her pretty clothes, and hewed her fair body in pieces on a table, and sprinkled them with salt. My darling, I only dreamt this. And one of the robbers saw that there was still a ring on her little finger, and as it was hard to draw off, he took an axe and cut it off, but the finger sprang up in the air, and sprang behind the great hogshead, and fell into my bosom, and there is the finger with the ring. And with these words she drew it forth, and showed it to those who were present. The robber, who had during this story become as pale as ashes, leapt up and wanted to escape, but the guests held him fast, and delivered him over to justice. Then he and his whole troop were executed for their infamous deeds. The Godfather. A poor man had so many children that he had already asked everyone in the world to be godfather, and when still another child was born, no one else was left whom he could invite. He knew not what to do, and in his perplexity he lay down and fell asleep. Then he dreamt that he was to go outside the gate and ask the first person he met to be godfather. When he awoke, he determined to obey his dream, and went outside the gate and asked the first person who came up to him to be the godfather. The stranger presented him with a little glass of water and said, "This is wonderful water. With it you can heal the sick. Only you must see where death is standing, and if he is standing by the patient's head, give the patient some of the water, and he will be healed. But if death is standing by his feet, all trouble will be in vain, for the sick man must die." From this time forth, the man could always say whether a patient could be saved or not, and became famous for his skill, and earned a great deal of money. Once he was called into the child of a king, and when he entered, he saw death standing by the child's head, and cured it with the water, and he did the same a second time. But the third time, death was standing by its feet, and then he knew the child had to die. Once, the man thought he would visit the godfather, and tell him how he had succeeded with the water, but when he entered the house, the strangest things were going on within. On the first flight of stairs, the broom and shovel were disputing, and knocking each other about violently. He asked them, "Where does the godfather live?" The broom replied, "1 flight of stairs higher up." When he came to the second flight, he saw a heap of dead fingers lying. He asked, "Where does the godfather live?" One of the fingers replied, "1 flight of stairs higher." On the third flight lay a heap of dead hands, which again directed him to the flight beyond. On the fourth flight, he saw fishes on the fire, which frizzled in pans and baked themselves. They too said 1 flight of stairs higher, and when he had ascended the fifth, he came to a door of a room and peeped through the keyhole, and there he saw the godfather, who had a pair of long horns. When he opened the door and went in, the godfather got into bed in a great hurry and covered himself up. Then said the man, "Sir Godfather, what a strange household you have. When I came to your first flight of stairs, the shovel and broom were quarreling and beating each other violently."
"How stupid you are," said the godfather. "That was the boy and the maid talking to each other."
"But on the second flight, I saw some dead fingers lying."
"Oh, how silly you are. Those were some roots of scorzonera."
"On the third flight lay a heap of dead man's hands."
"Foolish man, those were cabbages."
"Well, on the fourth flight I saw fishes in a pan, which were hissing and baking themselves." When he had said that, the fishes came and served themselves up. "And when I got to the fifth flight, I peeped through the keyhole of a door, and there, godfather, I saw you, and you had long, long horns."
"Oh, that is not true."
The man became alarmed and ran out, and if he had not, who knows what the godfather would have done to him. Frau Trude. There was once a little girl who was obstinate and inquisitive, and when her parents told her to do anything, she did not obey them. So how could she fare well? One day she said to her parents, "I have heard so much of Frau Trude, I will go to her some day. People say that everything about her does look so strange, and that there are such odd things in her house, that I have become quite curious." Her parents absolutely forbade her and said, "Frau Trude is a bad woman who does wicked things, and if you go to her, you are no longer our child." But the maiden did not let herself be turned aside by her parents' prohibition, and still went to Frau Trude. And when she got to her, Frau Trude said, "Why are you so pale?" "Oh," she replied, and her whole body trembled, "I have been so terrified at what I have seen." "What have you seen?" "I saw a black man on your steps." "That was a collier." "Then I saw a green man." "That was a huntsman." "After that, I saw a blood-red man." "Oh, that was a butcher." "Oh, Frau Trude, I was terrified. I looked through the window and saw not you, but as I verily believe, the devil himself, with a head of fire." "Oh-ho," said she. "Then you have seen the witch in her proper costume. I have been waiting for you, and wanting a long time already. You shall give me some light." Then she changed the girl into a block of wood, and threw it into the fire. And when it was all in a full blaze, she sat down close to it, and warmed herself by it, and said, "That shines bright for once in a way." Thumbling as journeyman. A certain tailor had a son who happened to be small and no bigger than a thumb, and on this account he was always called Thumbling. He had, however, some courage in him, and said to his father, "Father, I must and will go out into the world." "That's right, my son," said the old man, and took a long darning needle and made a knob of sealing wax on it at the handle. "And there is a sword for you to take with you on the way." Then the little tailor wanted to have one more meal with them, and hopped into the kitchen to see what his mother had cooked for the last time. But it was already served, and the dish stood on the hearth. Then he said, "Mother, what is there to eat today?" "See for yourself," said his mother. So Thumbling jumped on the hearth and peeped into the dish, but as he stretched his neck in too far, the steam from the food caught hold of him and carried him up the chimney. He rode about in the air on the steam for a while, until at length he sank down to the ground again. Now, the little tailor was outside in the wide world, and he traveled about, and went to a master in his craft, but the food was not good enough for him. "Mistress, if you give us no better food," said Thumbling, "I will go away, and early tomorrow morning I will write with chalk on the door of your house, 'Too many potatoes, too little meat.'" "Farewell, Mr. Potato King. What would you have forsooth, Grasshopper?" said the mistress, and grew angry, and seized a dishcloth, and was just going to strike him, but my little tailor crept nimbly under a thimble, peeped out from beneath it, and put his tongue out at the mistress. She took up the thimble and wanted to get a hold of him, but little Thumbling hopped into the cloth, and while the mistress was opening it out and looking for him, he got into a crevice in the table. "Oh-ho, lady mistress," cried he, and thrust his head out, and when she began to strike him, he leapt down into a drawer. At last, however, she caught him and drove him out of the house. The little tailor journeyed on and came to a great forest, and there he fell in with a band of robbers who had a design to steal the king's treasure. When they saw the little tailor, they thought, "A little fellow like that can creep through a keyhole and serve as a picklock to us." "Hi there," cried one of them, "you giant Goliath. Will you go to the treasure chamber with us? You can slip yourself in and throw out the money." Thumbling reflected a while, and at length he said, "Yes," and went with them to the treasure chamber. Then he looked at the doors above and below to see if there was any crack in them. It was not long before he espied one which was broad enough to let him in. He was therefore about to get in at once, but one of the two sentries who stood before the door observed him, and said to the other, "What an ugly little spider's creeping there! I'll kill it."
"Let the poor creature alone," said the other. "It has done you no harm."
Then Thumbling got safely through the crevasse into the treasure chamber, opened the window beneath which the robbers were standing, and threw out to them one taler after another. When the little tailor was in full swing of his work, he had heard the king coming to inspect his treasure chamber, and crept hastily into a hiding place. The king noticed that several solid talers were missing, but could not conceive who could have stolen them, for locks and bolts were in good condition, and all seemed well guarded. Then he went away again, and said to the sentries, "Be on the watch, someone is after the money." When therefore Thumbling recommenced his labors, they heard the money moving, and the sound of clink, clink, clink. They ran swiftly in to seize the thief, but the little tailor, who heard them coming, was still swifter, and leapt into a corner and covered himself with a tailor, so that nothing could be seen of him, and at the same time he mocked the sentries and cried, "Here am I!" The sentries ran thither, but as they got there, he had already hopped into another corner under another tailor, and was crying, "Ho, ho, here am I!" and thus made fools of them, and drove them so long around the treasure chamber that they were weary and went away. Then by degrees he threw all the tailors out, dispatching the last with all of his might, then hopped nimbly upon it, and flew down with it through the window. The robbers paid him great compliments. "You are a valiant hero," said they. "You will be our captain." Thumbling, however, declined, and said that he wanted to see the world first. They now divided the booty, but the little tailor only asked for a cruiser, because he could not carry more. Then he once more buckled on his sword, bade the robbers good-bye, and took to the road. First he went to work with some masters, but he had no liking for that, and at last he hired himself as a manservant at an inn. The maids, however, could not endure him, for he saw all they did secretly, without their seeing him, and he told their employers what they had taken off of the plates and carried away out of the cellar for themselves. Then said they, "Wait, and we will pay you out, and arrange with each other to play a trick on him." Soon afterwards, when one of the maids was mowing in the garden, and saw Thumbling jumping about and creeping up and down the plants, she mowed him up quickly with the grass, tied it all in a great cloth, and secretly threw it to the cows. Now, amongst them there was a great black one, who swallowed him down without hurting him. Down below, however, it did not suit him, for it was quite dark, neither was any candle burning. When the cow was being milked, he cried, "Strip, strap, stroll, when will the pail be full?" But the noise of the milking prevented his being understood. After this, the master of the house came into the stall, and said, "That cow shall be killed tomorrow." Then Thumbling was so alarmed that he cried out in a clear voice, "Let me out first, I'm sitting inside of her." The master heard that quite well, but did not know from whence the voice came. "Where are you?" asked he. "In the black one," answered Thumbling, but the master did not understand what he meant, and went out. The next morning the cow was killed. Happily, Thumbling did not meet with one blow at the cutting up and chopping he got amongst the sausage meat. And when the butcher came in and began his work, he cried out with all of his might, "Don't chop too deep, don't chop too deep, I am amongst it." No one heard this because of the noise of the chopping knife. Now poor Thumbling was in trouble, but trouble sharpens the wits, and he sprang out so adroitly between the blows that none of them touched him, and he escaped with a whole skin. But still he could not get away. There was nothing for it but to let himself be thrust into a black pudding with the bits of bacon. His quarters there were rather confined, and besides that, he was hung up on the chimney to be smoked, and there time did hang terribly heavily on his hands. At length, in winter, he was taken down again, as the black pudding had to be set before a guest. When the hostess was cutting it into slices, he took care not to stretch out his head too far, lest a bit of it should be cut off, and last he saw his opportunity, cleared a passage for himself, and jumped out. The little tailor, however, would not stay any longer in a house where he fared so ill, so at once he set out on his journey again, but his liberty did not last long. In the open country he met with a fox who snapped him up without thinking. "Hi there, Mr. Fox," cried the little tailor, "it is I who am sticking in your throat. Set me at liberty again." "You are right," answered the fox. "You are next to nothing from me, but if you will promise me the fowls in your father's yard, I will let you go." "With all of my heart," replied Thumbling. "You shall have all the cocks and hens that I promise you." Then the fox let him go again, and himself carried him home. When the father once more saw his dear son, he willingly gave the fox all the fowls which he had. "For this, I likewise bring you a handsome bit of money," said Thumbling, and gave his father the cruiser which he earned on his travels. But why did the fox get the poor chickens to eat, you ask? Oh, you silly. Your father would surely love his child far more than the fowls in the yard, right? Godfather Death, a variation of the earlier story, The Godfather. A poor man had 12 children and was forced to work night and day to give them even bread. When therefore the 13th came into the world, he knew not what to do in his trouble, but ran out into the great highway and resolved to ask the first person who he met to be a godfather. The first to meet him was the good God, who already knew what filled his heart, and said to him, "Poor man, I pity you. I will hold your child at its christening, and I will take charge of it and make it happy on earth." The man said, "Who are you?" "Well, I am God." "Then I do not desire to have you for a godfather," said the man. "You give to the rich, and leave the poor to hunger." Thus spoke the man, for he did not know how wisely God apportions riches and poverty. He turned therefore away from the Lord, and went farther. Then the devil came to him and said, "What do you seek? If you will take me as a godfather for your child, I will give him gold in plenty, and all the joys of the world as well." The man asked, "Who are you?" "Well, I am the devil." "Oh, then I do not desire to have you for godfather," said the man. "You deceive men and lead them astray." He went onwards, and then came Death, striding up to him with withered legs, and said, "Take me as a godfather." The man asked, "Who are you?" "I am Death, and I make all equal." "Then," said the man, "you are the right one. You take the rich as well as the poor, without distinction. You shall be godfather." Death answered, "I will make your child rich and famous, for he who has me for a friend can lack nothing." The man said, "Next Sunday is the christening. Be there at the right time." Death appeared, as he promised, and stood godfather quite in the usual way. When the boy had grown up, his godfather one day appeared and bade him to go with him. He led him forth into a forest, and showed him a herb which grew there, and said, "Now you shall receive your godfather's present. I make you a celebrated physician. When you are called to a patient, I will always appear to you. If I stand by the head of the sick man, you may say with confidence that you will make him well again, and if you give him of this herb, he will recover. But if I stand by the patient's feet, he is mine, and you must say all remedies are in vain, and that no physician in the world could save him. But beware of using the herb against my will, or it might fare ill with you." It was not long before the youth was the most famous physician in the whole world. He had only to look at the patient, and he knew his condition at once, whether he would recover or whether he must die. So they said of him, and from far and wide people came to him, sent for him when they had anyone ill, and gave him so much money that he soon became a rich man. Now it so befell that the king became ill, and the physician was summoned, and was to say if recovery were possible. But when he came to the bed, Death was standing by the feet of the sick man, and the herb did not grow which could save him. "If I could but cheat Death for once," thought the physician, "he's sure to take it ill if I do, but as I am his godson, he will shut one eye. I will risk it." He therefore took up the sick man, and laid him the other way, so that now Death was standing by his head. Then he gave the king some of the herbs, and he recovered and grew healthy again. But Death came to the physician, looking very black and angry, threatened him with one finger, and said, "You have betrayed me. This time I will pardon it, as you are my godson. But if you venture it again, it will cost you your neck, for I will take you yourself away with me." Soon afterward, the king's daughter fell into a severe illness. She was his only child, and he wept day and night, so that he began to lose the sight of his eyes, and he caused it to be made known that whosoever rescued her from death should be her husband and inherit the crown. When the physician came to the sick girl's bed, he saw Death by her feet. He ought to have remembered the warning given by his godfather, but he was so infatuated by the great beauty of the king's daughter, and the happiness of becoming her husband, that he flung all thoughts to the wind. He did not see that Death was casting angry glances on him, that he was raising his hand in the air and threatening him with his withered fist. He raised up the sick girl and placed her head where her feet had lain. Then he gave her some of the herb, and instantly her cheeks flushed red, and life stirred afresh within her. When Death saw that for a second time his own property had been misused, he walked up to the physician in long strides and said, "All is over with you, and now the lot falls on you." And he seized him so firmly with his ice-cold hand that he could not resist, and led him into a cave below the earth. There he saw how thousands and thousands of candles were burning in countless rows, some large, some medium-sized, others small. Every instant some were extinguished, and others again burnt up, so that the flames seemed to leap hither and thither in perpetual change. "See," said Death, "these are the lights of men's lives. The large ones belong to children, the medium-sized ones to married people in their prime, and the little ones belong to old people. But children and young folks likewise have often only a tiny candle." "Show me the light of my life," said the physician, and he thought that it would be still very tall. Death pointed to a little end which was just threatening to go out and said, "Behold, it is there." "Oh, dear godfather," said the horrified physician, "light a new one for me. Do it for the love of me, that I may enjoy my life, be king and the husband of the king's beautiful daughter." "I cannot," answered Death. "One must go out before a new one is lighted." "Then place the old one on a new one that will go burning at once when the old one has come to an end," pleaded the physician. Death behaved as if he were going to fulfill his wish, and took hold of a tall new candle, but as he desired to revenge himself, he purposely made a mistake in fixing it, and the little piece fell down and was extinguished. Immediately the physician fell to the ground, and now he himself was in the hands of Death. Fitcher's Bird. There once was a wizard who used to take the form of a poor man, and went to houses and begged, and caught pretty girls. No one knew whither he carried them, for they were never seen again. One day he appeared before the door of a man who had 3 pretty daughters. He looked like a poor weak beggar, and carried a basket on his back, as if he meant to collect charitable gifts in it. He begged for a little food, and when the eldest daughter came out and was just handing him a piece of bread, he did but touch her, and she was forced to jump into his basket. Thereupon he hurried off with long strides and carried her away into a dark forest to his house, which stood in the midst of it. Everything in the house was magnificent. He gave her whatever she could possibly desire, and said, "My darling, you will certainly be happy with me, for you have everything your heart can wish for." This lasted a few days, and then he said, "I must journey forth and leave you alone for a short time. Here are the keys to the house. You may go everywhere and look at everything except for into one room, which this little key opens, and I there forbid you to go on pain of death." He likewise gave her an egg and said, "Preserve the egg carefully for me, and carry it continually about with you, for a great misfortune should arise from the loss of it." She took the keys and the egg, and promised to obey him in everything. When he was gone, she went all around the house from the bottom to the top, and examined everything. The room shone with silver and gold, and she thought she had never seen such great splendor. At length she came to the forbidden door. She wished to pass it by, but curiosity let her have no rest. She examined the key. It looked just like any other. She put it to the keyhole and turned it a little, and the door sprang open. But what did she see when she went in? A great bloody basin stood in the middle of the room, and therein lay human beings, dead and hewn to pieces, and hard by was a block of wood, and a gleaming axe lay upon it. She was so terribly alarmed that the egg in which she held in her hand fell into the basin. She got it out and wiped the blood off, but in vain. It appeared again in a moment. She washed and scrubbed, but she could not get the blood off. It was not long before the man came back from his journey, and the first things which he asked for were the key and the egg. She gave them to him, but she trembled as she did so, and he saw at once by the red spots that she had been in the bloody chamber.
"Since you have gone into the room against my will," said he, "you shall go back into it against your own will. Your life is ended." He threw her down, dragged her along by her hair, cut her head off on the block, and hewed her in pieces so that her blood ran on the ground. Then he threw her into the basin with the rest. "Now I will fetch myself the second," said the wizard, and again he went to the house in the shape of a poor man and begged. Then the second daughter brought him a piece of bread. He caught her like the first, by simply touching her, and carried her away. She did not fare better than her sister. She allowed herself to be led away by her curiosity, opened the door of the bloody chamber, looked in, and had to atone for it with her life on the wizard's return. Then he went and brought the third sister, but she was clever and wily. When he had given her the keys and the egg, and had left her, she first put the egg away with great care, and then she examined the house, and at last went into the forbidden room. Alas, what did she behold? Both of her dear sisters lay there in the basin, cruelly murdered and cut into pieces. But she began to gather their limbs together and put them in order, head, body, arms, and legs. And when nothing further was wanting, the limbs began to move and unite themselves together, and both of the maidens opened up their eyes and were once more alive. Then they rejoiced and kissed and caressed each other. On his arrival, the man at once demanded the key and the egg, and as he could perceive no trace of any blood on it, he said, "You have stood the test. You shall be my bride." He now had no longer any power over her, and was forced to do whatsoever she desired. "Oh, very well," said she. "You shall first take a basketful of gold to my father and mother, and carry it yourself on your back. In the meantime, I will prepare for the wedding." Then she ran to her sisters, whom she had hidden in a little chamber, and said, "The moment has come when I can save you. The wretch shall himself carry you home again, but as soon as you are home, send help to me." She put both of the sisters in a basket and covered them quite over with gold, so that nothing of them was to be seen. Then she called in the wizard and said to him, "Now carry the basket away, but I shall look through my little window and watch to see if you stop on the way to stand or rest." The wizard raised the basket on his back and went away with it, but it weighed him down so heavily that sweat streamed from his face. Then he sat down and wanted to rest a while, but immediately one of the girls in the basket cried, "I'm looking through my little window, and I see that you are resting. Will you go at once?" He thought it was his bride who was talking to him, and he got up on his legs again. Once more he was going to sit down, but instantly she cried, "I'm looking through my little window, and I see that you are resting. Will you please go at once? Go directly." And whenever he stood still, she cried this, and then he was forced to go onwards, until at last, groaning and out of breath, he took the basket with the gold and the two maidens into their parents' house. At home, however, the bride prepared the marriage feast, and sent invitations to the friends of the wizard. Then she took a skull with grinning teeth, put some ornaments on it and a wreath of flowers, carried it upstairs to the garret windows, and let it look out from thence. When all was ready, she got into a barrel of honey, and then cut the feather bed open and rolled herself in it, until she looked like a wondrous bird, and no one could recognize her. Then she went out of the house, and on her way she met some of the wedding guests, who asked, "O Fitcher's bird, how comest thou here?" "I come from Fitcher's house quite near." "And what may the young bride be doing?" "From cellar to garret she slept all clean, and now from the window she's peeping, I ween." At last she met the bridegroom, who was coming slowly back. He, like the others, asked, "O Fitcher's bird, how comest thou here?" "I come from the Fitcher's house quite near." "And what may the young bride be doing?" "From cellar to garret she's swept all clean, and now from the window she's peeping, I ween." The bridegroom looked up, saw the decked-out skull, thought it was his bride, and nodded to her, greeting her kindly. But when he and his guests had all gone into the house, the brothers and the kinsmen of the bride, who had been sent to rescue her, arrived. They locked all the doors of the house, that no one might escape, set fire to it, and the wizard and all of his crew were set to burn.
The Water of Life. There was once a king who had an illness, and no one believed that he would come out of it with his life. He had 3 sons who were much distressed about it, and went down into the palace garden and wept. There they met an old man who inquired as to the cause of their grief. They told him that their father was so ill that he would most certainly die, for nothing seemed to cure him. Then the old man said,
I know of one more remedy, and that is the water of life. If he drinks of it, he will become well again, but it is very hard to find.
The eldest said, Well, I will manage to find it, and went to the sick king and begged to be allowed to go forth in search of the water of life, for that alone could save him.
No, said the king, the danger of it is too great. I would rather die.
But he begged so long that the king consented. The prince thought in his heart, If I bring the water, then I shall be best beloved of my father, and shall inherit the kingdom. So he set out, and when he had ridden forth a little distance, a dwarf stood there in the road, who called to him and said,
Whither away so fast, silly shrimp?
Silly shrimp, said the prince very haughtily, it has nothing to do with you. And he rode on. But the little dwarf had grown angry, and had wished an evil wish. Soon after this, the prince entered a ravine, and the further he rode, the closer to the mountains drew together. And at last the road became so narrow that he could not advance a step further. It was impossible either to turn his horse around or to dismount from the saddle, and he was shut in there as if he was in prison. The sick king waited for him, but he came not. Then the second son said, Father, let me go forth to seek the water. And he thought to himself, If my brother is dead, then the kingdom will fall to me. At first the king would not allow him to go either, but at last he yielded. So the prince set on the same road that his brother had taken, and he too met the dwarf, who stopped him to ask whither he was going in such haste. Little shrimp, said the prince, that has nothing to do with you. And he rode on without giving him another look. But the dwarf bewitched him, and he, like the other, rode into a ravine, and could neither go forwards nor backwards. So fare haughty people. As the second son also remained away, the youngest begged to be allowed to go forth to fetch the water, and at last the king was obliged to let him go. When he met the dwarf, and the latter asked him whither he was going in such haste, he stopped, gave him an explanation, and said, I am seeking the water of life, for my father is sick unto death.
Do you know, then, where that is to be found?
No, said the prince.
As you have borne yourself as is seemly, and not haughtily like your false brothers, I will give you the information and tell you how you may obtain the water of life. It springs from a fountain in the courtyard of an enchanted castle, but you will not be able to make your way to it if I do not give you an iron wand and 2 small loaves of bread. Strike thrice with the wand on the iron door of the castle, and it will spring open. Inside lie 2 lions with gaping jaws, but if you throw a loaf to each of them, they will be quieted. Then hasten to fetch some of the water of life before the clock strikes 12, else the door will shut again, and you will be imprisoned.
The prince thanked him, took the wand and the bread, and set out on his way. When he arrived, everything was as the dwarf said. The door sprang open at the 3rd stroke of the wand, and when he had appeased the lions with the bread, he entered the castle, and came to a large and splendid hall, wherein sat some enchanted princes, whose rings he drew off their fingers. A sword and a loaf of bread were lying there, which he carried away. After this, he entered the chamber, in which was a beautiful maiden, who rejoiced when she saw him, kissed him, and told him that he had set her free, and should have the whole of her kingdom, and that if he would return in a year, their wedding should be celebrated. Likewise, she told him where the spring of the water of life was, and that he was to hasten and draw some of it before the clock struck 12. And then he went onwards, and at last entered a room where there was a beautiful, newly made bed, and as he was very weary, he felt inclined to rest a little, so he lay down and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was striking 11:45. He sprang up in a fright, ran to the spring, drew some water in a cup which stood near, and hastened away. But just as he was passing through the iron door, the clock struck 12, and the door fell to with such violence that it carried away a piece of his heel. He, however, rejoicing at having obtained that water of life, went homewards and again passed the dwarf. When the latter saw the sword and the loaf, he said,
With these you have won great wealth. With the sword you can slay whole armies, and the bread will never come to an end."
But the prince would not go home to his father without his brothers, and said, "Dear dwarf, can you tell me where my 2 brothers are? They went out before I did in search of the water of life, but they have not returned."
"They are imprisoned between 2 mountains," said the dwarf. "I have condemned them to stay there because they were so haughty."
Then the prince begged until the dwarf released them, but he warned him and said,
"Beware of them, for they have bad hearts."
When his brothers came, he rejoiced and told them how things had gone with him, that he had found the water of life and had brought a cupful away with him, and had rescued a beautiful princess who was willing to wait a year for him, and then their wedding was to be celebrated, and he would obtain a great kingdom. After that they rode on together, and chanced upon a land where war and famine reigned, and the king already thought he must perish, for the scarcity was so great. Then the prince went to him and gave him the loaf, wherewith he fed and satisfied the whole of his kingdom. And then the prince gave him the sword also, wherewith he slew the host of his enemies, and could now live in rest and peace. The prince then took back his loaf and his sword, and the 3 brothers rode on. But after this they entered 2 more countries where war and famine reigned, and each time the prince gave his loaf and his sword to the kings, and had now delivered 3 kingdoms. And after that they went on board a ship and sailed over the sea. During the passage the 2 eldest conversed apart and said, "The youngest has found the water of life, and not we, for that our fathers will give him the kingdom that belongs to us, and he will rob us of all of our fortune." They then began to seek revenge, and plotted with each other to destroy him. They waited until they found him fast asleep. Then they poured the water of life out of the cup, and took it for themselves, but into the cup they poured salt sea water. Now therefore, when they arrived home, the youngest took his cup to the sick king in order that he might drink out of it and be cured. But scarcely had he drunk a very little of this salt sea water than he became still worse than before. And as he was lamenting over this, the 2 eldest brothers came and accused the youngest of having intended to poison him, and said that they had brought him the true water of life and handed it to him. He had scarcely tasted it when he felt the sickness departing, and became strong and healthy as in the days of his youth. After that they both went to the youngest, mocked him, and said, "You certainly found the water of life, but you have had the pain, and we the gain. You should have been cleverer, and should have kept your eyes open. We took it from you whilst you were asleep at sea, and when a year is over, one of us will go and fetch the beautiful princess. Beware that you do not disclose aught of this to our father. Indeed, he does not trust you, and if you say a single word, you shall lose your life into the bargain. But if you kept silent, you shall have it as a gift." The old king was angry with his youngest son, and thought he had plotted against his life. So he summoned the court together, and had sentence pronounced upon his son, that he should be secretly shot. And once when the prince was riding forth to the chase, suspecting no evil, the king's huntsman was told to go with him. And when they were quite alone in the forest, the huntsman looked so sorrowful that the prince said to him, "Dear huntsman, what ails you?" The huntsman said, "I cannot tell you, and yet I ought." Then the prince said, "Say openly what it is. I will pardon you." "Alas," said the huntsman, "I am to shoot you dead. The king has ordered me to do it." Then the prince was shocked and said, "Dear huntsman, let me live. There, I give you my royal garments. Give me your common ones in their stead." The huntsman said, "I will willingly do that. Indeed, I would not have been able to shoot you." Then they exchanged clothes, and the huntsman returned home, while the prince went further into the forest. After a time 3 wagons of gold and precious stones came to the king for his youngest son, which were sent by the 3 kings who had slain their enemies with the prince's sword, and maintained their people with his bread, and who had wished to show their gratitude for all of that. The old king then thought, "Can my son have been innocent?" And he said to his people, "Would that he was still alive! How it grieves me that I have suffered him to be killed." "He still lives," said the huntsman. "I could not find it in my heart to carry out your command." And he told the king how it had happened. Then a stone fell from the king's heart, and he had it proclaimed in every country that his son might return and be taken into favor again. The princess, however, had a road made up to her palace which was quite bright and golden, and told her people that whosoever came riding straight along it to her would be the right one and was to be admitted, and whoever rode by the side of it was not the right one and was not to be admitted. As the time was now close at hand, the eldest thought he would hasten to go to the king's daughter, and give himself out as her rescuer, and thus win her for his bride, and the kingdom to boot. Therefore he rode forth, and when he arrived in front of the palace, and saw the splendid golden road, he thought, "It would be a sin and a shame if I were to ride over that." And he turned aside, and rode on the right side of it. But when he came to the door, the servants told him that he was not the right one, and that he was to go away again. Soon after this, the second prince set out, and when he came to the golden road, and his horse had put one foot on it, he thought, "It would be a sin and a shame. A piece might be trodden off." And he turned aside and rode on the left side of it. And when he reached the door, the attendants told him he was not the right one, and he was to go away again. When at last the year had entirely expired, the third son likewise wished to ride out of the forest to his beloved, and with her forget his sorrows. So he set out and thought of her so incessantly, and wished to be with her so much, that he never noticed the golden road at all. So his horse rode onwards up the middle of it, and when he came to the door, it was opened, and the princess received him with joy, and said he was her savior, and lord of the kingdom, and the wedding was celebrated with great rejoicing. When it was over, she told him that his father invited him to come to him, and had forgiven him. So he rode thither, and told him everything, how his brothers had betrayed him, and how he had nevertheless kept silent. The old king wished to punish them, but they had already put to sea, and never came back, as long as they lived. The Spirit in the Bottle. There was once a poor woodcutter who toiled from early morning till late at night. When at last he had laid by some money, he said to his boy, "You are my only child. I will spend the money which I have earned with the sweat of my brow on your education. If you learn some honest trade, you can support me in my old age, when my limbs have grown stiff and I am obliged to stay at home." Then the boy went to a high school and learned diligently, so that his masters praised him, and he remained there a long time. When he had worked through 2 classes, but was still not yet perfect in everything, the little pittance which the father had earned was all spent, and the boy was obliged to return home to him. "Ah," said the father sorrowfully, "I can give you no more, and in these hard times I cannot earn a farthing more than will suffice for our daily bread." "Dear father," answered the son, "don't trouble yourself about it. If it is God's will, it will turn to my advantage. I shall soon accustom myself to it." When the father wanted to go into the forest to earn money by helping to chop and stack wood, the son said, "I will go with you and help you." "Nay, my son," said the father, "that would be hard for you. You are not accustomed to rough work, and will not be able to bear it. Besides, I have only one axe and no money left wherewith to buy another." "Just go to the neighbor," answered the son. "He will lend you his axe until I have earned one for myself." The father then borrowed an axe of the neighbor, and next morning at break of day they went out into the forest together. The son helped his father and was quite merry and brisk about it, but when the sun was right over their heads, the father said, "We will rest and have our dinner, and then we shall work twice as well." The son took his bread in his hands and said, "Just you rest, father. I'm not tired. I will walk up and down a little in the forest and look for birds' nests." "Oh, you fool," said the father. "Why should you want to run about there? Afterwards you will be tired and no longer able to raise your arm. Stay here and sit down beside me." The son, however, went into the forest, ate his bread, was very merry, and peered in among the green branches to see if he could discover a bird's nest anywhere. So he walked to and fro until at last he came to a great dangerous-looking oak, which certainly was already many hundreds years old, and which 5 men could have not spanned. He stood still and looked at it, and thought, "Many a bird must have built its nest in that." And then all at once it seemed to him that he heard a voice. He listened and became aware that someone was crying in a very smothered voice,
"Let me out! Let me out!"
He looked around but could not discover anything. Then he fancied that the voice came out of the ground, so he cried, "Where are you?" The voice answered,
"I'm down here amongst the roots of the oak tree. Let me out! Let me out!"
The schoolboy began to loosen the earth under the tree and search among the roots, until at last he found a glass bottle in a little hollow. He lifted it up and held it against the light, and then he saw a creature shaped like a frog springing up and down in it.
Let me out! Let me out!
it cried anew, and the boy, thinking no evil, drew the cork out of the bottle. Immediately a spirit ascended from it and began to grow, and grew so fast that in a very few moments he stood before the boy, a terrible fellow as big as half of the tree.
Do you know, he cried in an awful voice, what your reward is for having let me out?
No, replied the boy fearlessly. How should I know that?
Then I will tell you, cried the spirit. I must strangle you for it.
You should have told me that sooner, said the boy, for I should have left you shut up, but my head shall stand fast for all you can do. More persons than one must be consulted about it.
More persons here, more persons there, said the spirit. You shall have the reward you have earned. Do you think that I was shut up there for such a long time as a favor? No, it was a punishment for me. I am the mighty Mercurius. Whoso releases me, him I must strangle.
Slowly, answered the boy. Not so fast. I must first know that you really were shut up in that little bottle, and that you are a right spirit. If indeed you can get in it again, I will believe, and then you may do as you will with me.
The spirit said haughtily, That is a very trifling feat.
He drew himself together, and he made himself as small and slender as he had been at first, so that he crept through the same opening, and right through the neck of the bottle in again. Scarcely was he within than the boy thrust the cork he had drawn back into the bottle, and threw it among the roots of the oak in its old place, and the spirit was deceived. And now the schoolboy was about to return to his father, but the spirit cried very piteously,
Ah, do let me out! Ah, do let me out!
No, answered the boy, not a second time. He who has once tried to take my life shall not be set free by me, now that I have caught him again.
If you will set me free, said the spirit, I will give you so much that you will have plenty all the days of your life.
No, answered the boy, you would cheat me as you did the first time.
You're spurning your own good luck, said the spirit. I will do you no harm, but will reward you richly.
I will venture it. Perhaps he will keep his word, and anyhow, he shall not get the better of me. Then he took out the cork, and the spirit rose up from the bottle as he had done before, stretched himself out, and became as big as a giant.
And now you shall have your reward, said he,
and handed the boy a little rag just like sticking plaster, and said,
If you spread one end of this over a wound, it will heal, and if you rub steel or iron with the other end, it will be changed into silver.
Well, I must try that, said the boy, and went to a tree, tore off the bark with his axe, and rubbed it with one end of the plaster. It immediately closed together and was healed. Now it is all right, he said to the spirit, and we can part. The spirit thanked him for his release, and the boy thanked the spirit for his present, and went back to his father.
Where have you been racing about? Said the father. Why have you forgotten your work? I always said that you would never come to anything.
Be easy, father. I will make it up.
Make it up indeed, said the father angrily. That's no use.
Take care, father. I will. I will soon hew that tree there, so that it will split. And he took his plaster, rubbed the axe with it, and dealt a mighty blow, but as the iron had changed into silver, the edge bent. Hi, father, just look what a bad axe you've given me. It has become quite crooked.
The father was shocked and said, Ah, what have you done? Now I shall have to pay for that, and I have not the wherewithal, and that is all the good I have got by your work.
Don't get angry, said the son. I will soon pay for the axe.
Oh, you blockhead, cried the father. Wherewith will you pay for it? You have nothing but what I give you. These are students' tricks that are sticking in your head. You have no idea of woodcutting.
After a while, the boy said, Father, I can really work no more. We had better take up a holiday.
What? Answered he. Do you think I will sit with my hands lying in my lap like you? I must go on working, but you may take yourself off home.
Father, I am here in this wood for the first time, and I don't know my way alone. Do go with me. As his anger had now abated, the father at last let himself be persuaded and went home with him. Then he said to the son, "Go and sell your damaged axe, and see what you can get for it, and I must earn the difference in order to pay the neighbor." The son took the axe and carried it into town to a goldsmith who tested it, laid it on the scales, and said, "It is worth 400 talers. I have not so much money as that by me." The son said, "Well, give me what thou have. I will lend you the rest." The goldsmith gave him 300 talers, and remained 100 in his debt. The son thereupon went home and said, "Father, I have got the money. Go and ask the neighbor what he wants for the axe."
"Well, I know that already," answered the old man. 1 taler and 6 groschen.
"Then give him 2 talers, 12 groschen. That is double and enough. See, I have money in plenty." And he gave the father 100 talers and said, "You shall never know want. Live as comfortably as you like."
"Good heavens," said the father, "how have you come by these riches?"
The boy then told how all had come to pass, and how he, trusting in his luck, had made such a packet. But with the money that was left, he went back to the high school and went on learning more, and as he could heal all wounds with his plaster, he became the most famous doctor in the whole world. Bearskin. There was once a young fellow who enlisted as a soldier, conducted himself bravely, and was always the foremost when it rained bullets. So long as the war lasted, all went well, but when peace was made, he received his dismissal, and the captain said he might go where he liked. His parents were dead, and he had no longer a home, so he went to his brothers and begged him to take him in, and keep him until the war broke out again. The brothers, however, were hard-hearted and said, "What can we do with you? You are of no use to us. Go and make a living for yourself." The soldier had nothing left but his gun, so he took that on his shoulder and went forth into the world. He came to a wide heath on which nothing was to be seen but a circle of trees. Under these he sat sorrowfully down and began to think over his fate. "I have no money," thought he. "I have learnt no trade but that of fighting, and now that they have made peace, they don't want me any longer, so I see beforehand that I shall have to starve." All at once he heard a rustling, and when he looked around, a strange man stood before him, who wore a green coat and looked right stately, but had a hideous cloven foot. "I know already what you are in need of," said the man. "Gold and possessions shall you have, as much as you can make away with. Do what you will. But first, I must know if you are fearless, that I may not bestow my money in vain." "A soldier and fear? How can those two things go together?" he answered. "You can put me to the proof." "Very well then," answered the man. "Look behind you." The soldier turned around and saw a large bear which came growling towards him. "Oh," cried the soldier, "I will tickle your nose for you, so that you shall soon lose your fancy for growling." And he aimed at the bear and shot it through the muzzle. It fell down and never stirred again. "I see quite well," said the stranger, "that you are not wanting in courage, but there is still another condition which you will have to fulfill." "If it does not endanger my salvation," replied the soldier, who knew very well who was standing by him. "If it does, I'll have nothing to do with it." "You will look at that for yourself," answered Greencoat. "You shall for the next 7 years neither wash yourself, nor comb your beard nor your hair, nor cut your nails, nor once say the Lord's Prayer. I will give you a coat and a cloak, which during this time you must wear. If you die during these 7 years, you are mine. If you remain alive, you are free, and rich to boot, for all the rest of your life." The soldier thought of the great extremity in which he now found himself, and as he so often had gone to meet death, he resolved to risk it now also, and agreed to the terms. The devil took off his green coat, and gave it to the soldier, and said, "If you have this coat on your back, and put your hand into the pocket, you will always find it full of money." Then he pulled the skin off the bear, and said, "This shall be your cloak, and your bed also, for thereon you shall sleep, and in no other bed shall you lie, and because of this apparel should you be called Bearskin. whereupon the devil vanished. The soldier put the coat on, felt it once in the pocket, and found that the thing was really true. Then he put on the bearskin and went forth into the world and enjoyed himself, refraining from nothing that did him good and his money harm. During the first year his appearance was passable, but during the second he began to look like a monster. His hair covered nearly the whole of his face, his beard was like a piece of coarse felt, his fingers had claws, and his face was so covered with dirt that if cress had been sown on it, it would have come up. Whoever saw him ran away, but as he everywhere gave the poor money to pray that he might not die during the 7 years, and as he paid well for everything, he still always found shelter. In the 4th year, he entered an inn where the landlord would not receive him, and would not even let him have a place in the stable, because he was afraid the horses would be scared. But as Bearskin thrust his hand into his pocket and pulled out a handful of ducats, the host let himself be persuaded, and gave him a room in an outhouse. Bearskin, however, was obliged to promise not to let himself be seen, lest the inn should get a bad name. As Bearskin was sitting alone in the evening, and wishing from the bottom of his heart that the 7 years were over, he heard a loud lamenting in a neighboring room. He had a compassionate heart, so he opened the door, and he saw an old man weeping bitterly and wringing his hands. Bearskin went nearer, but the man sprang to his feet and tried to escape from him. At last, when the man perceived that Bearskin's voice was human, he let himself be prevailed upon, and by kind words Bearskin succeeded so far that the old man revealed the cause of his grief. His property had dwindled away by degrees. He and his daughters would have to starve, and he was so poor that he could not pay the innkeeper, and was to be put in prison. "If that is your only trouble," said Bearskin, "I have plenty of money." He caused the innkeeper to be brought thither, paid him, and even put a purse full of gold into the poor man's pocket. When the old man saw himself set free from all of his troubles, he did not know how to show his gratitude. "Come with me," said he to Bearskin. "My daughters are all miracles of beauty. Choose one of them for yourself as a wife. When she hears what you have done for me, she will not refuse you. You do in truth look a little strange, but she will soon put you to rights again." This pleased Bearskin well, and he went along. When the eldest saw him, she was so terribly alarmed at his face that she screamed and ran away. The second stood still and looked at him from head to foot, but then she said, "How can I accept a husband who no longer has a human form? The shaven bear that once was here and passed itself off for a man pleased me far better, for at any rate it wore a hussar's dress and a white gloves. If he were only ugly, I might get used to that." The youngest, however, said, "Dear father, that must be a good man to have helped you out of your trouble. So if you have promised him a bride for doing it, your promise must be kept." It was a pity that Bearskin's face was covered with dirt and with hair, for if not, they might have seen how delighted he was when he heard those words. He took a ring from his finger, broke it in two, and gave her one half. The other he kept for himself. Then he wrote his name on her half, and hers on his, and begged her to keep her peace carefully. Then he took his leave and said, "I must still wander about for 3 years, and if I do not return then, you are free, for I shall be dead. But pray to God to preserve my life." The poor betrothed bride dressed herself entirely in black, and when she thought of her future bridegroom, tears came into her eyes. Nothing but contempt and mockery fell to her lot from her sisters. "Take care," said the eldest. "If you give him your hand, he will strike his claws into it." "Beware," said the second. "Bears like sweet things, and if he takes a fancy to you, he will eat you up." "You must always do as he likes," began the elder again, "or else he will growl." And the second continued, "But the wedding will be a merry one, for bears dance well." The bride was silent, and did not let them vex her. Bearskin, however, traveled about the world from one place to another, did good where he was able, and gave generously to the poor that they might pray for him. At length, at the last day of 7 years' dawn, he went once more out onto the heath, and seated himself beneath the circle of trees. It was not long before the wind whistled, and the devil stood before him and looked angrily at him, and then threw Bearskin his coat and asked for his own green one back. "We have not gotten so far as that yet," answered Bearskin. "You must first make me clean." Whether the devil liked it or not, he was forced to fetch water and wash Bearskin, comb his hair, and cut his nails. After this, he looked like a brave soldier and was much handsomer than he had ever been before. When the devil had gone away, Bearskin was quite light-hearted. He went into the town, put on a magnificent velvet coat, seated himself in a carriage drawn by 4 white horses, and drove to his bride's house. No one recognized him. The father took him for a distinguished general and led him into the room where his daughters were sitting. He was forced to place himself between the 2 eldest, who helped him to wine, gave him the best pieces of meat, and thought that in all the world they had never seen a handsomer man. The bride, however, sat opposite to him in her black dress, and never raised her eyes nor spoke a word. When at length he asked the father if he would give him one of his daughters to wife, the 2 eldest jumped up, ran into their bedrooms to put on splendid dresses, for each of them fancied she was the chosen one. The stranger, as soon as he was alone with his bride, brought out his half of the ring and threw it in a glass of wine which he handed across the table to her. She took the wine, but when she had drunk it and had found half the ring lying at the bottom, her heart began to beat. She got the other half, which she wore on a ribbon around her neck, joined them together, and saw that the 2 pieces fitted exactly together. Then said he, "I am your betrothed bridegroom, who you saw as Bearskin, but through God's grace I have again received my human form, and have once more become clean." He went up to her, embraced her, and gave her a kiss. In the meantime, the 2 sisters came back in full dress, and when they saw that the handsome man had fallen to the share of the youngest, and heard that he was Bearskin, they ran out full of anger and rage. One of them drowned herself in the well, and the other one hanged herself on a tree. In the evening, someone knocked at the door, and when the bridegroom opened it, it was the devil in his green coat, who said,
You see, I have now got 2 souls in the place of your 1.
The Willow Wren and the Bear. Once in the summertime, the bear and the wolf were walking in the forest, and the bear heard a bird singing so beautifully that he said,
Brother Wolf, what bird is that sings so well?
That is the king of birds, said the wolf, before whom we must bow down.
In reality, the bird was the willow wren.
If that's the case, said the bear, I should very much like to see his royal palace. Come, take me thither.
That is not done quite as you seem to think, said the wolf. You must wait until the queen comes.
Soon afterwards the queen arrived with some food in her beak, and the lord king came too, and they began to feed their young ones. The bear would have liked to go at once, but the wolf held him back by the sleeve and said,
No, you must wait until the lord and lady queen have gone away again.
So they took stock of the hole where the nest lay, and they trotted away. The bear, however, could not rest until he had seen the royal palace, and when a short time had passed, he went to it again. The king and queen had just flown out, so he peeped in and saw 5 or 6 young ones lying in there.
Is that a royal palace?
Cried the bear.
It is a wretched palace, and you are not king's children. You are disreputable children.
When the young wrens heard that, they were frightfully angry and screamed,
No, that we are not. Our parents are honest people. Bear, you will have to pay for that.
The bear and the wolf grew uneasy, and turned back and went into their holes. The young willow wrens, however, continued to cry and scream, and when their parents again brought food, they said,
We will not so much as touch one fly's leg. No, not if we were dying of hunger, until you have settled whether we are respectable children or not. The bear has been here and has insulted us.
Then the old king said,
Be easy. He shall be punished.
And he at once flew with the queen to the bear's cave and called in,
Old Growler, why have you insulted my children? You shall suffer for it. We will punish you by a bloody war.
Thus war was announced to the bear, and all 4-footed animals were summoned to take part in it. oxen, asses, cows, deer, and every other animal that the earth contained. And the willow wren summoned everything which flew in the air, not only birds large and small, but midges and hornets, bees and flies had to come. When the time came for the war to begin, the willow wren sent out spies to discover who was the enemy's commander-in-chief. The gnat, who was most crafty, flew into the forest where the enemy was assembled, and hid herself beneath the leaf of a tree where the password was to be announced. There stood the bear, and he called the fox before him and said,
Fox, you are the most cunning of all animals. You shall be general and lead us.
Good, said the fox. But what signal shall we agree upon?
No one knew that, so the fox said,
I have a fine long bushy tail, which almost looks like a plume of red feathers. When I lift my tail up quite high, all is going well, and you must charge. But if I let it hang down, run away as fast as you can.
When the gnat heard that, she flew away again, and revealed everything, down to the minutest detail, to the willow wren. When day broke and the battle was to begin, all the four-footed animals came running up with such a noise that the earth trembled. The willow wren with his army also came flying through the air with such a humming and whirring and swarming that everyone was uneasy and afraid, and on both sides they advanced against each other. But the willow wren sent down the hornet with orders to settle beneath the fox's tail and to sting it with all of its might. When the fox felt the first sting, he started so that he lifted one leg from pain, but he bore it and still kept his tail high in the air. At the second sting, he was forced to put it down for a moment. At the third, he could hold out no longer, screamed, and put his tail between his legs. When the animals saw that, they thought all was lost and began to flee, each into his hole, and the birds had won the battle. Then the king and queen flew home to their children and cried, Children, rejoice, eat and drink to your heart's content. We have won the battle. But the young wren said,
We will not eat yet. The bear must come to the nest and beg for pardon and say that we are honorable children before we will do that.
Then the willow wren flew to the bear's hole and cried, Growler, you are to come to the nest of my children and beg their pardon, or else every rib of your body shall be broken. So the bear crept thither in the greatest fear and begged their pardon. And now at last the young wrens were satisfied, and sat down together and ate and drank, and made merry until quite late into the night. The Devil's Sooty Brother. A discharged soldier had nothing to live on and did not know how to make his way. So he went out into the forest, and when he had walked for a short time, he met a little man who turned out to be the devil. The little man said to him,
What ails you? You seem so very sorrowful.
Then the soldier said, I am hungry, but I have no money. The devil said,
If you will hire yourself to me and be my serving man, you shall have enough for all of your life. You shall serve me for 7 years, and after that you shall again be free. But one thing I must tell you, and that is, you must not wash, comb, or trim yourself, or cut your hair or nails, or wipe the water from your eyes.
The soldier said, All right, if there is no help for it. And he went off with the little man, who straightway led him down into hell. Then he told him what he had to do. He was to poke the fire under the kettles wherein the hell broth was stewing, keep the house clean, drive all the sweepings behind the doors, and see that everything was in order. But if he once peeped into the kettles, it would go ill with him. The soldier said, Good, I will take care. And then the old devil went out again on his wanderings, and the soldier entered upon his new duties, made the fire, and swept the dirt well behind the doors, just as he had been bidden. When the old devil came back, he looked to see if all had been done, appeared satisfied, and went forth the second time. The soldier now took a good look on every side. The kettles were standing all around hell with a mighty fire below them, and inside they were boiling and sputtering. He would have given anything to look inside of them, if the devil had not so particularly forbid him. At last he could no longer restrain himself. He slightly raised the lid on the first kettle and peeped in, and there he saw his former corporal sitting. "Aha, old bird," said he. "Do I meet you here? You once had me in your power, and now I have you." And he quickly let the lid fall, poked the fire, and added a fresh log. After that, he went to the second kettle, raised its lid also a little, and peeped in, and there sat his former ensign. "Aha, old bird, so I find you here. You once had me in your power, and now I have you." He closed the lid again and fetched yet another log to make it really hot. Then he wanted to see who might be sitting in the third kettle, and who should it be but his general. "Aha, old bird, do I meet you here? Once you had me in your power, now I have you." And he fetched the bellows and made the hellfire blaze right under him. So he did his work 7 years in hell, did not wash, comb, or trim himself, or cut his hair or nails, or wash the water out of his eyes, and the 7 years seemed so short to him that he thought he had only been half a year. Now when the time had fully gone by, the devil came and said,
"Well, Hans, what have you done?"
"I poked the fire under the kettles, and I've swept all the dirt well behind the doors."
"But you have peeped into the kettles as well. It is lucky for you that you added fresh logs to them, or else your life would have been forfeited. Now that your time is up, will you go home again?"
"Yes," said the soldier. "I should very much like to see what my father is doing at home." The devil said,
"In order that you may receive the wages you have earned, go and fill your knapsack full of sweepings and take it home with you. You must also go unwashed and uncombed, with long hair on your head and beard, and with uncut nails and dim eyes. And when you are asked whence you come, you must say, 'From hell.' And when you are asked who you are to say, 'The devil's sooty brother, and my king as well.'"
The soldier held his peace, and did as the devil had bade him, but he was not at all satisfied with his wages. Then, as soon as he was up in the forest again, he took his knapsack from his back to empty it, but on opening it, the sweepings had become pure gold. "I should never have expected that," said he, and was well pleased and entered the town. The landlord was standing in front of the inn, and when he saw the soldier approaching, he was terrified because Hans looked like such a horrible sight, worse than a scarecrow. He called to him and asked,
Whence do you come?
"From hell." "Well, who are you?" "The devil's sooty brother, and my king as well." Then the host would not let him enter, but when Hans showed him the gold, he came and unlatched the door himself. Hans then ordered the best room in attendance, ate and drank his fill, but neither washed nor combed himself as the devil had bidden him, and at last he lay down to sleep. But the knapsack full of gold remained before the eyes of the landlord, and left him no peace, and during the night he crept in and stole it away. Next morning, however, when Hans got up and wanted to pay the landlord and travel further, behold, his knapsack was gone. But he soon composed himself and thought, "You have been unfortunate, from no fault of your own." And straightway he went back again to hell, complained of his misfortune to the old devil, and begged for his help. The devil said,
"Seat yourself. I will wash, comb, and trim you, cut your hair and nails, and wash your eyes for you."
And when he had done with him, he gave him the knapsack back again full of sweepings, and said,
"Go and tell the landlord that he must return your money, or else I will come and fetch him, and he shall poke the fires in your place."
Hans went up and said to the landlord, "You have stolen my money. If you do not return it, you shall go down to hell in my place, and will look as horrible as I." Then the landlord gave him the money, and more besides, only begging him to keep the secret, and Hans was now a rich man. He set out on his way home to his father, bought himself a shabby smock to wear, and strolled about making music, for he had learned to do that while he was with the devil in hell. There was, however, an old king in that country, before whom he had to play, and the king was so delighted with his playing that he promised him his eldest daughter in marriage. But when she heard that she was to be married to a common fellow in a smock, she said,
"Rather than do that, I would go into the deepest water."
Then, instead, the king gave him the youngest, who was quite willing to do it to please her father, And thus the devil's sooty brother got the king's daughter, and when the aged king died, he received the whole kingdom likewise. Sweet porridge. There was a poor but good little girl who lived alone with her mother, and they no longer had anything to eat. So the child went into the forest, and there an aged woman met her who was aware of her sorrow, and presented her with a little pot, which when she said, "Cook, little pot, cook," would cook good, sweet porridge. And when she said, "Stop, little pot, stop," it ceased to cook. The girl took the pot home to her mother, and now they were freed from their poverty and hunger, and ate sweet porridge as often as they chose. Once on a time when the girl had gone out, her mother said, "Cook, little pot, cook." And it did cook, and she ate till she was satisfied, and then she wanted the pot to stop cooking, but did not know the word. So it went on cooking, and the porridge rose over the edge, and still it cooked on until the kitchen and whole house were full, and then the next house, and then the whole street, just as if it wanted to satisfy the hunger of the whole world. And there was the greatest distress, but no one knew how to stop it. At last, when only one single house remained, the child came home and just said, "Stop, little pot, stop!" And it stopped and gave up cooking, and whosoever wished to return to the town had to eat his way back. Wise folks. One day a peasant took his good hazel stick out of the corner and said to his wife Trina, "I am going across country and shall not return for 3 days. If during that time the cattle dealer should happen to call and want to buy our 3 cows, you may strike a bargain at once, but unless you can get 200 tailors for them, nothing else. Do you hear?"
"For heaven's sake, just go in peace," answered the woman. "I will manage that."
"You indeed," said the man. "You once fell on your head when you were a little child, and that affects you even now. But let me tell you this, if you do anything foolish, I will make your back black and blue, and not with paint, I assure you, but with the stick which I have in my hand, and the coloring shall last a whole year. You may rely on that." And having said that, the man went on his way. Next morning the cattle dealer came, and the woman had no need to say many words to him. When he had seen the cows and heard the price, he said, "I'm quite willing to give that. Honestly speaking, they're worth it. I'll take the beasts away with me at once." He unfastened their chains and drove them out of the byre, but just as he was going out of the yard door, the woman clutched him by the sleeve and said, "You must give me the 200 tailors now, or I cannot let the cows go." "True," answered the man, "but I have forgotten to buckle on my money belt. Have no fear, however. You shall have security for my paying. I will take 2 cows with me and leave 1, and then you will have a good pledge." The woman saw the force of this, and let the man go away with the cows, and thought to herself, "How pleased Hans will be when he finds how cleverly I have managed it." The peasant came home on the 3rd day, as he said he would, and at once inquired if the cows were sold. "Yes, indeed, dear Hans," answered the woman, "and as you said, for 200 tailors. They are scarcely worth so much, but the man took them without making any objection." "Where is the money?" asked the peasant. "Oh, I have not got the money," replied the woman. "He happened to forget his money belt, but he will soon bring it, and he left good security behind him." "What kind of security?" answered the man. "One of the 3 cows, which he shall not have until he has paid me for the other 2. I have managed very cunningly, for I have kept the smallest, which eats the least." The man was enraged and lifted up his stick, and was just going to give her the beating he had promised her, when suddenly he let the stick fail and said, "You are the stupidest goose that had ever waddled on God's earth, but I'm sorry for you. I will go out under the highways and wait for 3 days to see if I find anyone who is still stupider than you. If I succeed in doing so, you shall go scot-free, but if I do not find him, you shall receive your well-deserved reward without any discount." He went out into the great highways, sat down on a stone, and waited for what would happen. Then he saw a peasant's wagon coming towards him, and a woman was standing upright in the middle of it, instead of sitting on the bundle of straw which was lying beside her, or walking near the oxen and leading them. The man thought to himself, "That is certainly one of the kind I am in search of," and jumped up and ran backwards and forwards in front of the wagon like one who is not in his right mind.
"What do you want, my friend?" said the woman to him. "I don't know you. Where do you come from?"
"Well, I have fallen down from heaven," replied the man, "and I don't know how to get back again. Couldn't you drive me up?"
"No," said the woman. "I don't know the way. But if you come from heaven, you can surely tell me how my husband is, who has been there these 3 years. You must have seen him."
"Oh, yes, I've seen him, but all men can't get on well. He keeps sheep, and the sheep give him a great deal to do. They run up the mountains and they lose their way in the wilderness, and he has to run after them and drive them together again. His clothes are all torn to pieces, too, and will soon fall off of his body. There's no tailor there, for St. Peter won't let any of them in, as you know by the story."
"Who would have thought it?"
cried the woman.
"I'll tell you what. I will fetch his Sunday coat, which is still hanging at home in the cupboard. He can wear that and look respectable. You will be so kind as to take it with you, right?"
"Well, that won't do very well," answered the peasant. "People are not allowed to take clothes into heaven. They are taken away at the gate."
"Then listen," said the woman. "I sold my fine wheat yesterday and got a good lot of money for it. I will send that to him. If you hide the purse in your pocket, no one will know that you have it."
"If you can't manage it any other way," said the peasant, "I will do you that favor."
"Just sit still where you are," said she, "and I will drive home and fetch the purse. I shall soon be back again. I do not sit on the bundle of straw, but stand up in the wagon, because it makes it lighter for the cattle."
She drove her oxen away, and the peasant thought, "That woman has a perfect talent for folly. If she really brings the money, my wife may think herself fortunate, for she will get no beating." It was not long before she came in a great hurry with the money, and with her own hands put it in his pocket. Before she went away, she thanked him again 1,000 times for his courtesy. When the woman got home again, she found her son who had come in from the field. She told him what unexpected things had befallen her, and then added,
"I am truly delighted at having found an opportunity of sending something to my poor husband. Who would have ever imagined that he could be suffering for want of anything up in heaven?"
The son was full of astonishment.
"Mother," said he, "it is not every day that a man comes from heaven in this way. I will go out immediately and see if he is still to be found. He must tell me what it's like up there and how the work is done."
He saddled his horse and rode off with all speed. He found the peasant who was sitting under a willow tree and was about to count the money in his purse.
"Have you seen a man who has fallen down from heaven?" cried the youth to him.
"Yes," answered the peasant. "He had set out on his way back up there, and has gone up that hill, from whence it will be rather nearer. You could still catch him up, if you were to ride fast."
"Alas," said the youth, "I have been doing tiring work all day, and the ride here has completely worn me out. You know the man. Be so kind as to get on my horse, and go and persuade him to come here."
"Aha," thought the peasant, "here is another who has not a brain in his head. Why should I not do you this favor?" said he, and mounted the horse and rode off at a quick trot. The youth remained sitting there until night fell, but the peasant never came back.
"The man from heaven must certainly have been in a great hurry and would not turn back," thought he, "and the peasant has no doubt given him the horse to take to my father."
He went home and he told his mother what had happened, and that he had sent his father the horse so that he might not have to always be running about.
"You have done well," answered she. "Your legs are younger than his, and you can go on foot."
When the peasant got home, he put the horse in the stable beside the cow, which he had as a pledge, and then he went to his wife and said, "Trina, as your luck would have it,
I have found two who are still sillier fools than you. This time you escape without a beating. I will store it up for another occasion."
Then he lighted his pipe, sat down in his grandfather's chair, and said,
"It was a good stroke of business to get a sleek horse and a great purse full of money into the bargain for 2 lean cows.
If stupidity always brought in as much as that, I would be quite willing to hold it in honor." So thought the peasant, but you, no doubt, prefer simpletons. Stories about snakes. The snakes in these stories are referred to as paddocks. There was once a little child whose mother gave her every afternoon a small bowl of milk and bread, and the child seated herself in the yard with it. But when she began to eat, a paddock came creeping out of a crevice in the wall, dipped its little head in the dish, and ate with her. The child took pleasure in this, and when she was sitting there with her little dish and the paddock did not come at once, she cried,
"Paddock, paddock, come swiftly, hither come, thou tiny thing. Thou shalt have thy crumbs of bread. Thou shalt refresh thyself with milk."
Then the paddock came in haste and enjoyed its food. It even showed gratitude, for it brought the child all kinds of pretty things from its hidden treasures, bright stones, pearls, and golden playthings. The paddock, however, drank only the milk and left the breadcrumbs alone. Then one day the child took its little spoon and struck the paddock gently on its head and said,
"Eat the breadcrumbs as well, little thing."
The mother, who was standing in the kitchen, heard the child talking to someone, and when she saw that she was striking a paddock with her spoon, she ran out with a log of wood and killed the good little creature. From that time forth, a change came over the child. As long as the paddock had eaten with her, she had grown tall and strong, but now she lost her pretty rosy cheeks and wasted away. It was not long before the funeral bird began to cry in the night, and the redbreast to collect little branches and leaves for a funeral wreath, and soon afterwards the child lay on her bier. Story 2. An orphan child was sitting by the town wall spinning when she saw a paddock coming out of a hole low down in the wall. Swiftly she spread out beside it one of the blue silk handkerchiefs for which paddocks have such a strong liking, and which are the only things they will creep on. As soon as the paddock saw it, it went back, and then returned, bringing with it a small golden crown, laid it on the handkerchief, and then went away again. The girl took up the crown, which glittered and was of delicate golden filigree work. It was not long before the paddock came back for the second time, but when it did not see the crown any more, it crept up to the wall, and in its grief smote its little head against it as long as it had the strength to do so, until at last it lay there dead. If the girl had but left the crown where it was, the paddock would certainly have brought still more of its treasures out of the hole. Story 3. The paddock cries. The child says,
"Come out."
The paddock comes out, whereupon the child inquires about her little sister.
"Have you not seen little red stockings?"
The paddock says,
"No, I have not. Have you?"
The Poor Miller's Boy and the Cat. In a certain mill lived an old miller who had neither wife nor child, and 3 apprentices served under him. As they had been with him several years, he one day said to them, "I am old, and want to sit behind the stove. Go out, and whichsoever of you brings me the best horse home, to him will I give the mill, and in return for it he shall take care of me until my death." The third of the boys, however, was the dunce, who was looked on as foolish by the others. They begrudged the mill to him, and afterwards he would not even have it. Then all 3 went out together, and when they came to the village, the 2 said to stupid Hans,
"You may just as well stay here. As long as you live, you will never get a horse."
Hans, however, went with them, and when it was night they came to a cave in which they lay down to sleep. The two smart ones waited until Hans had fallen asleep. Then they got up and went away, leaving him where he was. And they thought that they had done a very clever thing, but it was certain to turn out ill for them. When the sun rose and Hans woke up, he was lying in a deep cavern. He looked around on every side and exclaimed,
"Oh heavens, where am I?"
And then he got up and clambered out of the cave, went into the forest and thought,
"Here I am, quite alone and deserted. How shall I obtain a horse now?"
Whilst he was thus walking full of thought, he met a small tabby cat which said quite kindly,
"Hans, where are you going?" "Alas, you cannot help me."
"I well know your desire,"
said the cat.
"You wish to have a beautiful horse. Come with me and be my faithful servant for 7 years long, and then I will give you one more beautiful than any you have ever seen in your whole life."
"Well, this is a strange cat," thought Hans, "but I'm determined to see if she's telling the truth." So she took him with her into her enchanted castle, where there was nothing but kittens who were her servants. They leapt nimbly upstairs and downstairs, and were merry and happy. In the evening, when they sat down to dinner, 3 of them had to make music. One played the bass viola, the other the fiddle, and the third put the trumpet to his lips, and blew out his cheeks as much as he possibly could. When they had dined, the table was carried away, and the cat said,
"Now, Hans, come and dance with me."
"No," said he, "I won't dance with a pussy cat. I've never done that yet."
"Then take him to bed,"
said she to the cats. So one of them lighted him to his bedroom, one pulled his shoes off, one his stockings, and at last one of them blew out the candle. Next morning they returned and helped him out of bed. One put his stockings on for him, one tied his garters, one brought his shoes, one washed him, and one dried his face with her tail.
"That feels very soft," said Hans.
He, however, had to serve the cat and chop some wood every day, and to do that he had an axe of silver, and a wedge and sawer of silver, and the mallet of copper. So he chopped the wood small, stayed there in the house, and had good meat and drink, but never saw anyone but the tabby cat and her servants. Once she said to him,
"Go and mow my meadow, and dry the grass,"
and she gave him the scythe of silver and a whetstone of gold, but bade him deliver them up again carefully. So Hans went thither, and did what he was bidden, and when he had finished the work, he carried the scythe, the whetstone, and the hay to the house, and he asked if it was not time yet for her to give him his reward.
"No," said the cat, "you must first do something more for me of the same kind. There is timber of silver, carpenter's axe, square, and everything that is needful, all of silver. With these build me a small house."
And Hans built the small house, and said that he had now done everything, and still he had no horse. Nevertheless, the 7 years had gone by with him as if they were 6 months. The cat asked him if he would like to see her horses. "Yes," Hans said. Then she opened the door of the small house, and when she had opened it, there stood 12 horses, such horses so bright and shining that his heart rejoiced at the sight of them. And now she gave him to eat and drink, and said,
"Go home. I will not give you your horse now, but in 3 days' time I will follow you and bring it."
So Hans set out, and she showed him the way to the mill. She, however, had never once given him a new coat, and he had been obliged to keep on his dirty old smock, which he had brought with him, and which during the 7 years had everywhere become too small for him. When he reached home, the 2 other apprentices were there again as well, and each of them certainly had brought a horse with him, but one of them was a blind one, and the other lame. They asked Hans where his horse was.
"It will follow me in 3 days' time."
Then they laughed and said,
"Indeed, stupid Hans, where will you get a horse? It will be a fine one, we're sure."
Hans went into the parlor, but the miller said he should not sit down to table, for he was so ragged and torn that they would all be ashamed of him if anyone came in. So they gave him a mouthful of food outside, and at night, when they went to rest, the 2 others would not let him have a bed, and at last he was forced to creep into the goose house and lie down on a little hard straw. In the morning when he awoke, the 3 days had passed, and a coach came with 6 horses, and they shone so bright that it was delightful to see them. And a servant brought a 7th as well, which was for the poor miller's boy. A magnificent princess alighted from the coach, and went into the mill, and this princess was the little tabby cat, whom poor Hans had served for 7 years. She asked the miller where the miller's boy in dunce was. Then the miller said, "We cannot have him here in the mill, for he is so ragged he's lying in the goose house." Then the king's daughter said that they were to bring him immediately. They brought him out, and he had to hold his little smock together just to cover himself. The servants unpacked splendid garments and washed him and dressed him, and when that was done, no king could have looked more handsome. Then the maiden desired to see the horses which the other apprentices had brought home with them, and one of them was blind, and the other lame. So she ordered the servant to bring the 7th horse, and when the miller saw it, he said that such a horse as they had never yet entered his yard. "And that is for the 3rd miller's boy," said she. "Then he must have the mill," said the miller. But the king's daughter said that the horse was there, and that he was to keep his mill as well, and took her faithful Hans and set him in the coach, and drove away with him. They first drove to the little house which he had built with the silver tools, and behold, it was a great castle now, and everything inside of it was silver and gold. And then she married him, and he was rich, so rich that he had enough for all the rest of his life. After this tale, let no one ever say that anyone who is silly can never become a person of importance. The 2 Travelers. Hill and vale do not meet, but the children of men do, good and bad. In this way a shoemaker and tailor once met on their travels. The tailor was a handsome little fellow who was always merry and full of enjoyment. He saw the shoemaker coming towards him from the other side, and as he observed by his bag what kind of trade he plied, he sang a little mocking song to him.
"Sew me the seam, draw me the thread, spread it over with pitch, knock the nail on the head."
The shoemaker, however, could not bear a joke. He pulled a face as if he had drunk vinegar, and made a gesture as if he were about to seize the tailor by the throat. But the little fellow began to laugh, reached in his bottle, and said,
"No harm was meant. Take a drink and swallow your anger down."
The shoemaker took a very hearty drink, and the storm on his face began to clear away. He gave the bottle back to the tailor and said, "I took a hearty gulp. They say it comes from much drinking, but not from great thirst. Shall we travel together?"
"Well, all right," answered the tailor, "if only it suits you to go into a big town where there is no lack of work."
"That is just where I want to go," answered the shoemaker. "In a small hamlet there is nothing to earn, and in the country people like to go barefoot." They traveled therefore onward together, and always set one foot before the other, like a weasel in the snow. Both of them had time enough, but little to bite and to break. When they reached the town they went about and paid their respects to the tradesmen, and because the tailor looked so lively and merry, and had such fine red cheeks, everyone gave him work willingly, and when luck was good, the master's daughter gave him a kiss beneath the porch as well. When he again fell in with the shoemaker, the tailor had always the most in his bundle. The ill-tempered shoemaker made a wry face and thought, "The greater the rascal, the more the luck." But the tailor began to laugh and to sing, and shared all he got with his comrade. If a couple of pence jingled in his pockets, he ordered good cheer, and thumped the table in his joy till the glasses danced, and it was lightly come, lightly go with him. When they had traveled for some time, they came to a great forest through which passed the road to the capital. 2 footpaths, however, led through it, one of which was a 7 days' journey, and the other only 2, but neither of the travelers knew which way was the short one. They seated themselves beneath an oak tree, and took counsel together, how they should forecast, and for how many days they should provide themselves with bread. The shoemaker said, "One must look before one leaps. I will take with me bread for a week."
"What?" said the tailor. "Drag bread for 7 days on one's back like a beast of burden, and not be able to look about? I shall trust in God, and not trouble myself about anything. The money I have in my pocket is as good in summer as it is in winter, but in hot weather bread gets dry and moldy into the bargain. Even my coat does not last as far as it might. Besides, why should we not find the right way? Bread for 2 days, that's enough."
Each, therefore, bought his own bread, and then they tried their luck in the forest. It was as quiet in there as a church. No wind stirred, no brook murmured, and no bird sang, and through the thickly leaved branches no sunbeam forced its way. The shoemaker spoke never a word. The bread weighed so heavily on his back that the sweat streamed down his cross and gloomy face. The tailor, however, was quite merry. He jumped about, whistled on a leaf, or sang a song, and thought to himself, "God in heaven must be pleased to see me so happy." This lasted 2 days, but on the third the forest would not come to an end, and the tailor had eaten up all of his bread. So after all, his heart sank down a yard deeper. Nevertheless, he did not lose courage, but relied on God and his luck. On the evening of the third day, he lay down hungry under a tree, and rose again the next morning hungry still. So also passed the fourth day, and when the shoemaker seated himself on a fallen tree and devoured his dinner, the tailor was only a spectator. If he begged for a little piece of bread, the other laughed mockingly and said, "You have always been so merry. Now you can see for once what it is to be sad. The birds which sing too early in the morning are struck by the hawk in the evening." In short, he was pitiless. But on the fifth morning, the poor tailor could no longer stand up, and was hardly able to utter one word for weakness. His cheeks had gone white, and his eyes were red. Then the shoemaker said to him, "I will give you a bit of bread today, but in return for it, I will put out your right eye." The unhappy tailor, who still wished to save his life, had to submit. He wept once more with both eyes, and then held them out, and the shoemaker, who had a heart of stone, put out his right eye with a sharp knife. The tailor called to remembrance what his mother had formerly said to him when he had been eating secretly in the pantry. "Eat what one can, and suffer what one must." When he had consumed his dearly bought bread, he got on his legs again, forgot his misery, and comforted himself with the thought that he could always see enough with one eye. But on the sixth day, hunger made itself felt again, and gnawed him almost to the heart. In the evening he fell down by a tree, and on the seventh morning he could not raise himself up for faintness, and death was close at hand. Then said the shoemaker, "I will show mercy and give you bread once more, but you shall not have it for nothing. I shall put out your other eye for it." And now the tailor felt how thoughtless his life had been, prayed to God for forgiveness, and said, "Do what you will. I will bear what I must. But remember that our Lord God does not always look on passively, and that an hour will come when the evil deed which you have done to me, and which I have not deserved of you, will be requited. When times were good with me, I shared what I had with you. My trade is of that kind that each stitch must also be exactly like the other. If I no longer have my eyes, and can sew no more, I must go a-begging. And at any rate, do not leave me here alone when I am blind, or I shall die of hunger." The shoemaker, however, who had driven God out of his heart, took the knife and put out his left eye. Then he gave him a bit of bread to eat, held out a stick to him, and drew him on behind him. When the sun went down, they got out of the forest, and before them in the open country stood the gallows. Thither the shoemaker guided the blind tailor, and left him alone and went his way. Weariness, pain, and hunger made the wretched man fall asleep, and he slept the whole night. When day dawned he awoke, but he knew not where he lay. 2 poor sinners were hanging on the gallows, and the crow sat on the head of each of them. Then one of the men who had been hanged began to speak, and said, "Brother, are you awake?"
"Yes, I am awake,"
answered the second. "Then I will tell you something," said the first. "The dew which this night has fallen down over us from the gallows gives everyone who washes himself with it his eyes again. If blind people did but know this, how many would regain their sight who do not believe that to be possible?" When the tailor heard that, he took his pocket-handkerchief, pressed it on the grass, and when it was moist with dew, he washed the sockets of his eyes with it. Immediately it was fulfilled what the man on the gallows had said, and a couple of healthy new eyes filled the sockets. It was not long before the tailor saw the sun rise behind the mountains. In the plain before him lay the great royal city with its magnificent gates and 100 towers, and the golden balls and crosses which were on the spires began to shine. He could distinguish every leaf on the trees, saw the birds which flew past, and the midges which danced in the air. He took a needle out of his pocket, and as he could thread it as well as he had ever done, his heart danced with delight. He threw himself on his knees, thanked God for the mercy he had shown him, and said his morning prayer. Nor did he forget to pray for the poor sinners who were hanging there, swinging against each other in the wind like the pendulums of a clock. Then he took his bundle on his back and soon forgot the pain of heart he had endured, and he went on his way singing and whistling. The first thing he met was a brown foal running about the fields at large. He caught it by the mane and wanted to spring on it and ride it into town. The foal, however, begged to be set free.
"I am still too young," it said. "Even a light tailor such as you would break my back in two. Let me go until I have grown strong. A time may perhaps come when I may reward you for it."
"Run off," said the tailor. "I see you're still a giddy thing."
He gave it a touch with the switch over its back, whereupon it kicked up its hind legs for joy, leapt over hedges and ditches, and galloped away into the open country. But the little tailor had eaten nothing since the day before.
"The sun, to be sure, fills my eyes," said he, "but the bread does not fill my mouth. The first thing that comes my way and is even half edible will have to suffer for it."
In the meantime, a stork stepped solemnly over the meadow towards him.
"Halt, halt!"
cried the tailor, and seized him by the leg.
"I don't know if you're good to eat or not, but my hunger leaves me no great choice. I must cut your head off and roast you."
"Don't do that," replied the stork. "I am a sacred bird which brings mankind great profit, and no one does me any injury. Leave me my life, and I may do you good in some other way."
"Well, be off, cousin Longlegs," said the tailor.
The stork rose up, let its long legs hang down, and flew gently away.
"What's to be the end of this?" said the tailor to himself at last. "My hunger grows greater and greater, and my stomach more and more empty. Whatsoever comes in my way now is lost."
At this point, he saw a couple of young ducks which were on a pond come swimming towards him.
"You've come up at just the right moment," said he,
and he laid hold of one of them and was about to wring its neck. On this, an old duck which was hidden among the reeds began to scream loudly and swam to him with an open beak and begged him urgently to spare her dear children.
"Can you not imagine," said she, "how your mother would mourn if anyone wanted to carry you off and give you your finishing stroke?"
"Oh, just be quiet," said the good-tempered tailor. "You shall keep your children."
And he put the prisoner back into the water. When he turned around, he was standing in front of an old tree which was partly hollow, and he saw some wild bees flying in and out of it.
"There, I shall at once find the reward of my good deed," said the tailor. "The honey will refresh me."
But the queen bee came out and threatened him and said,
"If you touch my people and destroy my nest, our sting shall pierce your skin like 10,000 red-hot needles. But if you leave us in peace and go your way, we will do you a service for it at another time."
The little tailor saw that here also nothing was to be done. 3 dishes empty and nothing on the 4th is a bad dinner. He dragged himself, therefore, with his starved-out stomach into the town, and as it was just striking 12, all was ready cooked for him in the inn, and he was able to sit down at once to dinner. When he was satisfied, he said,
"Now I will get to work."
He went around the town, sought a master, and soon found a good situation. And as he had thoroughly learned his trade, it was not long before he became famous, and every man wanted to have his new coat made by the little tailor, whose importance increased daily.
"I can go no further in skill," said he, "and yet things improve every day."
At last, the king appointed him as the court tailor. But what odd things do happen in the world. On the very same day, his former comrade, the shoemaker, also became court shoemaker. When the latter caught sight of the tailor, and saw that he had once more 2 healthy eyes, his conscience troubled him. "Before he takes revenge on me," he thought to himself, "I must dig a pit for him. He, however, who digs a pit for another, falls into it himself." In the evening, when work was over, and it had grown dusk, he stole to the king and said, "Lord King, the tailor is an arrogant fellow, and has boasted that he will get the golden crown back again, which was lost in ancient times."
"Well, that would please me very much," said the king,
and he caused the tailor to be brought before him the next morning, and ordered him to get the crown back again, or to leave the town forever.
"Oh-ho," thought the tailor, "a rogue gives more than he has got.
If the surly king wants me to do what can be done by no one, I will not wait till morning, but will go out of the town at once, today.
He packed up his bundle, therefore, but when he was without the gate, he could not help being sorry to give up his good fortune, and turn his back on the town in which all had gone so well with him. He came to the pond where he had made the acquaintance of the ducks, and at that very moment the old one whose young ones he had spared was sitting there by the shore, pluming herself with her beak. She knew him again instantly, and asked why he was hanging his head so.
"You will not be surprised when you hear what has befallen me," replied the tailor, and he told her his fate. "If that be all," said the duck, "we can help you. The crown fell into the water, and it lies down below at the bottom. We will soon bring it up again for you. In the meantime, just spread your handkerchief out on the bank."
She dived down with her 12 young ones, and in 5 minutes she was up again and sat with the crown resting on her wings, and the 12 young ones were swimming around about, and had put their beaks under it, and were helping to carry it. They swam to the shore and put the crown on the handkerchief. No one can imagine how magnificent this crown was. When the sun shone on it, it gleamed like 100,000 carbuncles. The tailor tied his handkerchief together by the 4 corners and carried it to the king, who was full of joy, and put a gold chain around the tailor's neck. When the shoemaker saw that one blow had failed, he contrived a second, and he went to the king and said,
Lord King, the tailor has become insolent again. He boasts that he will copy and wax the whole of the royal palace, with everything that pertains to it, loose or fast, inside and out.
The king sent for the tailor and ordered him to copy and wax the whole of the royal palace, with everything that pertained to it, movable or immovable, within and without. And if he did not succeed in doing this, or if so much as one nail on the wall were wanting, he should be imprisoned for his whole life underground. The tailor thought, "It gets worse and worse. No one can endure that," and he threw his bundle on his back and went forth. When he came to the hollow tree, he sat down and hung his head. The bees came flying out, and the queen bee asked him if he had a stiff neck, since he hung his head so.
"Alas, no,"
answered the tailor.
"Something quite different weighs me down."
And he told her what the king had demanded of him. The bees began to buzz and hung amongst themselves, and the queen bee said,
"Just go home again, but come back tomorrow at this time, and bring a large sheet with you, and then all will be well."
So we turned back again, but the bees flew to the royal palace and straight into it through the open windows, crept around about in every corner, and inspected everything most carefully. Then they hurried back and modeled the palace in wax with such rapidity that anyone looking on would have thought it was growing right before his eyes. By the evening all was ready, and when the tailor came the next morning, the whole of the splendid building was there, and not one nail in the wall or tile of the roof was wanting, and it was delicate withal, white as snow, and smelt sweet as honey. The tailor wrapped it carefully in his cloth, and took it to the king, who could not admire it enough, placed it in his largest hall, and in return for it, he presented the tailor with a large stone house. The shoemaker, however, did not give up, but went for the 3rd time to the king and said,
Lord King, it has come to the tailor's ears that no water will spring up in the courtyard of the castle, and he has boasted that it shall rise up in the midst of the courtyard to a man's height, and be clear as crystal.
Then the king ordered the tailor to be brought before him and said,
"If a stream of water does not rise in my courtyard by tomorrow, as you have promised, the executioner shall in that very place make you shorter by a head."
The poor tailor did not take long to think about it, but hurried out to the gate, and because this time it was a matter of life and death to him, tears rolled down his face. While he was thus going forth full of sorrow, the foal to which he had formerly given its liberty, and which now had become a beautiful chestnut horse, came leaping towards him.
The time has come, it said to the tailor, when I can repay you for your good deed. I know already what is needful to you, but you shall soon have help. Get on me, my back can carry 2 such as you.
The tailor's courage came back to him. He jumped up in one bound, and the horse went full speed back into town, and right up to the courtyard of the castle. It galloped as quickly as lightning thrice around it, and at the 3rd time it fell violently down. At the same instant, however, there was a terrific clap of thunder. A fragment of the earth in the middle of the courtyard sprang like a cannonball into the air and over the castle, and directly after it, a jet of water rose as high as a man on horseback, and the water was as pure as crystal, and the sunbeams began to dance on it. When the king saw this, he arose in amazement, and went and embraced the tailor in the sight of all men. But good fortune did not last long. The king had daughters in plenty, one still prettier than the other, but he had no son. So the malicious shoemaker betook himself for the fourth time to the king and said,
Lord King, the tailor has not given up his arrogance. He has now boasted that if he liked, he could cause a son to be brought to the Lord King through the air.
The king commanded the tailor to be summoned and said,
If you cause a son to be brought to me within 9 days, you shall have my eldest daughter to wife.
The reward is indeed great, thought the little tailor. One would willingly do something for it, but the cherries grow too high for me. If I climb for them, the bough will break beneath me, and I shall fall. He went home, seated himself cross-legged on his work table, and thought over what was to be done. It can't be managed, cried he at last. I will go away after all. I can't live in peace here. He tied up his bundle and hurried away to the gate. When he got to the meadow, he perceived his old friend the stork, who was walking backwards and forwards like a philosopher. Sometimes he stood still, took a frog into close consideration, and at length swallowed it down. The stork came to him and greeted him.
I see, he began, that you have your pack on your back. Why are you leaving the town?
The tailor told him what the king had required of him, and how he could not perform it, and he lamented his misfortune.
Don't let that turn your hair gray, said the stork. I will help you out of your difficulty. For a long time now I have carried the children in the swaddling clothes into the town, so for once in a way I can fetch a little prince out of the well. Go home and be easy. In 9 days from this time, repair to the royal palace, and there I will come.
The little tailor went home, and at the appointed time was at the castle. It was not long before the stork came flying thither and tapped at the window. The tailor opened it, and Cousin Longlegs came carefully in, and walked with solemn steps over the smooth marble pavement. He had, moreover, a baby in his beak that was as lovely as an angel, and stretched out its little hands to the queen. The stork laid it in her lap, and she caressed it and kissed it, and was beside herself with delight. Before the stork flew away, he took his traveling bag off of his back and handed it over to the queen. In it, there were little paper parcels with colored sweetmeats, and they were divided amongst the little princesses. The eldest, however, received none of them, but instead got the merry tailor for a husband. It seems to me, said he, just as if I had won the highest prize. My mother was right after all. She always said that whoever trusts in God and only has good luck can never fail. The shoemaker had to make the shoes in which the little tailor danced at the wedding, after which he was commanded to quit the town forever. The road to the forest led him to the gallows. Worn out with anger, rage, and the heat of the day, he threw himself down. When he closed his eyes and was about to sleep, the 2 crows flew down from the heads of the men who were hanging there, and they pecked his eyes out. In his madness, he ran into the forest and must have died there of hunger, for no one has ever either seen him or heard of him again.
The Riddling Tale. 3 women were transformed into flowers which grew in the field, but one of them was allowed to be in her own home at night. Then, once one day was drawing near, and she was forced to go back to her companions in the field and become a flower again, she said to her husband,
If you will come this afternoon and gather me, I shall be set free and henceforth stay with you.
And he did so. Now, the question is, how did her husband know her? For the flowers were exactly alike and without any difference. Do you have the answer yet? We'll give you 5 more seconds, and then we'll tell you the answer to the riddle.
All right, time's up. Here's the answer. Her husband could tell it was her, because as she was at home during the night, and not in the field, no dew fell on her as it did on the others. And by this, she remained dry, and therefore her husband knew it was her. The Wise Servant. How fortunate is the master, and how well all goes in his house, when he has a wise servant who listens to his orders, and does not obey them, but prefers following his own wisdom. A clever Hans of this kind was once sent out by his master to seek a lost cow. He stayed away a long time, and the master thought, "Faithful Hans does not spare any pains over his work." But when he did not come back at all, the master was afraid lest some misfortune had befallen him, and he set out himself to look for him. He had to search a long time, but at last he caught sight of the boy running up and down a large field.
"Now, dear Hans," said the master when he had got up to him, "have you found the cow which I sent you to seek?"
"No, master," he answered. "I have not found the cow, but then I have not looked for it."
"Then what have you looked for, Hans?"
"3 blackbirds," answered the boy.
"And where are they?" asked the master.
"I see one of them, I hear the other, and I am running after the third,"
answered the wise boy. Take example by this. Do not trouble yourselves about your masters or their orders, but rather do what comes into your head and pleases you, and then you will act just as wisely as clever Hans. The Peasant in Heaven. Once upon a time, a poor pious peasant died and arrived before the gate of heaven. At the same time, a very rich lord came there who also wanted to get into heaven. Then St. Peter came with the key and opened the door and let the great man in, but apparently did not see the peasant and shut the door again. And now the peasant outside heard how the great man was received in heaven with all kinds of rejoicing, and how they were making music and singing within. At length, all became quiet again, and St. Peter came out and opened the gate of heaven and let the peasant in. The peasant, however, expected that they would make music and sing when he went in also, but all remained quite quiet. He was received with great affection, it is true, and the angels came to meet him, but no one sang. Then the peasant asked St. Peter how it was that they did not sing for him as they had done when the rich man went in, and said that it seemed to him that there in heaven things were done with just as much partiality as on earth. Then said St. Peter,
"By no means. You are just as dear to us as anyone else, and will enjoy every heavenly delight that the rich man enjoys. But poor fellows like you come to heaven every day, but a rich man like this does not come more than once in 100 years.
Lean Lisa. Lean Lisa was of a very different way of thinking from Lazy Harry and Fat Trina, who never let anything disturb their peace. She slaved away from morning till evening, and burdened her husband, Long Lawrence, with so much work that he had heavier weights to carry than an ass with 3 sacks. But it was all to no purpose, for they had nothing and came to nothing. One night as she lay in bed, He could hardly move one limb for weariness. She still did not allow her thoughts to go to sleep. She thrust her elbow into her husband's side and said,
Listen, Lenz, to what I have been thinking. If I were to find one florin and one was given to me, I would borrow another to put to them, and you too should give me another. And then, as soon as I had got the 4 florins together, I would buy a young cow.
This pleased the husband right well.
It is true, said he, that I do not know from where I am to get the florin which you want as a gift from me. But if you can get the money together and can buy a cow with it, you will do well to carry out your project. I shall be glad, he added, if the cow has a calf, and then I shall often get a drink of milk to refresh me.
The milk is not for you,
said the woman.
We must let the calf suck that it may become big and fat, and we may be able to sell it well.
Certainly, replied the man, but still, we take a little milk. That will do no harm.
Who has taught you to manage cows?
said the woman.
Whether it does harm or not, I will not allow it, and even if you were to stand on your head for it, you should not have a drop of the milk. Do you think because there is no satisfying you, Long Lawrence, that you are to eat up what I earn with so much difficulty?
Wife, said the man, be quiet, or I will give you a blow on your mouth.
What?
cried she.
You threaten me, you glutton, you rascal, you lazy Harry.
She was just laying hold of his hair, but Long Lawrence got up, seized both of lean Lisa's withered arms in one hand, and with the other he pressed down her head into the pillow, let her scold, and held her until she fell asleep for very weariness. Whether she continued to wrangle when she awoke next morning, or whether she went out to look for the florin which she wanted to find, that I do not know. Sharing joy and sorrow. There was once a tailor who was a quarrelsome fellow, and his wife, who was good, industrious, and pious, never could please him. Whatever she did, he was not satisfied, but he grumbled and scolded, and knocked her about and beat her. As the authorities at last heard of it, they had him summoned and put into prison in order to make him better. He was kept for a while on bread and water, and then set free again. He was forced, however, to promise not to beat his wife any more, but to live with her in peace, and share joy and sorrow with her, as married people ought to do. All went on well for a time, but then he fell into his old ways and was surly and quarrelsome. And because he dared not beat her, he would seize her by the hair and tear it out. The woman escaped from him and sprang out into the yard, but he ran after her with his yard measure and scissors, and chased her about, and threw the yard measure and scissors at her, and whatever else came his way. When he hit her, he laughed, and when he missed her, he stormed and swore. This went on so long that the neighbors came to the wife's assistance. The tailor was again summoned before the magistrates and reminded of his promise. "Dear gentlemen," said he, "I have kept my word. I have not beaten her, but have shared joy and sorrow with her."
"How can that be?" said the judge, "as she continues to bring such heavy complaints against you?"
"I have not beaten her, but just because she looked so strange, I wanted to comb her hair with my hand. She, however, got away from me and left me quite spitefully. Then I hurried after her, and in order to bring her back to her duty, I threw at her as a well-meant reminder whatever came readily to hand. I have shared joy and sorrow with her also, for whenever I hit her, I was full of joy and she of sorrow. And if I missed her, then she was joyful and I sorry.
The judges were not satisfied with this answer, but they gave him the reward that he deserved. The Willow Wren. The Willow Wren. In olden times, every sound still had its meaning and significance. When the smith's hammer resounded, it cried, "Strike away! Strike away!" And when the carpenter's plane grated, it said, "Here goes! Here goes!" If the meal wheel began to clack, it said, "Help! Lord God! Help! Lord God!" And if the miller was a cheat and set the mill a-going, it spoke High German, and first asked slowly, "Who is there? Who is there?" And then answered quickly, "The miller! The miller!" And at last, quite in a hurry, "He steals bravely! He steals bravely! 3 pecks in a bushel!" At this time, the birds also had their own language, which everyone understood. Now it only sounds like chirping, screeching, and whistling, and sometimes like music without words. It came into the birds' mind, however, that they would no longer be without a ruler, and would choose one of themselves to be their king. One alone among them, the green plover, was opposed to this. He had lived free and would die free, and anxiously flying hither and thither, he cried,
Where shall I go? Where shall I go?
He retired into a solitary and unfrequented marsh, and showed himself no more among his fellows. The birds now wished to discuss the matter, and on a fine May morning they all gathered together from the woods and fields, eagles and chaffinches, owls and crows, larks and sparrows. How can I even name them all? Even the cuckoo came, and the hoopoe, his clerk, who's so called because he's always heard a few days before him, and a very small bird which as yet had no name, mingled with the band. The hen, which by some accident had heard nothing of the whole matter, was astonished at the great assemblage.
What is going to be done?
She cackled. But the cock calmed his beloved hen and said,
Only a lot of rich people.
And he told her what they had on hand. It was decided that the one who could fly the highest should be the king. A tree frog, which was sitting among the bushes, when he heard that, cried a warning. No, 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 no. Because he thought that many tears would be shed because of this. But the crow said, Ah, 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 and that all would pass off peaceably. It was now determined that on this fine morning they should at once begin to ascend, so that thereafter no one would be able to say, I could easily have flown much higher, but the evening came on and I could do no more. On a given signal, therefore, the whole troop rose up in the air. The dust descended from the land, and there was a tremendous fluttering and whirring and beating of wings, and it looked as if a black cloud was rising up. The little birds were soon left behind. They could go no further, and fell back to the ground. The larger birds held out longer, but none could equal the eagle, who mounted so high that he could have plucked the eyes out of the sun. And when he saw that the others could not get up to him, he thought, Why should you fly still higher? You are the king. And he began to let himself down again. The birds beneath him at once cried to him, You must be our king. No one has flown so high as you. Except me, screamed the little fellow without a name, who had crept into the breast feathers of the eagle. And as he had done that, he was not at all tired.
and he rose up and mounted so high that he reached heaven itself. However, when he had gone as far as this, he folded his wings together and called down with a clear and penetrating voice, "I am king! I am king!" "You, our king?" cried the birds angrily. "You have managed it by trick and cunning." So the birds made another condition. He should be king who could go down lowest in the ground. How the goose did flap about it with its broad breast when it was once more on land. How quickly the cock scratched a hole. The duck came off the worst of all, for she leapt into a ditch but sprained her legs and waddled away to a neighboring pond, crying, "Cheating, cheating, cheating." The little bird without a name, however, sought out a mouse hole, slipped down into it, and cried out of it with a small voice, "I am king! I am king!" "You are king?" cried the bird still more angrily. "Do you think your cunning shall prevail?" They determined to keep him a prisoner in the hole and to starve him out. The owl was placed as sentinel in front of it, and was not to let the rascal out if she had any value for her life. When evening was come, and all the birds were feeling very tired after the exertion of so much flying, they went to bed with their wives and children. The owl alone remained standing by the mouse hole, gazing steadfastly into it with her great eyes. Then she, too, grew tired and thought to herself, "You might certainly shut one eye. You will still watch with the other, and the little villain shall not come out of his hole." So she shut one eye, and with the other looked straight at the mouse hole. The little fellow put his head out and peeped, and wanted to slip away, but the owl came forward immediately, and he drew his head back again. Then the owl opened the one eye again, and shut the other, intending to shut them in turn all through the night. But when she next shut the one eye, she forgot to open the other, and as soon as both of her eyes were shut, she fell asleep. The little fellow soon observed that, and slipped away. From that day forth, the owl has never dared to show herself by daylight, for if she does, the other birds chase her and pluck her feathers out. She flies out only by night, but hates and pursues mice because they make such ugly holes. The little bird, too, is very unwilling to let himself be seen, because he is afraid it will cost him his life if he is caught. He steals about in the hedges, and when he is quite safe, he sometimes cries, "I am king!" And for this reason, the other birds call him in mockery, King of the Hedges. No one, however, was so happy as the lark at not having to obey the little king. As soon as the sun appears, she ascends high in the air and cries, "Ah, how beautiful it is! Beautiful that is! Beautiful, beautiful! Ah, how beautiful that is!" The Soul. The fishes had for a long time been discontented because no order prevailed in their kingdom. None of them turned aside for the others, but all swam to the right or to the left as they fancied, or darted in between those who wanted to stay together, or got into their way. And a strong one gave a weak one a blow with its tail, which drove it away, or else the strong one swallowed it up without more ado. "How delightful it would be," said they, "if we had a king who enforced law and justice among us." And they met together to choose for their ruler the one who could cleave through the water most quickly and give help to the weak ones. They placed themselves in rank and file by the shore, and the pike gave the signal with its tail, on which they all started. Like an arrow, the pike darted away, and with him the herring, and the gudgeon, the perch, the carp, and all the rest of them. Even the soul swam with them, and hoped to win the race. All at once, the cry was heard, "The herring is first! The herring is first!" "Who is first? Who is first?" screamed angrily the flat, envious soul, who had been left far behind. "Who
prize first?"
"The herring! The herring!" was the answer.
"The naked herring!"
cried the jealous creature.
"The naked herring!"
Since that time, the soul has been punished by having been given a mouth on one side. The bittern and the hoopoe. "Where do you like best to feed your flocks?" said a man to an old cowherd.
"Here, sir, where the grass is neither too rich nor too poor, or else it is no use."
"Why not?" asked the man.
"Do you hear that melancholy cry from the meadow there?"
answered the cowherd.
"That is the bittern. He was once a cowherd, and so was the hoopoe also. I will tell you the story. The bittern pastured his flocks on rich green meadows where flowers grew in abundance, so his cows became wild and unmanageable. The hoopoe drove his cattle onto high barren hills where the wind plays with the sand, and his cows became thin and got no strength. When it was evening, and the cowherds wanted to drive their cows homewards, the bittern could not get his together again. They were too high-spirited and ran away from him. He called, 'Come, cows, come!' but it was of no use. They took no notice of his calling. The hoopoe, however, could not even get his cows up on their legs, so faint and weak they had become. 'Up, up, up!' screamed he, but it was all in vain. They remained lying on the sand. That is the way when one has no moderation, and to this day, though they have no flocks now to watch, the bittern cries, 'Come, cows, come!' and the hoopoe cries, 'Up, up, up!'
The owl. Two or 300 years ago, when people were far from being so crafty and cunning as they are nowadays, an extraordinary event took place in a little town. By some mischance, one of the great owls, called horned owls, had come from the neighboring woods into the barn of one of the townfolks in the night time, and when day broke, did not dare to venture forth again from her retreat, for fear of the other birds, which raised a terrible outcry whenever she appeared. In the morning, when the manservant went into the barn to fetch some straw, he was so mightily alarmed at the sight of the old owl sitting there in the corner, that he ran away and announced to his master that a monster, the like of which he had never set eyes on in his life, and which could devour a man without the slightest difficulty, was sitting in the barn, rolling its eyes about in its head.
"I know your kind," said the master. "You have courage enough to chase a blackbird about the fields, but when you see a hen lying dead, you have to get a stick before you go near it. I must go and see for myself what kind of a monster it is," added the master, and went quite boldly into the granary and looked around him. When, however, he saw with his own eyes the strange grim creature, he was no less terrified than the servant had been. With 2 bounds he sprang out, ran to his neighbors, and begged them imploringly to lend him assistance against an unknown and dangerous beast, or else the whole town might be in danger if it were to break loose out of the barn where it was shut up. A great noise and clamor arose in all the streets. The townsmen came armed with spears, hay forks, scythes, and axes, as if they were going out against an enemy. Finally, the senators appeared with the burgomaster at their head. When they had drawn up in the marketplace, they marched to the barn and surrounded it on all sides. Thereupon, one of the most courageous of them stepped forth and entered with his spear lowered, but came running out immediately afterwards with a shriek and as pale as death, and could not utter a single word. Yet 2 others ventured in, but they fared no better. At last, one stepped forth,
a great strong man who was famous for his warlike deeds, and he said,
"You will not drive away the monster by merely looking at him. We must be in earnest here. But I see that you have all turned into women, and not one of you dares to encounter the animal."
He ordered them to give him some armor, had a sword and a spear brought, and armed himself. All praised his courage, though many feared for his life. The 2 barn doors were opened, and they saw the owl, which in the meantime had perched herself on the middle of a great cross-beam. He had a ladder brought, and when he raised it, and made ready to climb up, they all cried out to him that he was to bear himself bravely, and commended him to St. George, who slew the dragon. When he had just gotten to the top, and the owl perceived that he had designs for her, and was also bewildered by the crowd and the shouting, and knew not how to escape, she rolled her eyes, ruffled her feathers, flapped her wings, snapped her beak, and cried, in a harsh voice.
"Strike home! Strike home!"
screamed the crowd outside to the valiant hero.
"Anyone who is standing where I am standing," answered he, "would not cry 'strike home.'"
He certainly did plant his foot 1 rung higher on the ladder, but then he began to tremble, and half fainting, went back again. And now there was no one left who dared to place himself in such danger. The monster, said they, had poisoned and mortally wounded the very strongest man among us by snapping at him and just breathing on him.
"Are we two to risk our lives?"
asked they. They took counsel as to what they ought to do to prevent the whole town from being destroyed. For a long time everything seemed to be of no use, but at length the burgomaster found an expedient.
"My opinion," said he, "is that we are out of the common purse to pay for this barn and whatsoever corn, straw, or hay it contains, and thus indemnify the owner, and then burn the whole building and the terrible beast with it. Thus no one will have to endanger his life. This is no time for thinking of expense, and stinginess would be ill applied."
Everyone all agreed with him. So they set fire to the barn at all 4 corners, and with it the owl was miserably burnt. Let anyone who will not believe it go thither and inquire for themselves. The Moon. In days gone by, there was a land where the nights were always dark, and the sky spread over it like a black cloth, for there the moon never rose, and no stars shone in the gloom. At the creation of the world, the light at night had been sufficient. 3 young fellows once went out of this country on a traveling expedition, and arrived in another kingdom, where, in the evening, when the sun had disappeared behind the mountains, a shining globe was placed on an oak tree, which shed a soft light far and wide. By means of this, everything could very well be seen and distinguished, even though it was not so brilliant as the sun. The traveler stopped and asked a countryman who was driving past with his cart what kind of light it was.
"Ah, that is the moon," answered he. "Our mayor brought it for 3 tailors and fastened it to the oak tree. He has to pour oil into it daily and to keep it clean so that it may always burn clearly. He receives a tailor a week from us for doing it."
When the countryman had driven away, one of them said,
"We could make some use of this lamp. We have an oak tree at home, which is just as big as this, and we could hang it on that. What a pleasure it would be not to have to feel about at night in the darkness." "I'll tell you what we'll do," said the second. "We will fetch a cart and horses and carry away the moon. The people here, they may buy themselves another." "Well, I'm a good climber," said the third. "I will bring it down."
The fourth brought a cart and a horse, and the third climbed the tree, bored a hole in the moon, passed a rope through it, and let it down. When the shining ball lay in the cart, They covered it over with a cloth, that no one might observe the theft. They conveyed it safely into their own country and placed it on a high oak. Old and young rejoiced when the new lamp let its light shine over the whole land, and bedrooms and sitting rooms were filled with it. The dwarfs came forth from their caves in the rocks, and the tiny elves in their little red coats danced in rings on the meadows. The four men took care that the moon was provided with oil, cleaned the wick, and received their weekly tailor, but they became old men, and when one of them grew ill and saw that he was about to die, he appointed that 1/4 of the moon should, as his property, be laid in the grave with him. When he died, the mayor climbed up the tree and cut off 1/4 of the moon with the head shears, and this was placed in his coffin. The light of the moon decreased, but still not visibly. When the second died, the 2/4 was buried with him, and the light diminished. It grew weaker still after the death of the third man, who likewise took his part of it away with him. And when the fourth was borne to his grave, the old state of darkness recommenced. And whenever the people went out at night without their lanterns, they knocked their heads together in collision. When, however, the pieces of the moon had united themselves together again in the world below, where darkness had always prevailed, it came to pass that the dead became restless and awoke from their sleep. They were astonished when they were able to see again. The moonlight was quite sufficient for them, for their eyes had become so weak that they could not have borne the brilliance of the sun. They rose up and were merry, and fell into their former ways of living. Some of them went to play and to dance. Others hastened to the public houses, where they asked for wine, got drunk, brawled, quarreled, and at last took up cudgels and belabored each other. The noise became greater and greater, and at last reached even to heaven. St. Peter, who guards the gate of heaven, thought the lower world had broken out in revolt, and gathered together the heavenly hosts, which were employed to drive back the evil one when he and his associates stormed the abode of the blessed. As these, however, did not come, he got on his horse and rode through the gate of heaven, down into the world below. There he reduced the dead to subjection, bade them to lie down in their graves again, took the moon away with him, and hung it up in heaven. The duration of life. When God created the world and was about to fix the length of each creature's life, the ass came and asked,
Lord, how long shall I live?
30 years, replied God. Does that content you?
Ah, Lord, answered the ass, that is a long time. Think of my painful existence. To carry heavy burdens from morning to night, to drag sacks of corn to the mill that others may eat bread, to be cheered and refreshed with nothing but blows and kicks. Relieve me of a portion of this long time.
Then God had pity on him and relieved him of 18 years. The ass went away comforted, and the dog appeared.
How long would you like to live?
Said God to him.
30 years are too many for the ass, but you will be satisfied with that.
Lord, answered the dog, is that thy will? Consider how I shall have to run. My feet will never hold out so long. And when I have once lost my voice from barking, and my teeth for biting, what will be left for me to do but run from one corner to another and growl?
God saw that he was right, and released him from 12 years of life. Then came the monkey.
You will certainly live 30 years willingly, said the Lord to him. You have no need to work, as the ass and the dog have to, and you will always enjoy yourself.
Oh, Lord,
He answered.
it may seem as if that were the case, but it is quite different. When it rains millet porridge, I have no spoon. I am always to play merry pranks and make faces which force people to laugh. And if they give me an apple and I bite into it, why is it sour? How often sadness hides itself behind mirth. I shall never be able to hold out for 30 years.
God was gracious and took off 10. At last, a man appeared, joyous, healthy, and vigorous, and begged God to appoint his time for him.
30 years shall you live, said the Lord. Is that enough for you?
Oh, what a short time, cried the man. When I have built my house and my fire burns on my own hearth, when I have planted trees which blossom and bear fruit, and I'm just intending to enjoy my life, then I'm to die? Oh, Lord, please lengthen my time.
I will add to it the ass's 18 years, said God.
Oh, that's not enough, replied the man.
You shall also have the dog's 12 years.
It's still too little.
Well then, said God, I will give you the monkey's 10 years also, but more you shall not have.
The man went away, but was not satisfied. So man lives 70 years. The first 30 are his human years, which are soon gone. Then he is healthy, merry, works with pleasure, and is glad of his life. Then follow the ass's 18 years, when one burden after another is laid on him. He has to carry the corn which feeds others, and blows and kicks are the reward of his faithful services. Then comes the dog's 12 years, when he lies in the corner and growls and has no longer any teeth to bite with. And when this time is over, the monkey's 10 years form the end. The man is weak-headed and foolish, does silly things, and becomes the jest of children. Death's messengers. In ancient times, a giant was once traveling on a great highway, when suddenly an unknown man sprang up before him and said,
Halt! Not one step further!
What?
cried the giant.
A creature who I can crush between my fingers wants to block my way? Who are you that you dare to speak so boldly?
I am Death, answered the other. No one resists me, and you also must obey my commands.
But the giant refused and began to struggle with Death. It was a long, violent battle, in which at last the giant got the upper hand and struck Death down with his fist so that he collapsed by a stone. The giant went his way, and Death lay there conquered, and so weak that he could not get up again.
What will to be done now, said he, if I stay lying in the corner? No one will die in the world, and it will get so full of people that they won't have room to stand beside each other.
In the meantime, a young man came along the road, who was strong and healthy, singing a song and glancing around on every side. When he saw the half-fainting one, he went compassionately to him, raised him up, poured a strengthening draught out of his flask for him, and waited till he regained some of his strength.
Do you know,
said the stranger whilst he was getting up,
who I am, and who it is whom you have helped on his legs again?
No, answered the youth. I do not know you.
I am Death, said he. I spare no one, and can make no exception with you. But that you may see that I am grateful, I promise you that I will not fall on you unexpectedly, but will send my messengers to you before I come and take you away.
Well, said the youth, it is something gained that I shall know when you come, and at any rate, be safe from you for so long. Then he went on his way, and was light-hearted, and enjoyed himself, and lived without thought. But youth and health did not last long. Soon came sicknesses and sorrows, which tormented him by day, and took away his rest by night.
Die I shall not, said he to himself, for Death will send messengers before that. But I do wish these wretched days of sickness were over.
As soon as he felt himself well again, he began once more to live merrily. Then one day, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He looked around, and Death stood behind him and said,
"Follow me. The hour of your departure from this world has come."
"What?" replied the man. "Will you break your word? Did you not promise me that you would send your messengers to me before coming yourself? I've seen none."
"Silence!" answered Death. "Have I not sent one messenger to you after another? Did not fever come and smite you, and shake you and cast you down? Has not dizziness bewildered your head? Has not gout twitched you all in your limbs? Did not your ears sing? Did not your toothache bite into your cheeks? Was it not dark before your eyes? And beside all that, has not my own brother Sleep reminded you every night of me? Did you not lie by night as if you were already dead?"
The man could make no answer. He yielded to his fate, and he went away with Death. Master Freem. Master Freem was a short, thin, but lively man who never rested a moment. His face, of which his turned-up nose was the only prominent feature, was marked with smallpox, as pale as death. His hair was gray and shaggy, his eyes small, but they glanced perpetually about on all sides. He saw everything, criticized everything, knew everything best, and was always in the right. When he went into the streets, he moved his arms about as if he were rowing, and once he struck the pail of a girl so high in the air that he himself was wetted all over by the water she was carrying.
"Idiot!"
cried he to her, shaking himself.
"Could you not see that I was coming behind you?"
By trade he was a shoemaker, and when he worked he pulled his thread out with such force that he drove his fist into everyone who did not keep far enough off. No apprentice stayed more than a month with him, for he had always some fault to find with the very best work. At one time it was that the stitches were not even, at another that the one shoe was too long, or one heel higher than the other, or the leather not cut large enough.
"Wait,"
said he to his apprentice.
"I will show soon how we make skins soft."
And he brought a strap and gave him a couple of lashes across the back. He called them all sluggards. He himself did not turn much work out of his hands, for he never sat still for a quarter of an hour. If his wife got up very early in the morning and lighted the fire, he jumped out of bed and ran barefooted into the kitchen, crying,
"Will you burn my house down for me? That is a fire one could roast an ox by. Does wood cost nothing?"
If the servants were standing by their washtubs and laughing and telling each other what they knew, he scolded them and said,
"There stand the geese cackling and forgetting their work to gossip, and why fresh soap? Disgraceful extravagance and shameful idleness into the bargain. They want to save their hands and not rub the things properly."
And out he would run and knock a pail full of soap and water over, so that the whole kitchen was flooded. Someone was building a new house, so he hurried to the window to look on.
"There, they're using that red sandstone again that never dries,"
cried he.
"No one will ever be healthy in that house. And just look how badly the fellows are laying the stones. Besides, the mortar is good for nothing. It ought to have gravel in it, not sand. I shall live to see that house tumble down on the people who are in it."
He sat down, put a couple of stitches in, and then jumped up again, unfastened his leather apron, and cried,
"I will just go out and appeal to those men's consciences."
He stumbled onto the carpenters.
"What's this?"
cried he.
"You are not working by the line. Do you expect the beams to be straight? One wrong will put all wrong."
He snatched an axe out of the carpenter's hand and wanted to show him how he ought to cut, but as a cart loaded with clay came by, he threw the axe away and hastened to the peasant who was walking by the side of it.
You are not in your right mind, said he. Who yokes young horses to a heavily laden cart? The poor beasts will die on the spot.
The peasant did not give him an answer, and Freem, in a rage, ran back into his workshop. When he was setting himself to work again, the apprentice reached him a shoe.
Well, what's that again? Screamed he. Haven't I told you you ought not to cut shoes so broad? Who would buy a shoe like this, which is hardly anything else but a sole? I insist upon my orders being followed exactly.
Master, answered the apprentice, you may easily be quite right about the shoe being a bad one, but it is the one which you yourself cut out and yourself set to work at. When you jumped up a while ago, you knocked it off the table, and I have only just picked it up. An angel from heaven, however, would never make you believe that. One night Master Freem dreamed that he was dead and on the way to heaven. When he got there, he knocked loudly at the door.
I wonder, said he to himself, that they have no knocker on the door. One knocks, one knuckles sore.
The Apostle Peter opened the door and wanted to see who demanded admission so noisily.
Ah, it's you, Master Freem, said he. Well, I'll let you in, but I warn you that you must give up that habit of yours, and find fault with nothing you see in heaven, or you may fare ill.
You might have spared your warning, answered Freem. I know already what is seemly, and here, God be thanked, everything is perfect, and there is nothing to blame as there is on earth.
So we went in, and he walked up and down the wide expanses of heaven. He looked around him to the left and to the right, but sometimes shook his head or muttered something to himself. Then he saw two angels who were carrying away a beam. It was the beam in which someone had in his own eye whilst he was looking for the splinter in the eye of another. They did not carry the beam lengthways, however, but obliquely.
Did anyone ever see such a piece of stupidity?
Thought Master Freem, but he said nothing and seemed satisfied with it.
It comes to the same thing after all, whichever way they carry the beam, straight or athwart, if they only get along with it, and I truly do not see them knock against anything.
Soon after this, he saw two angels who were drawing water out of a well into a bucket, but at the same time he observed that the bucket was full of holes, and that the water was running out of it on every side. They were watering the earth with rain.
Hang it!
He exclaimed, but happily recollected himself and thought,
perhaps it is only a pastime. If it is an amusement, then it seems they can do useless things of this kind, especially here in heaven, where people, as I have already noticed, do nothing but idle about.
He went further and saw a cart which had stuck fast in a deep hole.
It's no wonder, said he to the man who stood by. Who would load so unreasonably? What have you there?
Good wishes, replied the man. I could not get on the right way with it, but still I have pushed it safely up here, and here they won't leave me stuck. In fact, an angel did come and harness two horses to it.
That's quite right, thought Freem. But two horses won't get that cart out. It must at least have four to it.
Another angel came and brought two more horses. She did not harness them in the front of it, however, but behind. That was just simply too much for Master Freem.
Clumsy creature, he burst out. What are you doing there? Has anyone ever since the world began seen a cart drawn in that way? But you, in your conceited arrogance, you think you know everything best.
He was going to say more, but one of the inhabitants of heaven seized him by the throat and pushed him forth with irresistible strength. Beneath the gateway, Master Freem turned his head round to take one more look at the cart, and saw that it was being raised into the air by four winged horses. At this moment, Master Freem awoke.
Things are certainly arranged in heaven otherwise than they are on earth, said he to himself. and that excuses much. But who can see horses harnessed both behind and before with patience? To be sure that they had wings, but who could know that? It is, beside, a great folly to fix a pair of wings to a horse that has 4 legs with 2 run already. But I must get up, or else they will make nothing but mistakes in my house. It is a lucky thing, though, that I am not really dead.
The Little Folks' Presents. A tailor and a goldsmith were traveling together, and one evening when the sun had sunk behind the mountains, they heard the sound of distant music, which became more and more distinct. It sounded strange, but so pleasant that they forgot all of their weariness and stepped quickly onwards. The moon had already arisen when they reached a hill on which they saw a crowd of little men and women who had taken each other's hands and were whirling round in the dance with the greatest pleasure and delight. They sang to it most charmingly, and that was the music which the travelers had heard. In the midst of them sat an old man who was rather taller than the rest. He wore a party-colored coat, and his hoary beard hung down over his breast. The two remained standing, full of astonishment, and watched the dance. The old man made a sign that they should enter, and the little folks willingly opened their circle. The goldsmith, who had a hump, and like all hunchbacks was daring enough, stepped in. The tailor felt a little afraid at first, and held back, but when he saw how merrily all was going, he plucked up his courage and followed. The circle closed again directly, and the little folks went on singing and dancing with the wildest leaps. The old man, however, took a large knife which was hung to his girdle, whetted it, and when it was sufficiently sharpened, he looked round at the strangers. They were terrified, but they had not much time for reflection, for the old man seized the goldsmith, and with the greatest speed shaved the hair of his head clean off, and then the same thing happened to the tailor. But their fear left them when, after he had finished his work, the old man clapped them both on the shoulder in a friendly manner, as much as to say they had behaved well to let all that be done to them willingly and without any struggle. He pointed with his finger to a heap of coals which lay at one side, and signified to the travelers by his gestures that they were to fill their pockets with them. Both of them obeyed, although they did not know of what use the coals would be to them, and then they went on their way to seek a shelter for the night. When they had gotten into the valley, the clock of the neighboring monastery struck 12, and the song ceased. In a moment all had vanished, and the hill lay in solitude in the moonlight. The two travelers found an inn, and covered themselves up on their straw beds with their coats, but in their weariness forgot to take the coals out of them before doing so. A heavy weight on their limbs awakened them earlier than usual. They felt in the pockets and could not believe their eyes when they saw that they were not filled with coals, but with pure gold. Happily, too, the hair of their heads and beards was there again as thick as ever. They had now become rich folks, but the goldsmith, who in accordance with his greedy disposition had filled his pockets better, was twice as rich as the tailor. A greedy man, even if he has much, still wishes to have more, so the goldsmith proposed to the tailor that they should wait another day and go out again in the evening in order to bring back still greater treasures from the old man on the hill. The tailor refused and said, "I have enough, and I am content. Now I shall be a master, and marry my dear object," for so called he his sweetheart, "and I am a happy man." But he stayed another day to please him, and in the evening the goldsmith hung a couple of bags over his shoulders that he might be able to stow away a great deal, and took the road to the hill. He found, as on the night before, the little folks at their singing and dancing, and the old man again shaved him clean, and made signs to him to take some coal. He was not slow about stuffing as much into his bags as would go. He went back quite delighted, and covered himself over with his coat. "Even if the gold does weigh heavily," said he, "I will gladly bear that." And at last he fell asleep with the sweet anticipation of waking up in the morning an enormously rich man.
When he opened his eyes, he got up in haste to examine his pockets, but how amazed he was when he drew nothing out of them but black coals, and that howsoever often he put his hands in them.
"The gold I got the night before is still there for me," thought he, and he went and brought it out, but how shocked he was when he saw that it likewise had again turned into coal. He smote his forehead with his dusty black hand, and then he felt that his whole head was bald and smooth, as was also the place where his beard should have been. But his misfortunes were not yet over. He now remarked for the first time that in addition to the hump on his back, a second, just as large, had grown in front on his breast. Then he recognized the punishment of his greediness, and began to weep aloud. The good tailor, who was awakened by this, comforted the unhappy fellow as well as he could, and said, "You have been my comrade in my traveling time. You shall stay with me and share in my wealth." He kept his word, but the poor goldsmith was obliged to carry the 2 humps as long as he lived, and to cover his bald head with a cap. The Giant and the Tailor. A certain tailor, who was great at boasting, but ill at doing, took it into his head to go abroad for a while, and look about the world. As soon as he could manage it, he left his workshop, and wandered on his way over hill and dale, sometimes hither, sometimes thither, but ever on and on. Once, on his way, he perceived in the blue distance a steep hill, and behind it a tower reaching to the clouds, which rose up out of a wild dark forest. "Thunder and lightning!" cried the tailor. "What is that?"
And as he was strongly goaded by curiosity, he went boldly towards it. But how he did gaze and gape when he came near it, for the tower had legs, and leapt in one bound over the steep hill, and was now standing as an all-powerful giant before him.
"What do you want here, you tiny fly's leg?"
cried the giant, with a voice as if it were thundering on every side. The tailor whimpered,
"I want just to look about and see if I can earn a bit of bread for myself in this forest." "If that is what you are after," said the giant, "you may have a place with me."
"If it must be, why not? What wages shall I receive?"
"You shall hear what wages you shall have. Every 365 days, and when it is a leap year, one more into the bargain. Does that suit you?"
"All right," replied the tailor, and thought in his own mind, "A man must cut his coat according to his cloth. I will try to get away as fast as I can." At this, the giant said to him,
"Go, little ragamuffin, and fetch me a jug of water."
"Had I not better bring the well itself at once, and the spring too?" asked the boaster, and went with the pitcher to the water.
"What? The well and the spring too?"
growled the giant in his beard, for he was somewhat of a silly dolt, and he began to be afraid.
"That knave is not a fool. He has a mandrake in his body. Be on your guard, old hands. This is no serving man for you."
When the tailor had brought the water, the giant bade him to go into the forest and cut a couple of blocks of wood and bring them back. "Why not the whole forest at once, with one stroke? The whole forest, young and old, with all that is there, both gnarled and smooth, and the well and its spring too."
"The whole forest, young and old, with all that is there, both gnarled and smooth, and the well and its spring too?"
growled the credulous giant into his beard, and was still more terrified.
"The knave can do much more than bake apples and he has a mandrake in his body. Oh, be on your guard, old Hans. This is no serving man for you.
When the tailor had brought the wood, the giant commanded him to shoot 2 or 3 wild boars for supper. "Well, why not 1,000? Why not rather 1,000 at one shot, and bring them all here?" inquired the insolent tailor.
What?
Cried the timid giant in great terror.
Let well alone tonight, and lie down to rest.
The giant was so terribly alarmed that he could not close an eye all night long for thinking that would be the best way to get rid of this accursed sorcerer of a servant. Time brings counsel. Next morning the giant and the tailor went to a marsh around which stood a number of willow trees. Then said the giant,
Listen, tailor, seat yourself on one of the willow branches. I long of all things to see if you are big enough to bend it down.
All at once the tailor was sitting on it, holding his breath and making himself heavy, so heavy that the bough bent down. When, however, he was compelled to draw breath, it hurled him, for unfortunately he had not put his goose in his pocket, so high into the air that he never was seen again, and this to the great delight of the giant. If the tailor has not fallen down again, he must still be hovering about in the air. The Nail. A merchant had done good business at the fair. He had sold his wares and lined his money bags with gold and silver. Then he wanted to travel homewards and be in his own house before nightfall, so he packed his trunk with the money on his horse and rode away. At noon he rested in a town, and when he wanted to go farther, the stable boy brought out his horse and said,
"A nail is wanting, sir, in the shoe of its near hind foot."
Let it be wanting," answered the merchant. "The shoe will certainly stay on for the 6 miles I have still to go. I'm in a hurry." In the afternoon, when he once more alighted and had his horse fed, the stable boy went into the room to him and said,
"Sir, a shoe is missing from your horse's near hind foot. Shall I take him to the blacksmith?"
"Let it be wanting," answered the man. "The horse can very well hold out for the couple of miles which remain. I'm in haste." He rode forth, but before long the horse began to limp. It had not limped long before it began to stumble, and it had not stumbled long before it fell down and broke its leg. The merchant was forced to leave the horse where it was and unbuckle the trunk, take it on his back, and go home on foot. And there he did not arrive until quite late at night. "And that cursed nail," said he to himself, "has caused all this disaster." The more haste, the less speed. The Hare and the Hedgehog. This story, my dear young folks, seems to be false, but it really is true, for my grandfather, from whom I have it, used always when relating it to say, "It must be true, my son, or else no one could tell it to you." The story is as follows. One Sunday morning about harvest time, just as the buckwheat was in bloom, the sun was shining brightly in heaven, the east wind was blowing warmly over the stubble fields, the larks were singing in the air, the bees buzzing among the buckwheat, the people in their Sunday clothes were all going to church, and all creatures were happy, and the hedgehog was happy too. The hedgehog, however, was standing by his door with his arms akimbo, enjoying the morning breezes, and slowly trilling a little song to himself, which was neither better nor worse than the songs which hedgehogs are in the habit of singing on a blessed Sunday morning. Whilst he was thus singing half aloud to himself, it suddenly occurred to him that, while his wife was washing and drying the children, he might very well take a walk into the field and see how his turnips were getting on. The turnips, in fact, were close beside his house, and he and his family were accustomed to eat them, for which reason he looked upon them as his own. No sooner said than done. The hedgehog shut the house door behind him and took the path to the field. He had not gone very far from home, and was just turning round the sloe bush which stands there outside the field to go up into the turnip field, when he observed the hare who had gone out on business of the same kind, namely, to visit his cabbages. When the hedgehog caught sight of the hare, he bade him a friendly good morning, but the hare, who was in his own way a distinguished gentleman and frightfully haughty, did not return the hedgehog's greeting, but said to him, assuming at the same time a very contemptuous manner,
"How do you happen to be running about here in the field so early in the morning?"
"I'm taking a walk,"
said the hedgehog.
"A walk?"
said the hare with a smile.
"It seems to me that you might use your legs for a better purpose."
This answer made the hedgehog furiously angry, for he can bear anything but a reference to his legs, just because they are crooked by nature. So now the hedgehog said to the hare,
"You seem to imagine that you could do more with your legs than I with mine."
"That is just what I do think," said the hare.
"Well, that can be put to the test,"
said the hedgehog.
"I wager that if we run a race, I'll outstrip you."
"Oh, that is ridiculous,"
"You with your short legs?"
said the hare.
"But for my part, I am willing,
if you have such a monstrous fancy for it. What shall we wager?"
"A golden louis d'or and a bottle of brandy,"
said the hedgehog.
"Done," said the hare. "Shake hands on it, and then we may as well begin at once."
"Nay,"
said the hedgehog.
"there's no such great hurry. I'm still fasting. I will go home first and have a little breakfast. In half an hour I will be back again at this place."
Hereupon the hedgehog departed, for the hare was quite satisfied with this. On his way, the hedgehog thought to himself,
"The hare relies on his long legs, but I will contrive to get the better of him. He may be a great man, but he is a very silly fellow, and he shall pay for what he has said."
So when the hedgehog reached home, he said to his wife,
"Wife, dress yourself quickly. You must go out to the field with me."
"What is going on, then?"
said his wife.
"I have made a wager with the hare for a gold louis d'or and a bottle of brandy. I am to run a race with him, and you must be present."
"Good heavens, husband!
The wife now cried.
Are you not right in your mind? Have you completely lost your wits? What can make you want to run a race with the hare?"
said the hedgehog.
"Hold your tongue, woman. That's my affair. Don't begin to discuss things which are matters for men. Be off, dress yourself, and come with me."
What could the hedgehog's wife do? She was forced to obey him, whether she liked it or not. So when they had set out on their way together, the hedgehog said to his wife,
"Now pay attention to what I'm going to say. Look you, I will make the long field our race course. The hare shall run in one furrow, and when the hare arrives at the end of the furrow on the other side of you, you must cry out to him, 'I am here already.'"
Then they reached the field, and the hedgehog showed his wife her place, and then walked up the field. When he reached the top, the hare was already there.
"Shall we start?"
said the hare.
Certainly,
said the hedgehog. Then, both at once, so saying, each placed himself in his own furrow. The hare counted,
once, twice, thrice, and away,
and went off like a whirlwind down the field. The hedgehog, however, only ran about 3 paces, and then he crouched down in the furrow and stayed quietly where he was. When the hare therefore arrived at full speed at the lower end of the field, the hedgehog's wife met him with the cry,
I am here already.
The hare was shocked and wondered not a little. He thought no other than that it was the hedgehog himself who was calling to him, for the hedgehog's wife looked just like her husband. The hare, however, thought to himself,
that has not been done fairly,
and cried,
it must be run again. Let us have it again.
And once more he went off like the wind in a storm, so that he seemed to fly. But the hedgehog's wife stayed quietly in her place, so when the hare reached the top of the field, the hedgehog himself cried out to him,
I am here already.
The hare, however, quite beside himself with anger, cried,
it must be run again. We must have it again.
All right,
answered the hedgehog.
For my part, we'll run as often as you choose.
So the hare ran 73 times more, and the hedgehog always held out against him, and every time the hare reached either the top or the bottom, either the hedgehog or his wife said, I am here already. At the 74th time, however, the hare could no longer reach the end. In the middle of the field he fell to the ground, blood streamed out of his mouth, and he lay dead on the spot. But the hedgehog took the louis d'or which he had won, and the bottle of brandy, called his wife out of the furrow, and both went home together in great delight, and if they are not dead, they are living there still. This is how happened that the hedgehog made the hare run races with him on the heath of Buxtehude, till he died, and since that time, no hare has ever had any fancy for running races with the Buxtehude hedgehog. The moral of this story is, firstly, that no one, however great he may be, should permit himself to jest at anyone beneath him, even if he be only a hedgehog. And secondly, it teaches that when a man marries, he should take a wife in his own position, who looks just as he himself looks, so whoever is a hedgehog, let him see to it that his wife is a hedgehog also, and so forth. The Peasant and the Devil. There was once upon a time a far-sighted, crafty peasant whose tricks were much talked about. The best story, however, is how he once got hold of the devil and made a fool of him. The peasant had one day been working in his field, and as twilight had set in, was making ready for the journey home, when he saw a heap of burning coals in the middle of his field, and when, full of astonishment, he went up to it, a little black devil was sitting on the live coals. "Are you sitting upon a treasure?" said the peasant.
Yes, in truth,
replied the devil.
on a treasure which contains more gold and silver than you have ever seen in your life.
"The treasure lies in my field and belongs to me," said the peasant.
It is yours,
answered the devil.
if you will for 2 years give me 1/2 of everything your field produces. Money I have enough of, but I have a desire for the fruits of the earth.
The peasant agreed to the bargain. In order, however, that no dispute may arise about the division, said he, "Everything that is above ground shall belong to you, and what is under the earth to me." The devil was quite satisfied with that, but the cunning peasant had sown turnips. Now when the time for harvest came, the devil appeared and wanted to take away his crop, but he found nothing but the yellow, withered leaves, while the peasant, full of delight, was digging up his turnips.
You have had the best of it for once,
said the devil.
but the next time that won't do.
What grows above ground shall be yours, and what is under it mine."
"I'm willing," replied the peasant. But when the time came to sow, he did not again sow turnips, but wheat. The grain became ripe, and the peasant went into the field and cut the full stalks down to the ground. When the devil came, he found nothing but the stubble, and went away in a fury down into a cleft in the rocks. "That is the way to cheat the devil," said the peasant, and went and fetched away the treasure. The crumbs on the table. George one day said to his little chickens, "Come into the parlor and enjoy yourselves, and pick up the breadcrumbs on the table. Your mistress has gone out to pay some visits." Then the chickens said,
No, 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 we will not go. If the mistress gets to know it, she will beat us.
George said, "She will know nothing about it, so come. After all, she never gives you anything good." Then the chickens said,
Nay, 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 we must let it alone. We must not go.
But George let them have no peace until at last they went, got on the table, and ate up the breadcrumbs with all their might. But at that very moment the mistress came and seized the stick in great haste, and beat them and treated them very harshly. And when they were outside the house, the chickens said to George,
Do you see?
And then George laughed and said, Didn't I expect it? So they just had to run away. The Grave Mound. A rich farmer was one day standing in his yard inspecting his fields and gardens. The corn was growing up vigorously, and the fruit trees were heavily laden with fruit. The grain of the year before still lay in such immense heaps in the loft that the rafters could hardly bear it. Then he went into the stable, where were well-fed oxen, fat cows, and horses bright as looking-glass. At length he went back into his sitting room and cast a glance at the iron chest in which his money lay. Whilst he was thus standing surveying his riches, all at once there was a loud knock close by him. The knock was not at the door of his room, but at the door of his heart. It opened, and he heard a voice which said to him, "Have you done good to your family with it? Have you considered the necessities of the poor? Have you shared your bread with the hungry? Have you been contented with what you have, or did you always desire to have more?" The heart was not slow in answering, "I have been hard and pitiless, and have never shown any kindness to my family. If a beggar came, I turned away my eyes from him. I have not troubled myself about God, but have thought only of increasing my wealth. If everything which the sky covers had been mine own, I should still not have had enough." When the man was aware of this answer, he became greatly alarmed. His knees began to tremble, and he was forced to sit down. Then there was another knock, but the knock was at the door of his room. It was his neighbor, a poor man who had a number of children whom he could no longer satisfy with food. "I know," thought the poor man, "that my neighbor is rich, but he is as hard as he is rich. I don't believe he will help me, but my children are crying for bread, so I guess I will venture it." He said to the rich man, "You do not readily give away anything that is yours, but I stand here like one who feels the water rising above his head. My children are starving. Lend me 4 measures of corn." The rich man looked at him long, and then the first sunbeam of mercy began to melt away a drop of the ice of greediness. "I will not lend you 4 measures," he said.
I will make you a present of 8, but you must fulfill one condition." "What am I to do?" said the poor man. "When I am dead, you shall watch for 3 nights by my grave." The peasant was disturbed in his mind at this request, but in the need in which he was, he would have consented to anything. He accepted, therefore, and carried the corn home with him. It seemed as if the rich man had foreseen what was about to happen, for when 3 days were gone by, he suddenly dropped down dead. No one knew exactly how it came to pass, but no one grieved for him either. When he was buried, the poor man remembered his promise. He would willingly have been released from it, but he thought, "After all, he acted kindly by me. I have fed my hungry children with his corn, and even if that were not the case, where I have once given my promise, I must keep it." At nightfall he went into the churchyard and seated himself on the grave mound. Everything was quiet, only the moon appeared above the grave, and frequently an owl flew past and uttered her melancholy cry. When the sun arose, the poor man betook himself in safety to his home, and in the same manner the second night passed quietly by. On the evening of the 3rd day he felt a strange uneasiness. It seemed to him that something was about to happen. When he went out, he saw, by the churchyard wall, a man who he had never seen before. He was no longer young, had scars on his face, and his eyes looked sharply and eagerly around. He was entirely covered with an old cloak, and nothing was visible but his great riding boots. "What are you looking for here?" the peasant asked. "Are you not afraid of a lonely churchyard?"
"I am looking for nothing," he answered, "and I am afraid of nothing. I am like the youngster who went forth to learn how to shudder, and had his labor for his pains, but got the king's daughter to wife, and great wealth with her, only I have remained poor. I am nothing but a paid-off soldier, and I mean to pass the night here, because I have no other shelter."
"If you are without fear," said the peasant, "stay with me, and help me to watch that grave there."
"To keep watch is a soldier's business," he replied. "Whatever we fall in with here, whether it be good or bad, we shall share it between us."
The peasant agreed to this, and they seated themselves on the grave together. All was quiet until midnight, when suddenly a shrill whistling was heard in the air, and the 2 watchers perceived the evil one standing bodily before them.
"Be off, you scoundrels," cried he to them. "The man who lies in that grave belongs to me. I want to take him, and if you don't go away, I will wring your necks." "Sir with the red feather," said the soldier, "you are not my captain. I have no need to obey you, and I have not yet learned what fear is. Go away. We shall stay sitting here."
The devil thought to himself,
"Money is the best means with which to lay hold of these 2 vagabonds."
So he began to play a softer tune, and asked quite kindly if they would not accept a bag of money and go home with it.
"Well, that is worth listening to," answered the soldier. "But 1 bag of gold won't serve us. If you'll give us as much as will go into one of my boots, we will quit the field for you and go away." "I have not so much as that about me," said the devil, "but I will fetch it. In the neighboring town lives a money changer who is a good friend of mine and will readily advance it to me."
When the devil had vanished, the soldier took his left boot off and said, "We will soon pull the charcoal burner's nose for him. Just give me your knife, comrade." He cut the sole off of the boot and put it in a high grass near the grave on the edge of the hole that was half overgrown. "That'll do," said he. "Now the chimney sweep may come." They both sat down and waited, and it was not long before the devil returned with a small bag of gold in his hand.
"Yeah, just pour it in,"
said the soldier, raising up the boot a little.
"But that won't be enough."
The black one shook out all that was in the bag. The gold fell through, and the boot remained empty.
"Oh, you stupid devil," cried the soldier. "It won't do. Didn't I say so at once? Go back again and bring more."
The devil shook his head, went, and in an hour's time came with a much larger bag under his arm.
"Now pour it in," cried the soldier, "but I doubt that the boot will be full."
The gold clinked as it fell, but the boot remained empty. The devil looked inside himself with his burning eyes and convinced himself of the truth.
"You have shamefully big calves to your legs,"
cried he while making a wry face.
"Did you think," replied the soldier, "that I had a cloven foot like you? Since when have you been so stingy? See that you get more gold together, or our bargain will come to nothing."
The wicked one went off again. This time he stayed away longer, and when at length he appeared, he was panting under the weight of a sack which lay on his shoulders. He emptied it into the boot, which was just as far from being filled as before. The devil became furious and was just going to tear the boot out of the soldier's hands, but at that moment the first ray of the rising sun broke forth from the sky, and the evil spirit fled away with loud shrieks. The poor soul had been saved. The peasant wished to divide the gold, but the soldier said,
"Give what falls to my lot to the poor. I'll come with you to your cottage, and together we will live in rest and peace on what remains, as long as God is pleased to permit."
The Boots of Buffalo Leather. A soldier who is afraid of nothing troubles himself about nothing. One of this kind had received his discharge, and as he had learnt no trade and could earn nothing, he traveled about and begged alms of kind people. He had an old raincoat on his back and a pair of riding boots of buffalo leather, which were still left to him. One day he was walking, he knew not where, straight out into the open country, and at length came to a forest. He did not know where he was, but saw sitting on the trunk of a tree which had been cut down a man who was well dressed and wore a green shooting coat. The soldier shook hands with him, sat down on the grass by his side, and stretched out his legs.
"I see you have good boots on, which are all well blacked," said he to the huntsman. "But if you had to travel about as I have, they would not last long. Look at mine. They are buffalo leather and have been worn for a long time, but in them I can go through thick and thin."
After a while the soldier got up and said,
"I can stay no longer. Hunger drives me onwards, but, Brother Bright Boots, where does this road lead to?"
"I don't know that myself," answered the huntsman. "I have lost my way in the forest."
"Then you're in the same plight as I," said the soldier. "Birds of a feather flock together. Let us remain together and seek our way."
The huntsman smiled a little, and they walked on further and further until night fell.
"We don't seem to get out of the forest," said the soldier. "But there in the distance I see a light shining. There we might find something to eat."
They found a stone house, knocked at the door, and an old woman opened it.
"We're looking for quarters for the night," said the soldier, "and some lining for our stomachs, for mine is as empty as an old knapsack."
"You cannot stay here,"
answered the old woman.
"this is a robber's house, and you would do wisely to get away before they come home, or you will be lost."
"It won't be so bad as that," answered the soldier. "I've not had a mouthful for 2 days, and whether I am murdered here or die of hunger in the forest, it's all the same to me. I shall come in."
The huntsman would not follow, but the soldier drew him in with him by the sleeve.
"Come, my dear brother, we shall not come to an end so quickly as that."
The old woman had pity on them and said,
Creep in here behind the stove, and if they leave anything, I will give it to you on the sly when they are asleep."
Scarcely were they in the corner before 12 robbers came bursting in, seated themselves at the table which was already laid, and vehemently demanded some food. The old woman brought in some great dishes of roast meat, and the robbers enjoyed that thoroughly. When the soldier smelled the food, he said to the huntsman quietly, "I cannot hold out any longer. I shall seat myself at the table and eat with them."
"You will bring us to destruction,"
said the huntsman, and he held him back by the arm. But the soldier began to cough loudly. When the robbers heard that, they threw away their knives and forks, leapt up, and discovered the two who were behind the stove. "Aha! Gentlemen, are you in the corner?" cried they. "What are you doing here? Have you been sent as spies? Wait a while, and you shall learn how to fly on a dry bough." "But do be civil," said the soldier. "I am hungry. Give me something to eat, and then you can do what you like with me." The robbers were astonished, and the captain said, "I see that you have no fear. Well, you shall have some food, but after that you must die." "We shall see," said the soldier, and seated himself at the table, and began to cut away valiantly at the roast meat. "Brother Brightboots, come and eat," cried he to the huntsman. "You must be as hungry as I am, and you cannot have better roast meat at home." But the huntsman would not eat. The robbers looked at the soldier in astonishment and said, "The rascal uses no ceremony." After a while he said, "I've had enough food. Now get me something good to drink." The chief of the robbers was in a good mood to humor him in this also, and called to the old woman, "Bring a bottle out of the cellar, and mind it be one of the best." The soldier drew the cork out with a loud noise, and then went with the bottle to the huntsman and said, "Watch this, brother, and you shall see something that will surprise you. I am now going to drink the health of the whole clan." Then he brandished the bottle over the heads of the robbers and cried, "Long life to you all, but with your mouths open and your right hands lifted up." And then he drank a hearty draught. Scarcely were the words said than they all sat motionless as if made of stone, and their mouths were open and their right hands stretched up into the air. The huntsman said to the soldier, "I see that you are acquainted with tricks of another kind, but now come and let us go home." "Oh, my dear brother, but that would be marching away far too soon. We have conquered the enemy. We must first take the booty. Those men there are sitting fast and are opening their mouths with astonishment, but they will not be allowed to move until I permit them to. Come on, eat and drink." The old woman had to bring another bottle of the best wine, and the soldier would not stir until he had eaten enough to last for 3 days. At last, when day came, he said, "Now it's time to strike our tents, and in order that our march may be a short one, the old woman shall show us the nearest way to the town." When they had arrived there, he went to his old comrades and said, "Out in the forest I found a nest full of gallows birds. Come with me and we will take it." The soldier led them and said to the huntsman, "You must go back again with me to see how they flutter when we seize them by the feet." He placed the men around the robbers, and then he took the bottle, drank a mouthful, brandished it above them, and cried, "Long life to you all!" Instantly they all regained the power of movement, but were thrown down and bound hand and foot with cords. Then the soldier ordered them to be thrown into a cart, as if they had been so many sacks, and said, "Now drive them straight to prison." The huntsman, however, took one of the men aside and gave him another commission as well. "Brother Brightboots," said the soldier, "we have safely routed the enemy and been well fed. Now we will quietly walk behind them as if we were stragglers." When they approached the town, the soldier saw a crowd of people pouring through the gate of the town who were raising loud cries of joy and waving green boughs in the air. Then he saw that the entire bodyguard was coming up.
"What can this mean?" said he to the huntsman. "Don't you know," he replied, "that the king has for a long time been absent from his kingdom, and that today he is returning, and everyone is going to meet him?" "But where's the king?" said the soldier. "I don't see him." "Here he is," answered the huntsman. "I am the king, and have announced my arrival." Then he opened his hunting coat, and his royal garments were visible. The soldier was alarmed, and fell on his knees and begged him to forgive him for having, in his ignorance, treated him as an equal, and spoken to him by such a name. But the king shook hands with him and said, "You are a brave soldier, and you have saved my life. You shall never again be in want. I will take care of you. And if you would ever like to eat a piece of roast meat as good as that in the robber's house, come to the royal kitchen. But if you would drink a health, you must first ask my permission."
The Golden Key. In the winter-time, when deep snow lay on the ground, a poor boy was forced to go out on a sledge to fetch wood. When he had gathered it together and packed it, he wished, as he was so frozen with cold, not to go home at once, but to light a fire and warm himself a little. So the boy scraped away the snow, and as he was thus clearing the ground, he found a tiny golden key. Hereupon he thought that where the key was, the lock must be also, and dug in the ground and found an iron chest.
"If the key does but fit it," thought he, "no doubt there are precious things in that little box."
He searched, but no keyhole was there. At last he discovered one, but so small that it was hardly visible. He tried it, and the key fitted it exactly. Then he turned it once round, and now we must wait until he has quite unlocked it and opened the lid, and then we shall learn what wonderful things were lying in that box. Rumpelstiltskin. Once there was a miller who was poor, but who had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he had to go and speak to the king, and in order to make himself appear important, he said to him, "I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." The king said to the miller, "That is an art which pleases me well. If your daughter is as clever as you say, bring her tomorrow to my palace, and I will put her to the test." And when the girl was brought to him, he took her into a room which was quite full of straw, gave her a spinning wheel and a reel, and said, "Now set to work, and if by tomorrow morning early you have not spun the straw into gold during the night, you must be put to death." Thereupon he himself locked up the room and left her in it all alone. So there sat the poor miller's daughter, and for the life of her could not tell what to do. She had no idea how straw could be spun into gold, and she grew more and more frightened, until at last she began to weep. But all at once the door opened, and in came a little man, and said, "Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying so?" "Alas," answered the girl, "I have to spin straw into gold, and I do not know how to do it." "What will you give me," said the mannikin, "if I do it for you?" "My necklace," said the girl. The little man took the necklace, seated himself in front of the wheel, and whir, 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 3 turns, and the reel was full. Then he put another on, and whir, 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 3 times around, and the second was full too. And it so went until the morning, when all the straw was spun, and all the reels were full of gold. By daybreak the king was already there, and when he saw the gold he was astonished and delighted, but his heart became only more greedy. He had the miller's daughter taken into another room full of straw,
which was much larger, and commanded her to spin that also in one night if she valued her life. The girl knew not how to help herself, and was crying, when the door opened again, and the little man appeared and said, "What will you give me if I spin that straw into gold for you?" "Well, the ring on my finger," answered the girl. The little man took the ring, and again began to turn the wheel, and by morning he had spun all the straw into glittering gold. The king rejoiced beyond measure at the sight, but still he had not enough gold, and he had the miller's daughter taken into a still larger room full of straw, and said, "You must spin this too, in the course of the night, but if you succeed, you shall too be my wife." Even if she be a miller's daughter, thought he, I could not find a richer wife in the whole world. When the girl was alone, the mannikin came again for the third time and said, "What will you give me if I spin the straw for you this time also?" "Well, I have nothing left that I could give," answered the girl. "Then promise me, if you should become queen, to give me your first child." Who knows whether that will ever happen, though, thought the miller's daughter, and, not knowing how else to help herself in this strait, she promised the mannikin what he wanted, and for that he once more spun the straw into gold. And when the king came in the morning and found all as he had wished, he took her in marriage, and the pretty miller's daughter became a queen. A year after, she brought a beautiful child into the world, and she never gave a thought to the mannikin. But suddenly he came into her room and said, "Now give me what you had promised." The queen was horror-struck, and offered the mannikin all the riches of the kingdom if he would leave her the child. But the mannikin said, "No, something alive is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world." Then the queen began to lament and cry, so that the mannikin pitied her. "I will give you 3 days' time," said he. "If by that time you find out my name, then you shall keep your child." So the queen thought the whole night of all the names that she had ever heard, and she sent a messenger over the country to inquire far and wide for any other names that there might be. When the mannikin came the next day, she began with Casper, Melchior, Balthazar, and said all the names that she had known, one after another, but to every one the little man said, "That is not my name." On the second day she had inquiries made in the neighborhood as to the names of the people there, and she repeated to the mannikin the most uncommon and curious. "Perhaps your name is Short Ribs, or Sheepshanks, or Lace Leg," but he always answered, "That is not my name." On the third day the messenger came back again and said, "I have not been able to find a single new name, but as I came to a high mountain at the end of the forest where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, there I saw a little house, and before the house a fire was burning, and round about the fire quite a ridiculous little man was jumping. He hopped upon one leg and shouted, 'Today I bake, tomorrow brew, the next I'll have the young queen's child. Ha! Glad am I that no one knew that Rumpelstiltskin I am styled.'" You may imagine how glad the queen was when she heard the name, and when soon afterwards the little man came in and asked, "Now, Mistress Queen, what is my name?" At first she said, "Is your name Conrad?" "No." "Is your name Harry?" "No." "Well, perhaps your name is Rumpelstiltskin." "The devil has told you that! The devil has told you that!" cried the little man, and in his anger he plunged his right foot so deep into the earth that his whole leg went in, and then in a rage he pulled at his left leg so hard with both hands that he tore himself in two.
Sweetheart Roland. There was once upon a time a woman who was a real witch and had 2 daughters, one ugly and wicked, and this one she loved because she was her own daughter, and one beautiful and good, and this one she hated because she was her stepdaughter. The stepdaughter once had a pretty apron, which the other fancied so much that she became envious, and told her mother that she must and would have that apron.
"Be quiet, my child," said the old woman, "and you shall have it. Your stepsister has long deserved death. Tonight when she is asleep, I will come and cut her head off. Only be careful that you are at the far side of the bed, and push her well to the front."
It would have been all over for the poor girl if she had not just then been standing in the corner and heard everything. All day long she dared not go out of doors, and when bedtime had come, the witch's daughter got into the bed first, so as to lie at the far side, but when she was asleep, the other pushed her gently to the front, and took for herself the place at the back, close by the wall. In the night the old woman came creeping in. She held an axe in her right hand, and felt with her left to see if anyone were lying at the outside, and then she grasped the axe with both hands, and cut her own child's head off. When she had gone away, the girl got up and went to her sweetheart, who was called Roland, and knocked at his door. When he came out, she said to him, "Listen, dearest Roland, we must fly in all haste. My stepmother wanted to kill me, but has struck her own child. When daylight comes and she sees what she's done, we shall be lost." "But," Roland said, "I counsel you first to take away her magic wand, or we cannot escape if she pursues us." The maiden fetched the magic wand, and she took the dead girl's head and dropped 3 drops of blood on the ground, 1 in front of the bed, 1 in the kitchen, and 1 on the stairs. Then she hurried away with her lover. When the old witch got up the next morning, she called her daughter and wanted to give her the apron, but her daughter did not come. Then the witch cried,
"Where are you?"
"Here, on the stairs. I am sweeping," answered the first drop of blood. The old woman went out, but saw no one on the stairs, and cried again,
"Where are you?"
"Here, in the kitchen. I am warming myself," cried the second drop of blood. The witch went into the kitchen, but found no one. Then she cried again,
"Where are you?"
"Ah, I'm here in bed. I'm sleeping," cried the third drop of blood. She went into the room to the bed. What did she see there? Her own child, whose head she had cut off, bathed in her blood. The witch fell into a passion, sprang to the window, and as she could look forth quite far into the world, she perceived her stepdaughter hurrying away with her sweetheart Roland.
"That shall not help you," cried she. "Even if you have got a long way off, you shall still not escape me."
She put on her many-leagued boots, in which she covered an hour's walk at every step, and it was not long before she overtook them. The girl, however, when she saw the old woman striding towards her, changed with her magic wand her sweetheart Roland into a lake, and herself into a duck swimming in the middle of it. The witch placed herself on the shore, threw breadcrumbs in, and went to endless trouble to entice the duck, but the duck did not let herself be enticed, and the old woman had to go home at night as she had come. At this, the girl and her sweetheart Roland resumed their natural shapes again, and they walked on the whole night until daybreak. Then the maiden changed herself into a beautiful flower which stood in the midst of a briar hedge, and her sweetheart Roland into a fiddler. It was not long before the witch came striding up towards them, and said to the musician,
"Dear musician, may I pluck that beautiful flower for myself?"
"Oh yes," he replied, "I will play to you while you do it." As she was hastily creeping into the hedge and was just going to pluck the flower, knowing perfectly well who the flower was, he began to play, and whether she would or not, she was forced to dance, for it was a magical dance. The faster he played, the more violent springs she was forced to make, and the thorns tore her clothes from her body, and pricked her and wounded her till she bled, and as she did not stop, she had to dance till she lay dead on the ground. As they were now set free, Roland said, "Now I will go to my father and arrange for the wedding." "Then, in the meantime, I will stay here and wait for you," said the girl, "and that no one may recognize me, I will change myself into a red stone landmark." Then Roland went away, and the girl stood like a red landmark in the field and waited for her beloved. But when Roland got home, he fell into the snares of another, who so fascinated him that he forgot the maiden. The poor girl remained there a long time, but at length, as he did not return at all, she was sad, and changed herself into a flower, and thought, "Someone will surely come this way, and trample me down." It befell, however, that a shepherd kept his sheep in the field, and saw the flower, and as it was so pretty, he plucked it, took it with him, and laid it away in the chest. From that time forth, strange things happened in the shepherd's house. When he arose in the morning, all the work was already done. The room was swept, and the table and benches were cleaned. The fire on the hearth was lighted, and the water was fetched. And at noon, when he came home, the table was laid, and a good dinner served. He could not conceive how this came to pass, for he never saw a human being in his house, and no one could have concealed themselves in it. He was certainly pleased with this good attendance, but still, at last, he was so afraid that he went to a wise woman and asked for her advice. The wise woman said, "There is some enchantment behind it. Listen very early some morning if anything is moving in the room, and if you see anything, no matter what it is, throw a white cloth over it, and then the magic will be stopped." The shepherd did as she bade him, and next morning, just as day dawned, he saw the chest open, and the flower came out. Swiftly he sprang towards it, and threw a white cloth over it. Instantly the transformation came to an end, and a beautiful girl stood before him, who admitted to him that she had been the flower, and that up to this time she had attended to his housekeeping. She told him her story, and as she pleased him, he asked her if she would marry him, but she answered no, for she wanted to remain faithful to her sweetheart Roland, although he had deserted her. Nevertheless, she promised not to go away, but to continue keeping house for the shepherd. And now the time drew near when Roland's wedding was to be celebrated, and then, according to an old custom in the country, it was announced that all the girls were to be present at it and sing in honor of the bridal pair. When the faithful maiden heard of this, she grew so sad that she thought her heart would break, and she would not go thither, but the other girls came and took her. When it came to her turn to sing, she stepped back, until at last she was the only one left, and she could not refuse. But when she began her song, and it reached Roland's ears, he sprang up and cried, "I know the voice. That's the true bride. I will have no other." Everything he had forgotten, and which had vanished from his mind, had suddenly come home again to his heart. Then the faithful maiden held her wedding with her sweetheart Roland, and grief came to an end, and their joy began. The Golden Bird. In olden times, there was a king who had behind his palace a beautiful pleasure garden in which there was a tree that bore golden apples. When the apples were getting ripe, they were counted, but on the very next morning one was missing. This was told to the king, and he ordered that the watch should be kept every night beneath the tree. The king had 3 sons, the eldest of whom he sent, as soon as night came on, into the garden. But when midnight came, he could not keep himself from sleeping, and next morning again an apple was gone. The following night, the second son had to keep watch, but it fared no better with him. As soon as 12 o'clock had struck, he fell asleep, and in the morning an apple was gone. Now it came to the turn of the third son to watch, and he was quite ready. But the king had not much trust in him, and he thought that he would be of less use even than his brothers, but at last he let him go. The youth lay down beneath the tree, but kept awake, and did not let sleep take over him. When it struck 12, something rustled through the air, and in the moonlight he saw a bird coming whose feathers were all shining with gold. The bird alighted on the tree, and had just plucked off an apple when the youth shot an arrow at him. The bird flew off, but the arrow had struck his plumage, and one of his golden feathers fell down. The youth picked it up, and the next morning took it to the king and told him what he had seen in the night. The king called his council together, and everyone declared that a feather like this was worth more than the whole kingdom.
"If the feather is so precious," declared the king, "one alone will not do for me. I must and will have the whole bird."
The eldest son set out, and trusting to his cleverness, thought that he would easily find the golden bird. When he had gone some distance, he saw a fox sitting at the edge of the wood, so he cocked his gun and took aim at him. The fox cried,
"Do not shoot me, and in return I will give you some good counsel. You are on the way to the Golden Bird, and this evening you will come to a village in which stand 2 inns opposite one another. One of them is lighted up brightly, and all goes on merrily within, but do not go into it.
Go rather into the other, even though it looks like a bad one."
"How can such a silly beast give wise advice?" thought the king's son, and he pulled the trigger, but he missed the fox, who stretched out his tail and ran quickly into the wood. So he pursued his way, and by evening came to the village where the two inns were. In one they were singing and dancing, and the other had a poor, miserable look. "I should be a fool indeed," he thought, "if I were to go into the shabby tavern and pass by the good one." So he went into the cheerful one, lived there in riot and revel, and forgot the bird and his father, and all good counsels. When many months had passed, and the eldest son did not come back home, the second set out, wishing to find the golden bird. The fox met him as he had met the eldest, and gave him the good advice of which he took no heed. He too came to the two inns, and his brother was standing at the window of the one from which came the music, and called out to him. He could not resist, but went inside, and lived only for pleasure. Again, some time passed, and the king's youngest son wanted to set off and try his luck, but his father would not allow it.
"It is of no use," said he. "He will find the golden bird still less than his brothers, and if a mishap were to befall him, he knows not how to help himself. He's not too bright at the best."
But at last, as he had no peace, he let his son go. Again the fox was sitting outside the wood, and begged for his life, and offered his good advice. The youth was good-natured, and said, "Be easy, little fox, I will do you no harm."
"You shall not repent it," answered the fox, "and that you may get on more quickly, get up behind on my tail."
And scarcely had he seated himself when the fox began to run, and away he went, over stock and stone, till his hair whistled in the wind. When they came to the village, the youth got off. He followed the good advice, and without looking round, turned into the little inn, where he spent the night quietly. The next morning, as soon as he got into the open country, there sat the fox already, and said,
"I will tell you further what you have to do. Go on quite straight, and at last you will come to a castle, in front of which a whole regiment of soldiers is lying. But do not trouble yourself about them, for they will all be asleep and snoring. Go through the midst of them, straight into the castle, and go through all the rooms, till at last you will come to a chamber where a golden bird is hanging in a wooden cage. Close by there stands an empty gold cage for show, but beware of taking the bird out of the common cage and putting it in the fine one, or things may go badly for you."
With these words, the fox again stretched out his tail, and the king's son seated himself upon it, and away he went, over stock and stone, until his hair whistled in the wind. When he came to the castle, he found everything just as the fox had said. The king's son went into the chamber where the golden bird was shut up in a wooden cage, whilst the golden one stood by, and the 3 golden apples lay about the room. But, thought he, it would be absurd if I were to leave the beautiful bird in a common and ugly cage. So he opened the door, laid hold of it, and put it into the golden cage. But at the same moment the bird uttered a shrill cry. All of the soldiers awoke, rushed in, and took him off to prison. The next morning he was taken before a court of justice, and as he confessed everything, he was sentenced to death. The king, however, said that he would grant him his life on one condition, namely, if he brought him the golden horse which ran faster than the wind, and in that case he should receive over and above as a reward the golden bird. The king's son set off, but he sighed and he was sorrowful, for how was he to find the golden horse? But all at once he saw his old friend the fox sitting on the road.
"Look you,"
said the fox,
"this has happened because you did not give heed to me. However, be of good courage. I will give you my help, and tell you how to get to the golden horse. You must go straight on, and you will come to a castle where in the stable stands the horse. The grooms will be lying in front of the stable, but they will be asleep and snoring, and you can quietly lead out the golden horse. But of the one thing you must take heed. Put on him the common saddle of wood and leather, and not the golden one which hangs close by, else it will go very ill with you."
The fox stretched out his tail. The king's son seated himself upon it. Away they went, over stock and stone, until his hair whistled in the wind. Everything happened just as the fox had said. The prince came to the stable in which the golden horse was standing, but just as he was going to put the common saddle upon him, he thought, "Such a beautiful beast will be shamed if I do not give him the good saddle which belongs to him by right." But scarcely had the golden saddle touched the horse than he began to neigh loudly. The grooms awoke, seized the youth, and threw him into prison. The next morning he was sentenced by the court to death, but the king promised to grant him his life, and the golden horse as well, if he could bring back the beautiful princess from the golden castle. With a heavy heart the youth set out, yet luckily for him, he soon found the trusty fox.
"I ought to only leave you to your ill luck," said the fox, "but I pity you, and will help you once more out of your trouble. This road takes you straight to the golden castle. You will reach it by eventide, and at the night when everything is quiet, the princess goes to the bathing house to bathe. When she enters it, run up to her and give her a kiss. Then she will follow you, and you can take her away with you. Only do not allow her to take leave of her parents first, or it will go ill with you."
The fox stretched out his tail, the king's son seated himself upon it, and away went the fox, over stock and stone, until his hair whistled in the wind. When he reached the golden castle, it was just as the fox had said it would be. He waited until midnight, when everything lay in deep sleep, and the beautiful princess was going to the bathing house. Then he sprang out and gave her a kiss. She said that she would like to go with him, but she asked him pitifully and with tears to allow her to first take leave of her parents. At first he withstood her prayer, but when she wept more and more and fell at his feet, he at last gave in. No sooner had the maiden reached the bedside of her father than he and all the rest of the castle awoke, and the youth was laid hold of and put into prison. The next morning the king said to him, "Your life is forfeited, and you can only find mercy if you take away the hill which stands in front of my windows and prevents my seeing beyond it, and you must finish it all within 8 days. If you do that, you shall have my daughter as your reward." With that, the king's son began, and dug and shoveled without stopping. But when, after 7 days, he saw how little he had done, and how all of his work was as good as nothing, he fell into a great sorrow and gave up all hope. But on the evening of the 7th day, the fox appeared and said,
"You do not deserve that I should take my trouble about you, but just go away and lie down and sleep. I will do the work for you."
The next morning when he awoke and looked out of the window, the hill had gone. The youth ran, full of joy, to the king, and told him that the task was fulfilled, and whether he liked it or not, the king had to hold his word and give him his daughter. So the two set forth together, and it was not long before the trusty fox came up with them.
"You have certainly got what is best," said he, "but the golden horse also belongs to the maiden of the golden castle."
"How shall I get it?" asked the youth.
"That I will tell you," answered the fox. "First take the beautiful maiden to the king who sent you to the golden castle. There will be unheard of rejoicing. They will gladly give you the golden horse, and will bring it out to you. Mount it as soon as possible, and offer your hand to all in farewell, last of all to the beautiful maiden. And as soon as you have taken her hand, swing her up on the horse and gallop away, and no one will be able to bring you back, for the horse runs faster than the wind."
All was carried out successfully, and the king's son carried off the beautiful princess on the golden horse. The fox did not remain behind, and he said to the youth,
"Now I will help you to get the golden bird. When you come near to the castle where the golden bird is to be found, let the maiden get down, and I will take her into my care. Then ride with the golden horse into the castle yard. There will be great rejoicing at the sight, and they will bring out the golden bird for you. As soon as you have the cage in your hand, gallop back to us and take the maiden away again."
When the plan had succeeded and the king's son was about to ride home with his treasures, the fox said,
"Now you shall reward me for my help."
"Well, what do you require for it?" asked the youth.
"When you get into the wood yonder, shoot me dead and chop off my head and feet."
"Well, that would be some fine gratitude," said the king's son. "Well, I cannot possibly do that for you." The fox said,
"If you will not do it, I must leave you. But before I go away, I will give you a piece of good advice. Be careful about 2 things. Buy no gallows flesh, and do not sit at the edge of any well."
And with that the fox ran into the wood. The youth thought, "That is a wonderful beast. He has strange whims. Who on earth would want to buy gallows flesh? As for the desire to sit at the edge of a well, it has never yet occurred to me." He rode on with the beautiful maiden, and his road took him again through the village in which his 2 brothers had remained. There was a great stir and noise, and when he asked what was going on, he was told that 2 men were going to be hanged. As he came nearer to the place, he saw that they were his brothers, who had been playing all kinds of wicked pranks, and had squandered all of their wealth. He inquired whether they could not be set free. "If you will pay for them," answered the people. "But why should you waste your money on wicked men and buy them free?" He did not think twice about it, but paid for them, and when they were set free, they all went on their way together. They came to the wood where the fox had first met them, and as it was a hot day, but cool and pleasant within the wood, the 2 brothers said,
Let us rest a little by the well, and eat and drink.
He agreed, and whilst they were talking he forgot himself, and he sat down upon the edge of the well without thinking of any evil. But the 2 brothers threw him backwards into the well, took the maiden, the horse, and the bird, and went home to their father.
Here, we bring you not only the golden bird, said they, we have won the golden horse also, and the maiden from the golden castle.
Then was there great joy, but the horse would not eat, the bird would not sing, and the maiden sat and wept. But the youngest brother was not dead. By good fortune the well was dry, and he fell upon soft moss without being hurt, but he could not get out again. Even in this strait the faithful fox did not leave him. It came and leapt down to him, and upbraided him for having forgotten its advice.
"But yet I cannot give up," he said. "I will help you up again into daylight."
He bade him to grasp his tail and keep hold of it tight, and then he pulled him up.
"You are not out of all danger yet," said the fox. "Your brothers were not sure of your death, and have surrounded the wood with watchers, who are to kill you if you let yourself be seen."
But a poor man was sitting on the road, with whom the youth changed clothes, and in this way he got to the king's palace. No one knew him, but the bird began to sing, the horse began to eat, and the beautiful maiden left off weeping. The king, astonished, asked, "What does this mean?" Then the maiden said, "I do not know, but I have been so sorrowful, and now I am so happy. I feel as if my true bridegroom has come." She told him all that had happened, although the other brothers had threatened her with death if she were to betray anything. The king commanded that all people who were in his castle should be brought before him, and amongst them came the youth in his ragged clothes, but the maiden knew him at once and fell upon his neck. The wicked brothers were seized and put to death. He was married to the beautiful maiden and declared heir to the king. But what happened to the poor fox, you might ask? Long afterwards, the king's son was once again walking in the wood, when the fox met him and said,
"You have everything now that you can wish for, but there is never an end to my misery, and yet it is in your power to set me free."
And again he asked him with tears to shoot him dead and chop off his head and his feet. So the king's son did it, and scarcely was it done when the fox was changed into a man, and was no other than the brother of the beautiful princess, who at last was freed from the magic charm which had been laid upon him. And now they had all the happiness they wanted for as long as they lived.
The Two Brothers. There were once upon a time two brothers, one rich and the other poor. The rich one was a goldsmith and evil-hearted. The poor one supported himself by making brooms and was good and honorable. He had two children, who were twin brothers, and as like each other as two drops of water. The two boys went in and out of the rich house, and often got some of the scraps to eat. It happened once when the poor man was going into the forest to fetch brushwood that he saw a bird which was quite golden and more beautiful than any he had ever chanced to meet with. He picked up a small stone, threw it at it, and was lucky enough to hit it, but one golden feather only fell down, and the bird flew away. The man took the feather and carried it to his brother, who looked at it and said, "It is pure gold," and gave him a great deal of money for it. Next day the man climbed into a birch tree and was about to cut off a couple of branches when the same bird flew out, and when the man searched he found a nest, an egg lay inside of it, which was of gold. He took the egg home with him and carried it to his brother, who again said, "It is pure gold," and gave him what it was worth. At last the goldsmith said, "I should indeed like to have the bird itself." The poor man went into the forest for the third time and again saw the golden bird sitting in the tree. So he took another stone, threw it, and brought the bird down and carried it to his brother, who gave him a great heap of gold for it. "Now I can get on," thought he, and he went contentedly home. The goldsmith was crafty and cunning and knew very well what kind of bird it was. He called his wife and said, "Roast me the gold bird, and take care that none of it is lost. I have a fancy to eat it all myself." The bird, however, was no common one, but of so wondrous a kind that whosoever ate its heart and liver found every morning a piece of gold beneath his pillow. The woman prepped the bird, put it on the spit, and let it roast. Now it happened that while it was on the fire, and the woman was forced to go out of the kitchen on account of some other work, the two children of the poor broom maker ran in, stood by the spit, and turned it round once or twice. And as at that very moment 2 little bits of the bird fell down into the pan, one of the boys said, "We will eat those 2 little bits. I am so hungry, and no one will ever miss them." Then the two ate the pieces, but the woman came into the kitchen and saw that they were eating something and said, "What have you been eating?" "2 little morsels which fell out of the bird," answered they. "That must have been the heart and the liver," said the woman, quite frightened, and in order that her husband might not miss them and be angry, she quickly killed a young cock, took out his heart and liver, and put them beside the golden bird. When it was ready, she carried it into the goldsmith, who consumed it all alone, and left none of it. Next morning, however, when he felt beneath his pillow and expected to bring out the piece of gold, no more gold pieces were there than there had always been. The two children did not know what a piece of good fortune had fallen to their lot. Next morning, when they arose, something fell rattling to the ground, and when they picked it up, there were 2 gold pieces. They took them to their father, who was astonished, and said, "How can that have happened?" When the next morning, again, they found 2 more, and so on daily, he went to his brother and told him the strange story. The goldsmith at once knew how it had happened, and that the children had eaten the heart and liver of the golden bird, and in order to revenge himself, and because he was envious and hard-hearted, he said to the father, "Your children are in a league with the evil one. Do not take the gold, and do not suffer them to stay any longer in your house, for he has them in his power, and may ruin you likewise." The father feared the evil one, and painful as it was to him, he nevertheless led the twins forth into the forest, and with a sad heart left them there. And now the 2 children ran about the forest and sought the way home again, but they could not find it, and only lost themselves more and more. At length they met with a huntsman who asked, "To whom do you children belong?" "We are the poor broom maker's boys," they replied, and they told him that their father would not keep them any longer in the house, because a piece of gold lay every morning under their pillows. "Come," said the huntsman, "that is nothing so very bad, if at the same time you remain honest and are not idle." As the good man liked the children, and had none of his own, he took them home with him and said, "I will be your father, and bring you up till you are big." They learnt huntsmanship from him, and the pieces of gold which each of them found when he awoke was kept for them by him in case they should need it in the future. When they were grown up, their foster father one day took them into the forest with him and said, "Today shall you make your trial shot, so that I may release you from your apprenticeship and make you huntsmen." They went with him to lie in wait and stayed there a long time, but no game appeared. The huntsman, however, looked above him and saw a covey of wild geese flying in the form of a triangle, and he said to one of them, "Shoot me down one from each corner." He did it, and thus accomplished his trial shot. Soon after, another covey came flying by in the form of the figure 2, and the huntsman bade the other also bring down one from each corner, and his trial shot was likewise successful. "Now," said the foster father, "I pronounce you out of your apprenticeship. You are skilled huntsmen." Therefore the two brothers went forth together into the forest, and took counsel with each other, and planned something. And in the evening, when they had sat down to supper, they said to their foster father, "We will not touch food, or take one mouthful, until you have granted us a request. We have now finished learning, and we must prove ourselves in the world, so allow us to go away and travel." Then spoke the old man joyfully, "You talk like brave huntsmen. That which you desire has been my wish. Go forth, all will go well with you." Thereupon they ate and drank joyously together. When the appointed day came, their foster father presented each of them with a good gun and a dog, and let each of them take as many of his saved-up gold pieces as he had chosen. Then he accompanied them part of the way, and when taking leave, he gave them a bright knife, and said, "If you ever separate, stick this knife into a tree at the place where you part, and when one of you returns, he will be able to see how his absent brother is faring, for the side of the knife which is turned in the direction by which he went will rust if he dies, but will remain bright as long as he is alive." The two brothers went still farther onwards, and came to a forest which was so large that it was impossible for them to get out of it in one day. So they passed the night in it, and ate what they had put in their hunting pouches, but they walked all the second day likewise, and still did not get out. As they had nothing to eat, one of them said, "We must shoot something for ourselves, or we shall suffer from hunger," and loaded his gun, and looked about him. And when an old hare came running up towards them, he laid his gun on his shoulder, but the hare cried,
"Dear huntsman, but do let me live. 2 little ones to thee I'll give,"
and sprang instantly into the thicket, and brought out 2 young ones. But the little creatures played so merrily and were so pretty that the huntsmen could not find it in their hearts to kill them. They therefore kept them with them, and the little hares followed on foot. Soon after this, a fox crept past. They were just going to shoot it, but the fox cried,
"Dear huntsman, but do let me live. 2 little ones thee I will give."
He too brought 2 little foxes, and the huntsman did not like to kill them either, but gave them to the hares for company, and they followed behind. It was not long before a wolf strode out of the thicket. The huntsman made ready to shoot him, but the wolf cried, "Dear huntsman, but do let me live. 2 little young ones to thee I give." The huntsman put the 2 wolves beside the other animals, and they followed behind them. Then a bear came who wanted to trot about a little longer and cried,
"Dear huntsman, do but let me live. 2 little ones to thee I'll give."
The 2 young bears were added to the others, and there were already 8 of them. Then who should come? A lion came, and he tossed his mane. But the huntsmen did not let themselves be frightened, and aimed their guns at him likewise. But the lion also said,
"Dear huntsman, do but let me live. 2 little ones to thee I'll give."
And he brought his little ones to them. And now the huntsman had 2 lions, 2 bears, 2 wolves, 2 foxes, and 2 hares, who followed them and served them. In the meantime, their hunger was not appeased by this, and they said to the foxes, "Listen, you sneakers, provide us with something to eat. You're crafty and cunning." They replied,
"Not far from here lies a village, from which we have already brought many a fowl. We will show you the way there."
So they went into the village, bought themselves something to eat, had some food given to their beasts, and then they traveled onwards. The foxes knew their way very well about the district and where the poultry yards were, and were able to guide the huntsmen.
Now they had traveled about for a while, but could find no situation where they could remain together. So they said, "There is nothing else for it. We must part." They divided the animals so that each of them had a lion, a bear, a wolf, a fox, and a hare. Then they took leave of each other, promised to love each other like brothers till their death, and stuck the knife which their foster father had given them into a tree, after which one went east and the other went west. The younger, however, arrived with his beasts in a town which was all hung with black crape. He went into an inn and asked the host if he could accommodate his animals. The innkeeper gave him a stable where there was a hole in the wall, and the hare crept out and fetched himself the head of a cabbage, and the fox fetched himself a hen, and when he had devoured it, got the cock as well. But the wolf, the bear, and the lion could not get out because they were too big. Then the innkeeper let them be taken to a place where a cow happened to be lying on the grass, that they might eat till they were satisfied. And when the huntsman had taken care of his animals, he asked the innkeeper why the town was thus hung with black crape. Said the host, "Because our king's only daughter is to die tomorrow." The huntsman inquired, "Is she sick unto death?" "No," answered the host. "She is vigorous and healthy. Nevertheless, she must die." "Well, how is that?" asked the huntsman. "There is a high hill without the town, whereon dwells a dragon, who every year must have a pure virgin, or he lays the whole country to waste. And now all the maidens have already been given to him, and there is no longer anyone left but the king's daughter. Yet there is no mercy for her. She must be given up to him, and that is to be done tomorrow." Said the huntsman, "Why is the dragon not killed?" "Ah," replied the host, "so many knights have tried it, but it has cost all of them their lives. The king has promised that he who conquers the dragon shall have his daughter to wife, and shall likewise govern the kingdom after his own death."
The huntsman said nothing more to this, but next morning took his animals, and with them ascended the dragon's hill. A little church stood at the top of it, and on the altar 3 cups were standing, with the inscription, "Whosoever empties the cups will become the strongest man on earth, and will be able to wield the sword which is buried before the threshold of the door." The huntsman did not drink, but went out and sought for the sword in the ground, but was unable to move it from its place. Then he went in and emptied the cups, and now he was strong enough to take up the sword, and his hand could quite easily wield it. As the hour came when the maiden was to be delivered over to the dragon, the king, the marshal, and the courtiers accompanied her. From afar she saw the huntsman on the dragon's hill, and thought it was the dragon standing there waiting for her, and did not want to go up to him. But at last, because otherwise the whole town would have been destroyed, she was forced to take the fatal journey. The king and courtiers returned home full of grief. The king's marshal, however, was to stand still and see all from a distance. When the king's daughter got to the top of the hill, it was not the dragon which stood there, but the young huntsman, who comforted her and said he would save her. He led her into the church and locked her in. It was not long before the 7-headed dragon came thither with loud roaring. When he perceived the huntsman, he was astonished and said,
"What business have you here on the hill?"
The huntsman answered, "I want to fight with you." Said the dragon,
"Many knights have left their lives here. I shall soon have made an end of you too."
And then he breathed fire out of 7 jaws. The fire was to have lighted the dry grass, and the huntsman was to have been suffocated in the heat and smoke, but the animals came running up and trampled out the fire. Then the dragon rushed upon the huntsman, but he swung his sword until it sang through the air, and struck off 3 of his heads. Then the dragon grew really furious, and rose up in the air, and spat out flames of fire over the huntsman, and was about to plunge down on him, but the huntsman once more drew out his sword, and again cut off 3 of his heads. The monster became faint and sank down. Nevertheless, it was just able to rush upon the huntsman when he, with his last strength, smote its tail off, and as he could fight no longer, he called up his animals, who tore it into pieces. When the struggle was ended, the huntsman unlocked the church, and found the king's daughter lying on the floor, as she had lost her senses with anguish and terror during the contest.
He carried her out, and when she came to herself once more, he opened her eyes, he showed her the dragon all cut to pieces, and he told her that she was now set free. She rejoiced and said, "Now you will be my dearest husband, for my father has promised me to him who kills the dragon." Thereupon she shook off her necklace of coral and divided it amongst the animals in order to reward them, and the lion received the golden clasp. Her pocket handkerchief, however, on which was her name, she gave to the huntsman, who went and cut the tongues out of the dragon's 7 heads, wrapped them in the handkerchief, and preserved them carefully. That done, as he was so faint and weary with the fire and the battle, he said to the maiden, "We are both faint and weary. We will sleep a while." Then she said yes, and they lay down on the ground, and the huntsman said to the lion, "You shall keep watch, that no one surprises us in our sleep." And both of them fell asleep. The lion lay down beside them to watch, but he also was so weary with the fight that he called to the bear and said, "Lie down near me. I must sleep a little. If anything comes, waken me." Then the bear lay down beside him, but he also was tired, and he called the wolf and said,
Lie down by me. I must sleep a little, but if anything comes, waken me.
Then the wolf lay down by him, but he was tired likewise, and called the fox and said,
"Lie down by me. I must sleep a little. If anything comes, waken me."
Then the fox lay down beside him, but he too was weary, and he called the hare and said,
"Lie down by me. I must sleep a little, and if anything should come, waken me."
Then the hare sat down by him, but the poor hare was tired too, and he had no one whom he could call there to keep watch, and he ended up falling asleep. And now the king's daughter, the huntsman, the lion, the bear, the wolf, the fox, and the hare were all sleeping a sound sleep. The marshal, however, who was to look on from the distance, took courage when he did not see the dragon flying away with the maiden, and finding that all the hill had become quiet, he ascended it. There lay the dragon, hacked and hewn to pieces on the ground, and not far from it were the king's daughter and a huntsman with his animals, and all of them were sunk in a sound sleep. And as he was wicked and godless, he took his sword, cut off the huntsman's head, and seized the maiden in his arms, and carried her down the hill. Then she awoke, and she was terrified. But the marshal said, "You are in my hands. You shall say that it was I who killed the dragon." "Well, I cannot do that," she replied, "for it was the huntsman with his animals who did it." Then he drew his sword, and he threatened to kill her if she did not obey him, and so compelled her that she promised it. Then he took her to the king, who did not know how to contain himself for joy when he once more looked on his dear child in life, whom he had believed to have been torn to pieces by the monster. The marshal said to him, "I have killed the dragon, and delivered the maiden and the whole kingdom as well. Therefore I demand her as my wife." The king said to the maiden, "Is what he says true?" "Oh yes," she answered. "It must indeed be true, but I will not consent to have the wedding celebrated until after a year and a day," for she thought that in this time she could hear something of her dear huntsman. The animals, however, were still lying sleeping beside their dead master on the dragon's hill, and there came a great bumblebee and lighted on the hare's nose, but the hare wiped it off with its paw, and went on sleeping. The bumblebee came a second time, but the hare again rubbed it off and slept on. Then it came for the third time, and stung his nose so that he awoke. As soon as the hare was awake, he roused the fox, and the fox the wolf, and the wolf the bear, and the bear the lion. And when the lion awoke and saw that the maiden was gone and his master was dead, he began to roar frightfully and cried, "Who has done that? Bear, why did you not waken me?" The bear asked the wolf,
Why did you not waken me?
and the wolf the fox,
"Why did you not waken me?"
and the fox the hare.
"Why did you not waken me?"
The poor hare alone did not know what answer to make, and the blame rested with him. Then they were just going to fall upon him, but he entreated them and said,
"Kill me not. I will bring our master to life again. I know a mountain on which a root grows, which, when placed in the mouth of anyone, cures him of all illness and every wound. But the mountain lies 200 hours' journey from here."
The lion said,
In 24 hours must you have run thither and have come back, and have brought the root with you. Then the hare sprang away, and in 24 hours he was back, and brought the root with him. The lion put the huntsman's head on again, and the hare placed the root in his mouth, and immediately everything united back together, and his heart beat, and life came back. Then the huntsman awoke, and was alarmed when he did not see the maiden, and thought, "She must have gone away whilst I was sleeping, in order to get rid of me." The lion, in his great haste, had put his master's head on the wrong way around, but the huntsman did not observe it, because of his melancholy thoughts about the king's daughter. But at noon, when he was going to eat something, he saw that his head was turned backwards and could not understand it, and he asked the animals what had happened to him in his sleep. Then the lion told him that they too had all fallen asleep from weariness, and on awaking had found him dead with his head cut off, that the hare had brought the life-giving root, and that he, in his haste, had laid hold of the head the wrong way, but that he would repair his mistake. Then he tore the huntsman's head off again, turned it around, and then the hare once again healed it with the root. The huntsman, however, was sad at heart, and traveled about the world, and made his animals dance before people. It came to pass that precisely at the end of 1 year he came back to the same town where he had rescued the king's daughter from the dragon, and this time the town was gaily hung with red cloth. Then he said to the host, "Well, what does this mean? Last year the town was all hung with black crape. What means the red cloth today?" The host answered,
Last year our king's daughter was to have been delivered over to the dragon, but the marshal fought with it and killed it, and so tomorrow their wedding is to be solemnized, and that is why the town was hung with black crape for mourning, and 'tis today covered with red cloth for joy.
The next day, when the wedding was to take place, the huntsman said at midday to the innkeeper, "Do you believe, sir host, that I, while with you here today, shall eat bread from the king's own table?"
Nay, said the host, I would bet 100 pieces of gold that that will not come true.
The huntsman accepted the wager, and set against it a purse with just the same number of gold pieces. Then he called the hare and said, "Go, my dear runner, and fetch me some of the bread which the king is eating." Now the little hare was the lowest of the animals, and could not transfer this order to any of the others, but he had to get on his legs himself. "Alas," thought he, "if I bound through the streets thus alone, the butchers and the dogs will be after me." It happened just as he had expected, and the dogs came after him and wanted to make holes in his good skin, but he sprang away. You have never seen the like, and sheltered himself in a sentry box without the soldier being aware of it. Then the dogs came and wanted to have him out, but the soldier did not understand a jest, and struck them with the butt end of his gun till they ran away yelling and howling. As soon as the hare saw that the way was clear, he ran into the palace and straight to the king's daughter, sat down under her chair, and scratched at her foot. Then she said, "Will you get away?" and thought it was her dog. The hare scratched her foot for the second time, and she said again, "Will you get away?" and she thought it was still her dog. But the hare did not let itself be turned from its purpose, and it scratched her for the third time. Then she peered down, and knew the hare by its collar. She took him up on her lap, carried him into her chamber, and said, "Dear hare, what do you want?" He answered, "My master who killed the dragon is here, and he has sent me to ask for a loaf of bread like that which the king eats." Then she was full of joy, and had the baker summoned, and ordered him to bring a loaf such as was eaten by the king. The little hare said, "But the baker must likewise carry it thither for me, that the butchers and the dogs may do me no harm." The baker carried it for him as far as the door of the inn, and then the hare got on his hind legs, took the loaf in his front paws, and carried it to his master. Then said the huntsman, "Behold, sir host, the 100 pieces of gold are mine." The host was astonished, but the huntsman went on to say, "Yes, sir host, I have the bread, but now I will likewise have some of the king's roast meat." The host said, "I should indeed like to see that," but he would make no more wagers. The huntsman called the fox and said, "My little fox, go and fetch me some roast meat, such as the king eats." The red fox knew the byways better, and went by holes and corners without any dogs seeing him. He seated himself under the chair of the king's daughter, and scratched at her foot.
Then she looked down and recognized the fox by its collar, took him into her chamber with her, and said, "Dear fox, what do you want?" He answered,
"My master who killed the dragon is here, and he has sent me. I am to ask for some roast meat such as the king is eating."
Then she made the cook come, who was obliged to prepare a roast joint, the same as was eaten by the king, and carry it for the fox as far as the door. Then the fox took the dish, waved away with his tail the flies which had settled on the meat, and then carried it to his master. "Behold, sir host," said the huntsman, "bread and meat are here, but now I will also have proper vegetables with it, such as are eaten by the king." Then he called the wolf and said, "Dear wolf, go thither and fetch me vegetables such as the king eats." Then the wolf went straight to the palace, as he feared no one, and when he got to the king's daughter's parlor, he tugged at the back of her dress, so that she was forced to look around. She recognized him by his collar, and took him into her chamber with her, and said, "Dear wolf, what is it that you want?" He answered,
"My master who killed the dragon is here. I am to ask for some vegetables such as the king eats."
Then she made the cook come, and he had to make ready a dish of vegetables, just as the king ate, and had to carry it for the wolf as far as the door. And then the wolf took the dish from him, and carried it to his master. "Behold, sir host," said the huntsman, "now I have bread and meat and vegetables, but I will also have some pastry to eat, like that which the king eats." He called the bear and said, "Dear bear, you are fond of licking anything sweet. Go and bring me some confectionery, such as the king eats." The bear trotted to the palace, and everyone got out of his way. But when he went to the guard, they presented their muskets, and they would not let him go into the royal palace. But he got up on his hind legs and gave them a few boxes on the ears, right and left with his paws, so that the whole watch broke up. And then he went straight to the king's daughter, placed himself behind her, and growled a little. Then she looked behind her, knew the bear, and bade him to go into her room with her, and said, "Dear bear, what do you want?" He answered,
My master who killed the dragon is here, and I am to ask for some confectionery such as the king eats."
Then she summoned her confectioner, who had to bake the confectionery such as the king ate, and carry it to the door for the bear. Then the bear first licked up the comfits which had rolled down, and then he stood upright, took the dish, and carried it to his master. "Behold, sir host," said the huntsman, "now I have bread, meat, vegetables, and confectionery, but I will drink wine also, and such as the king drinks." He called his lion to him and said, "Dear lion, you yourself like to drink till you are tipsy. Go and fetch me some wine, such as is drunk by the king." The lion then strode through the streets, and the people fled from him. And when he came to the watch, they wanted to bar the way against him, but he did but roar once, and they all ran away. Then the lion went to the royal apartment, and knocked on the door with his tail. The king's daughter came forth, and was almost afraid of the lion, but she knew him by the golden clasp of her necklace, and bade him to go with her into the chamber, and said, "Dear lion, what will you have?" He answered, "My master who killed the dragon is here, and I am to ask for some wine such as is drunk by the king." Then she bade the cupbearer be called, who was to give the lion some wine like that which was drunk by the king. The lion said, "I will go with him and see that I get the right wine." Then he went down with the cupbearer, and when they were below, the cupbearer wanted to draw him some of the common wine that was drunk by the king's servants, but the lion said, "Stop, I will taste the wine first," and he drew a half measure and swallowed it down at one draught. "No," said he, "that is not right." The cupbearer looked at him askance, but went on, and was about to give him some of another barrel which was for the king's marshal. The lion said, "Stop, let me taste the wine first," and he drew half a measure and drank it. "That is better, but still not right," said he. Then the cupbearer grew angry, and said, "How can a stupid animal like you understand wine?" But the lion gave him a blow behind the ears which made him fall down by no means gently, and when he had gotten up again, he conducted the lion quite silently into the little cellar apart where the king's wine lay, from which no one ever drank. The lion first drew half a measure and tried the wine. Then he said, "That may possibly be the right sort," and he bade the cupbearer to fill 6 bottles of it. And now they went upstairs again, but when the lion came out of the cellar into the open air, he reeled here and there, and he was rather drunk, and the cupbearer was forced to carry the wine as far as the door for him. And then the lion took the handle of the basket in his mouth, and took it to his master. The huntsman said, "Behold, sir host, here I have bread, meat, vegetables, confectionery, and wine, such as the king has, and now I will dine with my animals." And he sat down and ate and drank, and gave the hare, the fox, the wolf, the bear, and the lion also to eat and drink, and was joyful, for he saw that the king's daughter still loved him. And when he had finished his dinner, he said, "Sir host, now that I have eaten and drunk, as the king eats and drinks, I will go to the king's court and marry the king's daughter." Said the host,
"How can that be, when she already has a betrothed husband, and when the wedding is to be solemnized today?"
Then the huntsman drew forth the handkerchief which the king's daughter had given him on the dragon's hill, and in which were folded the monster's 7 tongues, and said, "That which I hold in my hand shall help me to do it." Then the innkeeper looked at the handkerchief and said,
"Whatever I believe, I do not believe that, and I am willing to stake my house and courtyard on it."
The huntsman, however, took a bag with 1,000 gold pieces, put it on the table, and said, "I stake that on it." Now the king said to his daughter at the royal table, "What did all the wild animals want which have been coming to you and going in and out of my palace?" She replied, "I may not tell you, but send and have a master of these animals brought, and you will do well." The king sent a servant to the inn, and invited the stranger, and the servant came just as the huntsman had laid his wager with the innkeeper. Then said he, "Behold, sir host, now the king sends his servant and invites me, but I do not go in this way." And he said to the servant, "I request that the lord king to send me royal clothing, and a carriage with 6 horses, and servants to attend to me." When the king heard the answer, he said to his daughter, "What shall I do?" She said, "Cause him to be fetched as he desires to be, and you will do well." Then the king sent royal apparel, a carriage with 6 horses, and servants to wait on him. When the huntsman saw them coming, he said, "Behold, sir host, now I am fetched as I desired to be." And he put on the royal garment, took the handkerchief with the dragon's tongues with him, and drove off to the king. When the king saw him coming, he said to his daughter, "How shall I receive him?" She answered, "Go to meet him, and you will do well." Then the king went to meet him, and let him in, and his animals followed. The king gave him a seat near himself, and his daughter and the marshal, as bridegroom, sat on the other side, but no longer knew the huntsman. And now at this very moment the 7 heads of the dragon were brought in as a spectacle, and the king said, "The 7 heads were cut off of the dragon by the marshal, wherefore today I give him my daughter to wife." Then the huntsman stood up, opened the 7 mouths, and said, "Where are the 7 tongues of the dragon?" Then was the marshal terrified, and grew pale, and knew not what answer he should make, and at length in his anguish he said, "Dragons have no tongues." The huntsman said, "Liars ought to have none, but the dragon's tongues are the tokens of the victor." And he unfolded the handkerchief, and there lay all 7 inside of it, and he put each tongue in the mouth to which it belonged, and it fitted exactly. Then he took the handkerchief on which the name of the princess was embroidered, and showed it to the maiden, and asked to whom she had given it, and she replied, "To him who had killed the dragon." And then he called his animals, and took the collar off each of them, and the golden clasp from the lion, and showed them to the maiden, and asked to whom they belonged. She answered, "The necklace and the golden clasp were mine, but I divided them among the animals who helped to conquer the dragon." Then spoke the huntsman, "When I, tired of the fight, was resting and sleeping, the marshal came and cut off my head. Then he carried away the king's daughter, and gave out that it was he who had killed the dragon, but that he lied I proved with the tongues, the handkerchief, and the necklace." And then he related how his animals had healed him by means of a wonderful root, and how he had traveled about with them for 1 year, and had at length come there, and had learnt the treachery of the marshal by the innkeeper's story. Then the king asked his daughter, "Is it true that this man killed the dragon?" And she answered, "Yes, it is true." Now I can reveal the wicked deed of the marshal, as it has come to light without my connivance, for he wrung from me a promise to be silent. For this reason, however, did I make the condition that the marriage should not be solemnized for a year and a day." Then the king bade 12 counselors be summoned, who were to pronounce judgment on the marshal, and they sentenced him to be torn to pieces by 4 bulls. The marshal was therefore executed, but the king gave his daughter to the huntsman, and named him his viceroy over the whole kingdom. The wedding was celebrated with great joy, and the young king caused his father and his foster father to be brought, and loaded them with treasures. Neither did he forget the innkeeper, but sent for him and said, "Behold, sir host, I have married the king's daughter, and your house and yard are mine." The host said, "Yes, according to justice it is so." But the young king said, "It shall be done according to mercy," and told him that he should keep his house and yard, and gave him 1,000 pieces of gold as well. And now the young king and queen were thoroughly happy, and lived in gladness together. He often went out hunting, because it was a delight to him, and the faithful animals had to accompany him. In the neighborhood, however, there was a forest of which it was reported that it was haunted, and that whoever did but enter it did not easily get out again. But the young king had a great inclination to hunt in it, and he let the old king have no peace until he allowed him to do so. So he rode forth with a great following, and when he came to the forest, he saw a snow-white hind, and said to his men, "Wait here until I return. I want to hunt that beautiful creature." And then he rode into the forest after it, followed only by his animals. The attendants halted and waited until evening, but he did not return, so they rode home, and they told the young queen that the young king had followed a white hind into the enchanted forest, and had not come back out again. Then she was in the greatest concern about him. He, however, had still continued to ride on and on after the beautiful wild animal, and had never been able to overtake it. When he thought he was near enough to take aim, he instantly saw it bound away into the far distance, and at length it vanished altogether. And now he perceived that he had penetrated deep into the forest, and blew his horn, but he received no answer from his men, for his attendants could not hear it. And as night was falling, he saw that he could not get home that day, so he dismounted from his horse, lighted himself a fire near a tree, and resolved to spend the night by it. While he was sitting by the fire, and his animals were also lying down beside him, it seemed to him that he heard a human voice. He looked around, but he could not perceive anything. Soon afterwards he heard a groan as if from above, and then he looked up, and he saw an old woman sitting in the tree, who wailed unceasingly,
"Oh, oh, 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 how cold am I?"
Said he, "Come down and warm yourself if you are cold." But she said,
"No, your animals will bite me."
He answered, "They will do you no harm, old mother. Do come down." She, however, was a witch, and said,
"I will throw down a wand from the tree, and if you strike them all on the back with it, they will do me no harm."
Then she threw him a small wand, and he struck them with it, and instantly they lay still and were turned into stone. And when the witch was safe from the animals, she leapt down and touched him also with the wand, and changed him to stone. Thereupon she laughed, and dragged him and the animals into a vault, where many more such stones already lay. As the young king did not come back at all, the queen's anguish and care grew constantly greater, and it so happened that at this very time the other brother, who had turned to the east when they separated, came into the kingdom. He had sought a situation, and had found none, and had then traveled about here and there, and had made his animals dance. Then it came into his mind that he would just go and look at the knife that they had thrust into the trunk of the tree at their parting, that he might learn how his brother was. When he got there, his brother's side of the knife was half rusted and half bright. Then he was alarmed and thought, "Oh, a great misfortune must have befallen my brother, but perhaps I can still save him, for half of the knife is still bright." He and his animals traveled towards the west, and when he entered the gate of the town, the guard came to meet him, and asked if he was to announce him to his consort, the young queen, who had for a couple of days been in the greatest sorrow about his staying away, and was afraid he had been killed in the enchanted forest. The sentries indeed thought no otherwise than that he was the young king himself, for he looked so like him and had wild animals running behind him. Then he saw that they were speaking of his brother and thought, "It will be better if I so pass myself off for him, and then I can rescue him more easily." So he allowed himself to be escorted into the castle by the guard, and was received with the greatest joy. The young queen indeed thought that he was her husband, and asked him why he had stayed away so long. He answered, "I'd lost myself in a forest, and I couldn't find my way out any sooner." At night he was taken to the royal bed, but he laid a two-edged sword between him and the young queen. She did not know what that could mean, but did not venture to ask. He remained in the palace a couple of days, and in the meantime inquired into everything which related to the enchanted forest, and at last he said, "I must hunt there once more." The king and the young queen wanted to persuade him not to do it, but he stood out against them, and went forth with a larger following. When he had gotten into the forest, it fared with him as with his brother. He saw a white hind, and said to his men, "Stay here, and wait until I return. I want to chase the lovely wild beast." And then he rode into the forest, and his animals ran after him. But he could not overtake the hind, and he got so deep into the forest that he was forced to pass the night there. And when he had lighted a fire, he heard someone wailing above him,
Oh, 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 how cold am I?
Then he looked up, and the self-same witch was sitting in the tree. Said he, "If you are cold, come down, little old mother, and warm yourself." She answered,
No, your animals will bite me.
but he said, "They will not hurt you." Then she cried,
I will throw down a wand to you, and if you smite them with it, they will do me no harm.
When the huntsman heard that, he had no confidence in the old woman, and said, "I will not strike my animals. Come down, or I will fetch you." Then she cried,
What do you want? You shall not touch me.
but he replied, "If you do not come, I will shoot you."
Shoot away, said she. I do not fear your bullets.
Then he aimed and fired at her, but the witch was proof against all leaden bullets, and laughed shrilly and cried,
You shall not hit me.
The huntsman knew what to do. He tore 3 silver buttons off of his coat, and loaded his gun with them, for against them her arts were useless, and when he fired she fell down at once with a scream. Then he set his foot on her and said, "Old witch, if you do not instantly confess to me where my brother is, I will seize you with both of my hands and throw you into this fire." She was in a great fright. She begged for mercy and said,
He and his animals lie in a vault. They're turned to stone.
Then he compelled her to go thither with him, threatened her, and said, "Old sea cat, now you shall make my brother and all the human beings lying here again alive, or you shall go directly into that fire." She took the wand and touched the stones, and then his brother, with his animals, came to life again, and many others, merchants, artisans, and shepherds. They all arose, thanked him for their deliverance, and went to their homes. When the twin brothers saw each other again, they kissed each other and rejoiced with all of their hearts. Then they seized the witch, bound her and laid her on the fire, and when she was burnt, the forest opened of its own accord, and was light and clear, and the king's palace could be seen at about the distance of a 3 hours' walk. Thereupon the 2 brothers went home together, and on the way they told each other of their histories. And when the younger brother said that he was the ruler of a whole country in the king's stead, the other observed, and remarked very well, "For when I came to town, and was taken for you, all royal honors were paid to me. The young queen looked on me as her husband, and I had to eat at her side and slept in your bed." When the other heard that, he became so jealous and angry that he drew his sword and struck off his brother's head. But when he saw him lying there dead, and saw his red blood flowing, he repented most violently. "My brother delivered me," cried he, "and I have killed him for it," and he bewailed him aloud. Then his hare came and offered to go and bring some of the root of life, and bound it away and brought it while yet there was still time, and the dead man was brought to life again, and he knew nothing about the wound. After this they journeyed onwards, and the younger said, "You look like me. You have royal apparel on as I have, and the animals follow you as they do me. We will go in by opposite gates and arrive at the same time from the two sides in the aged king's presence." So they separated, and at the same time came the watchmen from the one door and from the other, and announced that the young king and his animals had returned from the chase. The king said,
"It is not possible. The gates lie quite a mile apart."
In the meantime, however, the two brothers entered the courtyard of the palace from opposite sides, and both mounted the steps. Then the king said to the daughter, "Say which one is your husband." "Each of them looks exactly like the other. I cannot tell." Then she was in great distress, and could not tell, but at last she remembered the necklace which she had given to the animals, and she sought for it and found her little golden clasp on the lion, and she cried in her delight, "He who was followed by this lion is my true husband." Then the young king laughed and said, "Yes, he is the right one." And they sat down together to the table, and ate and drank, and were merry. At night, when the young king went to bed, his wife said, "Why have you for these last nights always laid a two-edged sword in our bed? I thought you had a wish to kill me." It was at that point he knew how true his brother had always been.
The Queen Bee. Two king's sons once went out in search of adventures and fell into a wild, disorderly way of living, so that they never came home again. The youngest, who was called Simpleton, set out to seek his brothers, but when at length he found them, they mocked him for thinking that he, with his simplicity, could get through the world, when they too could not make their way, and yet they were so much cleverer. They all three traveled away together, and came to an anthill. The two elders wanted to destroy it, to see the little ants creeping about in their terror, and carrying their eggs away, but Simpleton said, "Leave the creatures in peace. I will not allow you to disturb them." Then they went onwards and came to a lake, on which a great number of ducks were swimming. The two brothers wanted to catch a couple and roast them, but Simpleton would not permit it, and said, "Leave the creatures in peace. I will not suffer you to kill them." At length they came to a bee's nest, in which there was so much honey that it ran out of the trunk of the tree where it was. The two wanted to make a fire beneath the tree and suffocate the bees in order to take away the honey, but Simpleton again stopped them and said, "Leave the creatures in place. I will not allow you to burn them." At length the three brothers arrived at a castle, where stone horses were standing in the stables, and no human being was to be seen, and they went through all the halls until quite at the end they came to a door in which there were 3 locks. In the middle of the door, however, there was a little pane through which they could see into the room. There they saw a little gray man who was sitting at a table. They called him once, called him twice, but he did not hear. At last they called for him a 3rd time, when he got up, opened the locks, and came out. He said nothing, however, but conducted them to a handsomely spread table, and when they had eaten and drunk, he took each of them to a bedroom. The next morning the little gray man came to the eldest, beckoned to him, and conducted him to a stone table, on which were inscribed 3 tasks, by the performance of which the castle could be delivered from enchantment. The first was that in the forest, beneath the moss, lay the princess's pearls, 1,000 in number, which must be picked up, and if by sunset 1 single pearl was missing, he who had looked for them would be turned into stone. The eldest went thither, and sought the whole day, but when it came to an end, he had only found 100, and what was written on the tablet came true, and he was thus turned into stone. The next day, the second brother undertook the adventure, but it did not fare much better with him than with the eldest. He did not find more than 200 pearls, and was changed into stone. At last, it was Simpleton's turn to seek in the moss, but it was so difficult for him to find the pearls, and he got on so slowly, that he seated himself on a stone and wept. And while he was thus sitting, the king of the ants, whose life he had once saved, came with 5,000 ants, and before long the little creatures had got all the pearls together and laid them in a heap. The second task, however, was to fetch out of the lake the key of the king's daughter's bedchamber. When Simpleton came to the lake, the ducks which he had saved swam up to him, dived down, and brought the key out of the water. But the third task was the most difficult. From amongst the 3 sleeping daughters of the king was the youngest and dearest to be sought out. They, however, resembled each other exactly, and were only to be distinguished by their having eaten different sweetmeats before they had fallen asleep. The eldest had a bit of sugar, the second a little bit of syrup, and the youngest a spoonful of honey. Then the queen of the bees, whom Simpleton had protected from the fire, came and tasted the lips of all 3, and at last she remained sitting on the mouth which had eaten the honey, and thus the king's son recognized the right princess. Then the enchantment was at an end. Everything was delivered from sleep, and those who had been turned to stone received once more their natural forms. Simpleton married the youngest and sweetest princess, and after her father's death, Simpleton became the king, and his 2 brothers received the 2 other sisters. The Golden Goose. There was a man who had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was called Dummling, and was despised, mocked, and sneered at on every occasion. It happened that the eldest wanted to go into the forest to hew wood, and before he went, his mother gave him a beautiful sweet cake and a bottle of wine in order that he might not suffer from hunger or thirst. When he entered the forest, he met a little gray-haired man who bade him good day, and said,
"Do give me a piece of cake out of your pocket, and let me have a draught of your wine. I am so hungry and thirsty."
But the clever son answered, "If I give you my cake and wine, I shall have none for myself. Be off with you." And he left the little man standing and went on. But when he began to hew down a tree, it was not long before he made a false stroke, and the axe cut him in the arm, so that he had to go home and have it bound up. And this was the little gray man's doing. After this, the second son went into the forest, and his mother gave him, like the eldest, a cake and a bottle of wine. The little old gray man met him likewise, and asked him for a piece of cake and a drink of wine. But the second son, too, said sensibly enough, "What I give you will be taken away from myself. Be off." And he left the little man standing and went on. His punishment, however, was not delayed. When he had made a few blows at the tree, he struck himself in the leg, so that he had to be carried home. Then Dummling said, "Father, do let me go and cut wood." The father answered, "Your brothers have hurt themselves with it. Leave it alone. You do not understand anything about it." But Dummling begged so long that at last he said, "Just go then. You will get wiser by hurting yourself." His mother gave him a cake made with water and baked in the cinders, and with it a bottle of sour beer. When he came to the forest, the little old gray man met him likewise, and greeting him, said,
"Give me a piece of your cake and a drink of your bottle. I am so hungry and thirsty."
Dummling answered, "I have only cinder cake and sour beer. If that pleases you, we will sit down and eat." So they sat down, and when Dummling pulled out a cinder cake, it was a fine sweet cake, and the sour beer had become good wine. So they ate and drank, and after that the little old man said,
"Since you have a good heart and are willing to divide what you have, I will give you good luck. There stands an old tree. Cut it down, and you will find something at the roots."
And then the little man took leave of him. Dummling went and cut down the tree, and when it fell, there was a goose sitting in the roots with feathers of pure gold. He lifted her up, and taking her with him, went to an inn where he thought he would stay the night. Now the host had 3 daughters, who saw the goose and were curious to know what such a wonderful bird might be, and would have liked to have one of its golden feathers. The eldest thought, "I shall soon find an opportunity of pulling out a feather," and as soon as Dummling had gone out, she seized the goose by the wing, but her finger and hand remained sticking fast to it. The second came soon afterwards, thinking only of how she might get a feather for herself, but she had scarcely touched her sister than she was held fast. At last, the third also came with the like intent, and the others screamed out, Keep away! For God's sake, keep away!" But she did not understand why she was to keep away. The others are there, she thought. I may as well be there too. And she ran to them, but as soon as she had touched her sister, she remained sticking fast to her. So they had to spend the night stuck to the goose. The next morning, Dummling took the goose under his arm and set out, without troubling himself about the 3 girls who were hanging on to it. They were obliged to run after him continually, now left, now right, wherever his legs took them. In the middle of the fields, the parson met them, and when he saw the procession, he said, "For shame, you good-for-nothing girls. Why are you running across the fields after this young man? Is that seemly?" At the same time, he seized the youngest by the hand in order to pull her away, but as soon as he touched her, he likewise was stuck fast, and was himself obliged to run behind as well. Before long, the sexton came by, and saw his master, the parson, running behind 3 girls. He was astonished at this, and called out, "Hi, your reverence! Whither away so quickly? Do not forget that we have a christening today." And running after him, he took him by the sleeve, but was also held fast to it as soon as he touched him. Whilst the 5 were trotting thus one behind the other, 2 laborers came with their hoes from the fields. The parson called out to them and begged that they would set him and the sexton free, but they had scarcely touched the sexton when they were held fast as well, and now there were 7 of them running behind Dummling and the goose. Soon afterwards he came to a city where a king ruled who had a daughter who was so serious that no one could make her laugh. So he had put forth a decree that whoever should be able to make her laugh should marry her. When Dummling heard this, he went with his goose and all of her train before the king's daughter, and as soon as she saw the 7 people running on and on, one behind the other, she began to laugh quite loudly, and as if she would never stop. Thereupon Dummling asked to have her for his wife, but the king did not like the son-in-law, and made all manner of excuses, and said he must first produce a man who could drink a cellarful of wine. Dummling thought of the little gray man, who could certainly help him. So he went to the forest, and in the same place where he had felled the tree, he saw a man sitting, who had a very sorrowful face. Dummling asked him what he was taking to heart so sorely, and he answered, "I have such a great thirst, and cannot quench it. Cold water I cannot stand. A barrel of wine I have just emptied, but that to me is like a drop on a hot stone." "Well, there, I can help you," said Dummling. "Just come with me and you shall be satisfied." He led him into the king's cellar, and the man bent over the huge barrels and drank until his loins hurt, and before the day was out he had emptied all of the barrels. Then Dummling asked once more for his bride, but the king was vexed that such an ugly fellow, whom everyone called Dummling, should take away his daughter, and he made a new condition, that Dummling must first find a man who could eat a whole mountain of bread. Dummling did not think long, but went straight into the forest, where in the same place there sat a man who was tying up his body with a strap, and making an awful face, and saying, "I have eaten a whole ovenful of rolls, but what good is that when one has such a hunger as I? My stomach remains empty, and I must tie myself up if I am not to die of hunger." At this, Dummling was glad, and said, "Get up and come with me. You shall eat yourself full." He led him to the king's palace, where all the flour in the whole kingdom was collected, and from it he caused a huge mountain of bread to be baked. The man from the forest stood before it, began to eat, and by the end of the day the whole mountain had vanished. Then Dummling for the 3rd time asked for his bride, but the king again sought a way out, and ordered a ship which could sail on land and on water. "As soon as you come sailing back in it," said he, "you shall have my daughter for wife." Dummling went straight into the forest, and there sat the little gray man to whom he had given his cake. When he heard what Dummling wanted, he said, "Since you have given me to eat and drink, I will give you the ship, and I do all of this because you once were kind to me." And then he gave him the ship, which could sail on land and water, and when the king saw that, he could no longer prevent him from having his daughter. The wedding was celebrated, and after the king's death, Dummling inherited his kingdom and lived for a long time contentedly with his wife. All a lie how. There was once upon a time a king who had a wife with golden hair, and she was so beautiful that her equal was not to be found on earth. It came to pass that she lay ill, and as she felt that she must soon die, she called the king and said, "If you wish to marry again after my death, take no one who is not quite as beautiful as I am, and who has not just such golden hair as I have. This you must promise me." And after the king had promised her this, she closed her eyes, and she died. For a long time the king could not be comforted, and had no thought of taking another wife. At length his counselors said, "This cannot go on. The king must marry again, and we may have a queen." And now messengers were sent about far and wide to seek a bride who equaled the late queen in beauty. In the whole world, however, none was to be found, and even if one had been found, still there would have been no one who had such golden hair, so the messengers came home just as they had went. Now the king had a daughter who was just as beautiful as her dead mother, and had the same golden hair. And when she was grown up, the king looked at her one day, and saw that in every respect she was like his late wife, and suddenly he felt a violent love for her. Then he spoke to his counselors. "I will marry my daughter, for she is the counterpart of my late wife. Otherwise I can find no bride who resembles her." When the counselors heard that, they were shocked, and said, "God has forbidden a father to marry his daughter. No good can come from such a crime, and the kingdom will be involved in the ruin." The daughter was still more shocked when she became aware of her father's resolution, but hoped to turn him from his design. Then she said to him, "Before I will fulfill your wish, I must have 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silvery as the moon, and one as bright as the stars. Besides this, I wish for a mantle of 1,000 different kinds of fur and peltry joined together, and one of every kind of animal in your kingdom must give a piece of his skin for it." For she thought to get all that would be quite impossible, and thus I shall divert my father from his wicked intentions. The king, however, did not give it up, and the cleverest maidens in his kingdom had to weave the 3 dresses, one as golden as the sun, one as silvery as the moon, and one as bright as the stars. And his huntsman had to catch one of every kind of animal in the whole kingdom, and take from it one piece of its skin, and out of these was made a mantle of 1,000 different kinds of fur. At length, when all was ready, the king caused the mantle to be brought, spread it out before her, and said, "Our wedding shall be tomorrow." When therefore the king's daughter saw that there was no longer any hope of turning her father's heart, she resolved to run away. In the night, whilst everyone was asleep, she got up and took 3 different things from her treasures, a golden ring, a golden spinning wheel, and a golden reel. The 3 dresses of the sun, the moon, and the stars she placed into a nutshell, put on her mantle of all kinds of fur, and blackened her face and hands with soot. Then she commended herself to God, and went away, and walked the whole night until she reached a great forest. And as she was tired, she got into a hollow tree, and she fell asleep. The sun rose, and she slept on, and she was still sleeping when it was full day. Then it so happened that the king to whom this forest belonged was hunting in it. When his dogs came to the tree, they sniffed and ran barking all around it. The king said to the huntsman, "Just see what kind of wild beast has hidden itself in there." The huntsman obeyed his order, and when they came back they said, "A wondrous beast is lying in this hollow tree. We have never before seen one like it. Its skin is fur of 1,000 different kinds, but it is lying asleep." Said the king, "See if you can catch it alive, and then fasten it to the carriage, and we will take it with us." When the huntsman laid hold of the maiden, she awoke full of terror, and cried to them, "I am a poor child, deserted by father and mother. Have pity on me, and take me with you." Then they said, "Alalaihow, you will be useful in the kitchen. Come with us, and you can sweep up the ashes." So they put her in the carriage, and took her home to the royal palace, where they had pointed out to her a closet under the stairs where no daylight entered, and said, "Hairy animal, there you can live and sleep." Then she was sent into the kitchen, and there she carried wood and water, swept the hearth, plucked the fowls, picked the vegetables, raked the ashes, and did all of the dirty work. Alalaihow lived there for a long time in a great wretchedness. Alas, fair princess, what is to become of you now? It happened, however, that one day a feast was held in the palace, and she said to the cook, "May I go upstairs for a while and look on? I will place myself outside the door." The cook answered, "Yes, go, but you must be back here in a half an hour to sweep the hearth." Then she took her oil lamp, went into her den, put off her dress of fur, and washed the soot off of her face and hands, so that her full beauty once more came to light. And she opened the nut, and took out her dress, which shone like the sun. And when she had done that, she went up to the festival, and every one made way for her, for no one knew her, and thought no otherwise than that she was the king's daughter. The king came to meet her, gave his hand to her, and danced with her, and thought in his heart, "My eyes have never yet seen anyone so beautiful." And when the dance was over, she curtsied, and when the king looked around again, she had vanished, and no one knew whither. The guards who stood outside the palace were called and questioned, but no one had seen her. She had run into her little den, however. There she had quickly taken off her dress, made her face and hands black again, put on a mantle of fur, and again was Allerleihau. And now, when she went into the kitchen, and was about to get to her work and sweep up the ashes, the cook said, "Leave that alone until morning, and make me the soup for the king. I too will go upstairs for a while, and take a look, but let no hairs fall in, or in the future you shall have nothing to eat." So the cook went away, and Allerleihau made the soup for the king, and made bread and soup the best that she could, and when it was ready, she fetched her golden ring from her little den, and put it in the bowl in which the soup was served. When the dancing was over, the king had his soup brought and ate it, and he liked it so much that it seemed to him he had never tasted better. But when he came to the bottom of the bowl, he saw a golden ring lying, and he could not conceive how it could have gotten there. Then he ordered the cook to appear before him. The cook was terrified when he heard the order, and said to Allerleihau, "You have certainly let a hair fall into the soup, and if you have, you shall be beaten for it." When he came before the king, the latter asked who had made the soup. The cook replied, "I have made it." But the king said, "That is not true, for it was much better than usual, and cooked differently." He answered, "I must acknowledge that I did not make it. It was made by the hairy animal." The king said, Go and bid it comes up here." When Allerleihau came, the king said, "Who are you?" "I am a poor girl who no longer has any father or mother." He asked further, "Of what use are you in my palace?" She answered, "I am good for nothing but to have boots thrown at my head." He continued, "Where did you get the ring which was in the soup?" She answered, "I know nothing about the ring." So the king could learn nothing, and he had to send her away again. After a while, there was another festival, and then, as before, Allerleihau begged the cook for leave and to go and look on. He answered, "Yes, but come back again in half an hour, and make the king the bread soup which he so much likes." Then she ran into her den, washed herself quickly, and took out of the nut the dress which was as silvery as the moon, and put it on. Then she went up, and was like a princess, and the king stepped forward to meet her, and rejoiced to see her once more, and as the dance was just beginning, they danced it together. But when it was ended, she again disappeared so quickly that the king could not observe where she went. She, however, sprang into her den, and once more made herself a hairy animal, and went into the kitchen to prepare the bread soup. When the cook had gone upstairs, she fetched the little golden spinning wheel, and put it in the bowl so that the soup covered it. Then it was taken to the king, who ate it, and he liked it as much as before, and he had the cook brought forth, who this time likewise was forced to confess that Allerleihau had prepared the soup. Allerleihau again came before the king, but she answered that she was good for nothing else but to have boots thrown at her head, and that she knew nothing at all about the little golden spinning wheel. When, for the third time, the king held a festival, all happened just as it had done before. The cook said, "Furskin, you are a witch, and always put something in the soup which makes it so good that the king likes it better than that which I cook." But as she begged so hard, he let her go up at the appointed time, and now she put on the dress which shone like the stars, and thus entered the hall. Again, the king danced with the beautiful maiden, and thought that she never yet had been so beautiful. And while she was dancing, he contrived, without her noticing it, to slip a golden ring on her finger, and he had given orders that the dance should last a very long time. When it was finally ended, he wanted to hold her fast by the hands, but she tore herself loose, and sprang away so quickly through the crowd that she vanished from his sight. She ran as fast as she could into her den beneath the stairs, but as she had been too long, and had stayed more than half an hour, she could not take off her pretty dress, but only threw it over her mantle of fur, and in her haste she did not make herself quite black, but one finger remained white. Then Alaliah ran into the kitchen and cooked the bread soup for the king, and as the cook was away, she put her golden reel into it. When the king found the reel at the bottom of it, he caused Alaliah to be summoned, and then he espied the white finger, and saw the ring which he had put on it during the dance. Then he grasped her by the hand and held her fast, and when she wanted to release herself and run away, her mantle of fur opened a little, and the star dress shone forth. The king clutched the mantle and tore it off. Then her golden hair shone forth, and she stood there in full splendor, and could no longer hide herself. And when she had washed the soot and ashes from her face, she was more beautiful than anyone who had ever been seen on earth. Then the king said, "Now you are to be my dear bride, and we will never more part from each other." Thereupon their marriage was solemnized, and they lived happily until their deaths. The 3 Feathers. There was once upon a time a king who had 3 sons, of whom 2 were clever and wise, but the third did not speak much, and was simple, and was called the Simpleton. When the king had become old and weak, and was thinking of his end, he did not know which of his sons should inherit the kingdom after him. Then he said to them, "Go forth, and he who brings me the most beautiful carpet shall be king after my death." And that there should be no dispute amongst them, he took them outside his castle, blew 3 feathers in the air, and said, "You shall go as they fly." 1 feather flew to the east, the other to the west, but the third flew straight up and did not fly far, but soon fell to the ground. And now 1 brother went to the right, and the other to the left, and they mocked Simpleton, who was forced to stay where the third feather had fallen. He sat down and was sad. Then, all at once, he saw that there was a trapdoor close by the feather. He raised it up, found some steps, and went down them. Then he came to another door. He knocked upon it, and he heard somebody inside calling, "Little green waiting maid, with the limping leg, little dog of the limping leg, hop hither and thither, and quickly see who is without." The door opened, and he saw a great fat toad sitting, and all around her were a crowd of little toads. The fat toad asked what he wanted. He answered, "I should like to have the prettiest and finest carpet in the world." Then she called a young one and said, "Little green waiting maid with the limping leg, little dog of the limping leg, hop hither and thither, and bring me the great box." The young toad brought the box, and the fat toad opened it, and gave Simpleton a carpet out of it, so beautiful and fine, that on the earth above none could have been woven like it. Then he thanked her, and climbed out again. The 2 others, however, had looked on their youngest brother as so stupid that they believed he would find and bring nothing at all. "Why should we give ourselves a great deal of trouble searching?" said they, and got some coarse handkerchiefs from the first shepherds' wives whom they met, and carried them home to the king. At the same time, Simpleton also came back, and brought his beautiful carpet, and when the king saw it, he was astonished, and said, "If justice be done, the kingdom belongs to the youngest." But the 2 others let their father have no peace, and said it was impossible that Simpleton, who in everything lacked understanding, should be king, and entreated him to make a new agreement with them. Then the father said, "He who brings me the most beautiful ring shall inherit the kingdom." And he led the 3 brothers out, and blew into the air 3 feathers, which they were to follow. Those of the 2 eldest again went east and west, and Simpleton's feather flew straight up, and fell down near the door into the earth. Then he went down again to find the fat toad, and told her that he wanted the most beautiful ring. She at once ordered her big box to be brought, and gave him a ring out of it, which sparkled with jewels, and was so beautiful that no goldsmith on earth would have been able to make it. The 2 eldest laughed at Simpleton for going to seek a golden ring. They gave themselves no trouble, but knocked the nails out of an old carriage ring, and took it to the king. But when Simpleton produced his golden ring, his father again said, "The kingdom belongs to him." The 2 eldest did not cease from tormenting the king until he made a 3rd condition, and declared that the one who brought the most beautiful woman home should have the kingdom. He again blew the 3 feathers into the air, and they flew just as before.
Then Simpleton, without more ado, went down to the fat toad and said, "I am to take home the most beautiful woman."
"Oh," answered the toad, "the most beautiful woman. She is not at hand at the moment, but still you shall have her."
She gave him a yellow turnip which had been hollowed out, to which 6 mice were harnessed. Then Simpleton said quite mournfully, "What am I to do with that?" The toad answered,
"Just put one of my little toads into it."
Then he seized one at random out of the circle and put her into the yellow coach. But hardly was she seated inside of it than she turned into a wonderfully beautiful maiden, and the turnip into a coach, and the 6 mice into horses. So Simpleton kissed her, and he drove off quickly with the horses, and took her to the king. His brothers, who came afterwards, had given themselves no trouble at all looking for beautiful girls, and had brought with them the first peasant woman they chanced to meet. When the king saw them, he said, "After my death the kingdom belongs to my youngest son." But the 2 eldest deafened the king's ears afresh with their clamor. "We cannot consent to Simpleton being king." They demanded that the one whose wife could leap through a ring which hung in the center of the hall should have the preference. They thought, "The peasant woman can do that easily. They're strong enough, but the delicate maiden will jump herself to death." The aged king agreed likewise to this. Then the 2 peasant women jumped through the ring, but they were so clumsy that they fell, and their coarse arms and legs broke in 2. And then the pretty maiden, who Simpleton brought home with him, sprang through as lightly as a deer, and all the opposition had to cease. So as it was, Simpleton received the crown, and he has ruled the kingdom wisely for a long length of time. The Cat and Mouse in Partnership. A certain cat had made the acquaintance of a mouse, and had said so much to her about the great love and friendship she felt for her, that at length the mouse agreed that they should live and keep house together.
"But we must make a provision for winter, or else we shall suffer from hunger,"
said the cat.
"And you, little mouse, cannot venture everywhere, or you will be caught in a trap some day."
The good advice was followed, and a pot of fat was bought, but they did not know where to put it. At length, after much consideration, the cat said,
"I know no place where it will be better stored up than in the church, for no one dares take anything away from there. We will set it beneath the altar, and not touch it until we are really in need of it."
So the pot was placed in safety, but it was not long before the cat had a great yearning for it, and said to the mouse,
"I want to tell you something, little mouse. My cousin has brought a little son into the world, and has asked me to be a godmother. He is white with brown spots, and I am to hold him over the font at the christening. Let me go out today, and you look after the house by yourself."
Yes,
answered the mouse.
by all means go. And if you get anything very good to eat, think of me. I should like a drop of sweet red christening wine myself."
All this, however, was untrue. The cat had no cousin, and had not been asked to be a godmother. She went straight to the church, stole to the pot of fat, began to lick at it, and licked the top of the fat off. Then she took a walk upon the roofs of the town, looked out for opportunities, and then stretched herself in the sun, and licked her lips whenever she thought of the pot of fat, and not until it was evening did she return home.
"Well, here you are again,"
said the mouse.
"No doubt you have had a merry day."
"All went off well,"
answered the cat.
"What name did they give the child?"
"Top Off,"
said the cat quite coolly.
"Top Off?"
cried the mouse.
"That is a very odd and uncommon name. Is it a usual one in your family?"
"What does that matter?" said the cat. "It is no worse than Crumb Stealer, as your godchildren are called."
Before long the cat was seized by another fit of yearning. She said to the mouse,
"You must do me a favor,
and once more manage the house for a day alone. I am again asked to be a godmother, and as the child has a white ring around its neck, I cannot refuse."
The good mouse consented, but the cat crept behind the town walls to the church and devoured half of the pot of fat.
"Nothing ever seems so good as what one keeps to oneself,"
said she, and was quite satisfied with her day's work. When she went home, the mouse inquired,
"And what was the child christened?"
"Half done," answered the cat.
"Half done? What are you saying? I never heard the name in all my life. I'll wager anything it's not in the calendar."
The cat's mouth soon began to water for some more licking.
"All good things go in threes," said she, "and I am asked to stand godmother again. The child is quite black, only it has white paws, but with that exception, it is not a single white hair on its whole body. This only happens once every few years. You will let me go, won't you?"
"Top off, half done,"
answered the mouse.
"They are such odd names. They make me very thoughtful."
"You sit at home," said the cat, "in your dark gray fur coat and long tail, and are filled with fancies. That's because you do not go out in the daytime."
During the cat's absence, the mouse cleaned the house and put it in order, but the greedy cat entirely emptied the pot of fat.
"When everything is eaten up, one has some peace," she said to herself,
and well filled and fat, she did not return home until night. The mouse at once asked what name had been given to the third child.
"It will not please you any more than the others," said the cat. "He is called All Gone."
"All gone?"
cried the mouse.
"That is the most suspicious name of all. I have never seen it in print. All gone? What can that mean?"
And she shook her head, curled herself up, and lay down to sleep. From this time forth, no one invited the cat to be a godmother, but when the winter had come and there was no longer anything to be found outside, the mouse thought of their provisions and said,
"Come, cat, we will go to a pot of fat which we have stored up for ourselves. We shall enjoy that."
"Yes," answered the cat, "you will enjoy it as much as you would enjoy sticking that dainty tongue of yours out the window."
They set out on their way, but when they arrived, the pot of fat certainly was still in its place, but it was empty.
"Alas," said the mouse, "now I see what has happened. Now it comes to light. You are a true friend. You have devoured all when you were standing godmother. First top off, then half done, then—"
"Will you hold your tongue?" cried the cat. "One more word and I will eat you too."
All Gone was already on the poor mouse's lips. Scarcely had she spoken it before the cat sprang on her, seized her, and swallowed her down. Verily, that is the way of the world. The Wonderful Musician. There was once a wonderful musician who went quite forlorn through the forest and thought of all manner of things, and when nothing was left for him to think about, he said to himself, "Time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch hither a good companion for myself." Then he took his fiddle from his back and played so that it echoed through the trees. It was not long before a wolf came trotting through the thicket towards him. "Ah, here is a wolf coming. I have no desire for him," said the musician, but the wolf came nearer and said to him,
"Ah, dear musician, how beautifully you play. I should like to learn that too."
"It is so learnt," the musician replied. "You have only to do all that I bid you."
"Oh, musician," said the wolf, "I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master."
The musician bade him to follow, and when they had gone part of the way together, they came to an old oak tree which was hollow inside, and cleft in the middle.
"Look," said the musician, "if you will learn to fiddle, put your forepaws into this crevice." The wolf obeyed, but the musician quickly picked up a stone and with one blow wedged his two paws so fast that he was forced to stay there like a prisoner. "Wait there until I come back again," said the musician, and he went on his way. After a while, he again said to himself, "Time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch hither another companion." And he took out his fiddle and again played in the forest. It was not long before a fox came creeping through the trees towards him. "Ah, there's a fox coming," said the musician. "I have no desire for him." The fox came up to him and said,
"Oh, dear musician, how beautifully you play. I should like to learn that too."
"That is soon learnt," said the musician. "You only have to do everything that I bid you."
"Oh, musician,"
Then said the fox,
I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master."
"Follow me," said the musician, and when they had walked part of the way, they came to a footpath with high bushes on both sides of it. There the musician stood still, and from one side bent a young hazel bush down to the ground, and he put his foot on the end of it. Then he bent down a young tree from the other side as well, and said, "Now, little fox, if you will learn something, give me your left front paw." The fox obeyed, and the musician fastened his paw to the left bough. "Little fox," said he, "now reach me your right paw," and he tied it to the right bough. When he had examined whether the knots were firm enough, he let go, and the bushes sprang up again and jerked up the little fox so that it hung struggling in the air. "Wait here until I come back again," said the musician, and he went on his way. Again he said to himself, "Time is beginning to pass heavily with me here in the forest. I will fetch hither another companion." So he took his fiddle, and the sound echoed through the forest. Then a little hare came springing towards him. "Ah, a hare is coming," said the musician. "I do not want him."
"Ah, dear musician,"
said the hare.
"how beautifully you fiddle. I too should like to learn that."
"That is soon learnt," said the musician. "You have only to do everything that I bid you."
"Oh, musician,"
replied the little hare,
I will obey you as a scholar obeys his master."
They went a part of the way together until they came to an open space in the forest where stood an aspen tree. The musician tied a long string around the little hare's neck, the other end of which he fastened to the tree. "Now briskly, little hare, run 20 times around the tree," cried the musician, and the little hare obeyed. And when it had run around 20 times, it had twisted the string 20 times around the trunk of the tree, and the little hare was caught, and let it pull and tug as it liked. It only made the string cut into its tender neck. "Wait there until I come back," said the musician, and went onward. The wolf, in the meantime, had pushed and pulled and bitten at the stone, and had worked so long that he had set his feet at liberty, and had drawn them once more out of the cleft. Full of anger and rage, he hurried after the musician and wanted to tear him to pieces. When the fox saw him running, he began to lament and cried with all of his might,
"Brother Wolf, come to my help. The musician has betrayed me."
The wolf drew down the little tree, bit the cord in two, and freed the fox, who went with him to take revenge on the musician. They then found the tied-up hare, who likewise they rescued, and then they all sought the enemy together. The musician had once more played his fiddle as he went on his way, and this time he had been more fortunate. The sound reached the ears of a poor woodcutter, who instantly, whether he would or no, gave up his work and came with his hatchet under his arm to listen to the music. "At last comes the right companion," said the musician, "for I was seeking a human being and no wild beast." And he began and played so beautifully and delightfully that the poor man stood there as if bewitched, and his heart leapt with gladness.
And as he thus stood, the wolf, the fox, and the hare came up, and he saw well that they had some evil design. So he raised his glittering axe and placed himself before the musician, as if to say, "Whoso wishes to touch him, let him beware, for he will have to deal with me." Then the beasts were terrified and ran back into the forest. The musician, however, played once more to the man out of gratitude, and then he went onwards. A pack of ragamuffins. The cock once said to the hen,
"It is now the time when the nuts are ripe, so let us go to the hill together and for once eat our fill before the squirrel takes them all away."
"Yes," replied the hen. "Come, we will have some fun together."
Then they went away to the hill, and as it was a bright day, they stayed until evening. Now, I do not know whether it was that they had eaten till they were too fat, or whether they had become too proud, but they would not go home on foot, and the cock had to build a little carriage of nutshells. When it was ready, the little hen seated herself in it and said to the cock,
"You can just harness yourself to it. I like that."
Said the cock,
"I would rather go home on foot than let myself be harnessed to it. No, that is not our bargain. I do not mind being coachman and sitting on the box, but drag it myself I will not."
And as they were thus disputing, a duck quacked at them.
"You thieving folks, who bade you to go to my nut hill? Wait, you shall suffer for it,"
and ran with open beak at the cock. But the cock was also not idle, and fell boldly on the duck, and at last wounded her so with his spurs that she begged for mercy, and willingly let herself be harnessed to the carriage as punishment. The little cock now seated himself on the box and was coachman, and thereupon they went off at a gallop, with the cock crying,
"Duck, duck, go as fast as you can."
When they had driven a part of the way, they met 2 foot passengers, a pin and a needle. They cried,
"Stop, stop, stop!"
and said that it would soon be as dark as pitch, and then they could not go a step further, and that it was so dirty on the road, and asked if they could not get up into the carriage for a while. They had been at the tailor's public house by the gate, and had stayed too long over the beer. As they were thin people who did not take up much room, the cock let them both get in, but they had to promise him and his little hen not to step on their feet. Late in the evening they came to an inn, and as they did not like to go further by night, and as the duck was also not strong on her feet, and fell from one side to the other, they went in. The host at first made many objections. His house was already full. Besides, he thought that they could not be very distinguished persons. But at last, as they made pleasant speeches, and told him that he should have the egg which the little hen had laid on the way, and should likewise keep the duck, which laid 1 egg every day, he at length said that they might stay the night. And now they had themselves well served, and feasted, and had a high good time. Early in the morning, when day was breaking and everyone was asleep, the cock awoke the hen, brought the egg, pecked it open, and they ate it together, but they threw the shell on the hearth. Then they went to the needle, which was still asleep, took it by the head and stuck it into the cushion of the landlord's chair, and then put the pin in his towel, and at last, without more ado, they fled away over the heath. The duck, who liked to sleep in the open air and had stayed in the yard, heard them going away, made herself merry, and found the stream, down which she swam, which was a much quicker way of traveling than being harnessed to a carriage. The host did not get out of bed until a couple of hours later. He washed himself and was about to dry himself when the pin went over his face and made a red scratch from one ear to the other. After this, he went into the kitchen and wanted to light a pipe, but when he came to the hearth, the eggshell darted into his eyes.
"This morning everything attacks my head," said he,
and angrily sat down on his grandfather's chair. But he quickly started up again and cried,
"Ow!"
for the needle had pricked him still worse than the pin, and not in the head. Now he was thoroughly angry and suspected the guests who had come so late the night before. And when he went in search of them, they were gone. Then he made a vow to take no more ragamuffins into his house, for they consume much, pay for nothing, and play mischievous tricks into the bargain by way of gratitude. The Fisherman and His Wife. There was once upon a time a fisherman who lived with his wife in a pigsty close by the sea, and every day he went out fishing. And he fished, and once he was sitting with his rod, looking at the clear water, and he sat. Then his line suddenly went down, far down below, and when he drew it up again, he brought out a large flounder. Then the flounder said to him,
Hark, you fishermen, I pray you, let me live. I am no flounder really, but an enchanted prince. What good will it do to you to kill me? I should not be good to eat. Put me in the water again and let me go.
Come, said the fisherman, there is no need for so many words about it. A fish that can talk, I should certainly let go anyhow. And with that, he put him back again into the clear water, and the flounder went to the bottom, leaving a long streak of blood behind him. Then the fisherman got up and went home to his wife in the pigsty.
Husband,
said the woman.
have you caught nothing today?
No, said the man. I did catch a flounder, who said he was an enchanted prince, so I let him go again.
Did you not wish for anything first?
Said the woman. No, said the man. What should I wish for?
Ah,
said the woman.
it is surely hard to live always in this pigsty which stinks and is so disgusting. You might have wished for a little hut for us. Go back and call him. Tell him we want a little hut. He will certainly give us that.
Ah, said the man. Why should I go there again?
Why,
said the woman.
you did catch him, and you let him go again. He is sure to do it. Go at once.
The man still did not quite like to go, but did not like to oppose his wife either, and he went to the sea. When he got there, the sea was all green and yellow, and no longer so smooth. So he stood still and said, Flounder, flounder, in the sea, come, I pray thee, here to me, for my wife, good Ilsebil, wills not as I'd have her will. Then the flounder came swimming to him and said,
Well, what does she want then?
Ah, said the man, I did catch you, and my wife says I really ought to have wished for something. She does not like to live in a pigsty any longer. She would like to have a hut.
Go then,
said the flounder.
She has it already.
When the man went home, his wife was no longer in the sty, but instead of it there stood a hut, and she was sitting on a bench before the door. Then she took him by the hand and said to him,
Just come inside. Look now, isn't this a great deal better?
So they went in, and there was a small porch and a pretty little parlor and bedroom and a kitchen and pantry, with the best of furniture, and fitted up with the most beautiful things made of tin and brass, whatsoever was wanted. And behind the hut there was a small yard with hens and ducks and a little garden with flowers and fruit.
Look,
said the wife.
Is that not nice?
Yes, said the husband, and so it shall remain. Now we will live quite contented.
We will think about that,
said the wife. With that they ate something and went to bed. Everything went well for a week or a fortnight, and then the woman said,
Hark you, husband, this hut is far too small for us, and the garden and yard are very little. The flounder might just as well have given us a larger house. I should like to live in a great stone castle. Go to the flounder and tell him to give us a castle.
"Ah, wife," said the man, "the hut is quite good enough. Why would we live in a castle?"
What? Said the woman. Just go there. The flounder can always do that.
"No, wife," said the man. "The flounder has just given us the hut. I do not like to go back so soon. It might make him angry."
Go, said the woman. He can do it quite easily and will be glad to do it. You just go to him.
The man's heart grew heavy, and he would not go. He said to himself, "It's not right," and yet he went. And when he came to the sea, the water was quite purple and dark blue, gray and thick, and no longer so green and yellow, but it was still quiet. And he stood there and said, "Flounder, flounder in the sea, come, I pray thee, here to me. For my wife, good Ilsebil, wills not as I'd have her will."
"Well, what does she want now?"
said the flounder.
"Alas," said the man, half scared, "she wants to live in a great stone castle."
"Go to it then. She is standing before the door,"
said the flounder. Then the man went away, intending to go home. But when he got there, he found a great stone palace, and his wife was just standing on the steps going in. And she took him by the hand and said,
Come in.
So he went in with her, and in the castle was a great hall, paved with marble, and many servants who flung wide the doors. And the walls were all bright with beautiful hangings, and in the rooms were chairs and tables of pure gold, and crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and all the rooms and bedrooms had carpets, and food and wine of the very best were standing on all the tables, so that they nearly broke down beneath it. Behind the house, too, there was a great courtyard, with stables for horses and cows, and the very best of carriages. There was a magnificent large garden, too, with the most beautiful flowers and fruit trees, and a park quite half a mile long, in which were stags, deer, hares, and everything that could be desired.
Come,
said the woman.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, indeed, said the man. Now let it be, and we will live in this beautiful castle and be content.
We will consider about that, said the woman, and sleep upon it.
Thereupon they went to bed. Next morning the wife awoke first, and it was just daybreak, and from her bed she saw the beautiful country lying before her. Her husband was still stretching himself, so she poked him in the side with her elbow and said,
Get up, husband, and just peep out of the window. Look you, couldn't we be the king over all that land? Go to the flounder, we will be the king and queen.
Oh, wife, said the man, why should we be king and queen? I do not want to be king.
Well,
said the wife,
if you won't be king, I will. Go to the flounder, for I will be king.
Oh, wife, said the man, why do you want to be king? I do not like to say that to him.
Why not? Said the woman. Go to him this instant. I must be king.
So the man went, and was quite unhappy because his wife wished to be the king.
It is not right, thought he.
He did not wish to go, but yet he went. And when he came to the sea, it was quite dark gray, and the water heaved up from below, and smelt putrid. Then he went and stood by it, and said,
Flounder, flounder in the sea, come, I pray thee, here to me. For my wife, good Ilsebil, wills not as I'd have her will.
Well, what does she want now?
said the flounder.
Alas, said the man, she wants to be king.
Go to her. She is king already.
So the man went, and when he came to the palace, the castle had become much larger, and had a great tower and magnificent ornaments, and the sentinel was standing before the door, and there were numbers of soldiers with kettle drums and trumpets. And when he went inside the house, Everything was of real marble and gold, with velvet covers and great golden tassels. Then the door to the halls were opened, and there was the court in all of its splendor, and his wife was sitting on a high throne of gold and diamonds, with a great crown of gold on her head, and a scepter of pure gold and jewels in her hand. And on both sides of her stood her maids in waiting in a row, each of them always one head shorter than the last. Then he went and stood before her and said,
"Ah, wife, and now you are king."
"Yes," said the woman, "now I am king."
So he stood and looked at her, and when he had looked at her thus for some time, he said,
"And now that you are king, let all else be. Now we will wish for nothing more."
"No, husband,"
said the woman quite anxiously.
"I find time passes very heavily. I can bear it no longer. Go to the flounder. I am king, but I must be emperor too."
"Oh, wife, why do you wish to be emperor?"
"Husband," said she, "go to the flounder. I will be emperor."
"Alas, wife," said the man, "he cannot make you emperor. I may not say that to the fish. There is only one emperor in the land, and Emperor the Flounder cannot make you. I assure you he cannot."
"What?" said the woman. "I am the king, and you are nothing but my husband. Will you go this moment? Go at once. If he can make me a king, he can make me emperor. I will be emperor. Go instantly."
So he was forced to go. As the man went, however, he was troubled in mind and thought to himself, "It will not end well. It certainly will not end well. Emperor is too shameless. The flounder will at last be tired out." With that he reached the sea, and the sea was quite black and thick, and began to boil up from below, so that it threw up bubbles, and such a sharp wind blew over it that it curdled, and the man was afraid. Then he went and stood by it and said,
"Flounder, flounder in the sea, come, I pray thee, here to me. For my wife, good Ilsebil, wills not as I'd have her will."
"Well, what does she want now?"
said the flounder.
"Alas, flounder," said he, "my wife wants to be emperor."
"Go to her,"
said the flounder.
"She is emperor already."
So the man went, and when he got there, the whole palace was made of polished marble, with alabaster figures and golden ornaments. And soldiers were marching before the door, blowing trumpets, and beating cymbals and drums. And in the house, barons and counts and dukes were going about as servants. Then they opened the doors to him, which were of pure gold. And when he entered, there sat his wife on a throne, which was made of one piece of gold, and was quite 2 miles high. And she wore a great golden crown that was 3 yards high, and set with diamonds and carbuncles, and in one hand she had the scepter, and in the other the imperial orb. And on both sides of her stood the yeomen of the guard, in 2 rows, each being smaller than the one before him, from the biggest giant, who was 2 miles high, to the very smallest dwarf, just as big as my little finger, and before it stood a number of princes and dukes. Then the man went and stood among them, and said,
"Wife, are you emperor now?"
"Yes," said she, "now I am emperor."
And then he stood and looked at her well, and when he had looked at her for thus some time, he said,
"Ah, wife, be content now that you are emperor."
"Husband," said she, "why are you standing there? Now I am emperor, but I will be pope too. Go to the flounder."
"Oh, wife," said the man, "what will you not wish for? You cannot be pope. There is but one in Christendom. He cannot make you pope."
"Husband," said she, "I will be pope. Go immediately. I must be pope this very day."
"No, wife," said the man, I do not like to say that to him. That would not do it. It is too much. The flounder cannot make you pope.
Husband, said she, what nonsense. If he can make me an emperor, he can make me a pope. Go to him directly. I am emperor, and you are nothing but my husband. You will now go at once.
Then he was afraid and went, but he was quite faint, and shivered and shook, and his knees and legs trembled. And a high wind blew over the land, and the clouds flew, and towards evening all grew dark, and the leaves fell from the trees, and the water rose and roared as if it were boiling, and splashed upon the shore. And in the distance he saw ships which were firing guns in their sore need, pitching and tossing on the waves. And yet in the midst of the sky there was still a small patch of blue, though on every side it was as red as in a heavy storm. So full of despair, he went out and stood in much fear and said,
Flounder, flounder in the sea, come, I pray thee, here to me. For my wife, good Ilsebil, wills not as I'd have her will.
Well, what does she want now?
said the flounder.
Alas, said the man, she wants to be pope.
Go to her then,
said the flounder.
She is pope already.
So he went, and when he got there, he saw what seemed to be a large church surrounded by palaces. He pushed his way through the crowd. Inside, however, everything was lighted up with thousands and thousands of candles, and his wife was clad in gold, and she was sitting on a much higher throne, and had 3 great golden crowns on, and round about her there was much ecclesiastical splendor, and on both sides of her was a row of candles, the largest of which was as tall as the very tallest tower, down to the very smallest kitchen candle, and all the emperors and kings were on their knees before her, kissing her shoe.
Wife, wife,
said the man, and looked attentively at her.
Are you now pope?
Yes, said she, I am pope.
So he stood and looked at her, and it was just as if he was looking at the bright sun. When he had stood looking at her thus for a short time, he said,
Ah, wife, if you are pope, do let well enough alone.
But she looked as stiff as a post, and did not move or show any signs of life. Then he said,
Wife, now that you are pope, be satisfied. You cannot become anything greater now.
I will consider about that, said the woman.
Thereupon they both went to bed, but she was not satisfied, and greediness let her have no sleep, for she was continually thinking what there was left for her to be. The man slept well and soundly, for he had run about a great deal during the day. But the woman could not fall asleep at all, and flung herself from one side to the other the whole night through, thinking always what more was left for her to be, but she was unable to call to mind anything else. At length the sun began to rise, and when the woman saw the red of dawn, she sat up in her bed and looked at it. And when, through the window, she saw the sun thus rising, she said,
Cannot I, too, order the sun and moon to rise? Husband, she said,
poking him in the ribs with her elbows,
wake up, go to the flounder, for I wish to be even as God is.
The man was still half asleep, but he was so horrified that he fell out of bed. He thought he must have heard amiss, and rubbed his eyes and said,
Wife, what are you saying?
Husband, said she, if I can't order the sun and moon to rise, and have to look on and see the sun and moon rising, I can't bear it. I shall not know what it is to have another happy hour unless I can make them rise myself.
Then she looked at him so terribly that a shudder ran over him, and said,
Go at once. I wish to be like unto God.
Alas, wife, said the man, falling on his knees before her, the flounder cannot do that. He can make an emperor and a pope. I beseech you, go on as you are and be pope.
Then she fell into a rage, and her hair flew wildly about her head. She tore open her bodice, kicked him with her foot, and screamed,
I can't stand it. I can't stand it any longer. Will you go this instant?
Then he put on his trousers and ran away like a madman. But outside, a great storm was raging and blowing so hard that he could scarcely keep his feet. Houses and trees toppled over, the mountains trembled, rocks rolled into the sea. The sky was pitch black and it thundered and lightened, and the sea came in with black waves as high as church towers and mountains, and all with crests of white foam at the top. Then he cried, but could not hear his own words.
Flounder! Flounder in the sea! Come, I pray thee, here to me! For my wife, good Ilsebill, will not as I'd have her will.
Well, what does she want now?
Said the flounder.
Alas, said he, she wants to be like unto God.
Go to her, and you will find her back again in the pigsty.
And there they are still living to this day. The Mouse, the Bird, and the Sausage. Once upon a time, a mouse, a bird, and a sausage became companions, kept house together, lived well and happily in peace, and wonderfully increased their possessions. The bird's work was to fly every day into the forest and bring back wood. The mouse had to carry water, light the fire, and lay the table, but the sausage had to cook. He who is too well off is always longing for something new. One day the bird met with another bird, to whom it related its excellent circumstances and boasted of them. The other bird, however, called it a poor simpleton for his hard work, but said that the two at home had good times. For when the mouse had made her fire and carried her water, she went into her little room and rested until they called her to lay the table. The sausage stayed by the pot, saw that the food was cooking well, and, when it was nearly time for dinner, it rolled itself once or twice through the broth or vegetables, and then they were buttered, salted, and ready. When the bird came home and laid his burden down, they sat down for dinner, and after they had had their meal, they slept their fill till next morning, and that was a splendid life. Next day, the bird, prompted by the other bird, would go no more into the wood, saying that he had been servant long enough, and had been made a fool of by them, and that they must change about for once, and try to arrange it in another way. And though the mouse and sausage also begged most earnestly, the bird would have his way, and said it must be tried. They cast lots about it, and the lot fell on the sausage, who was to carry wood. The mouse became cook, and the bird was to fetch water. What happened? The little sausage went out towards the wood. The little bird lighted a fire, and the mouse stayed by the pot and waited alone until the little sausage came home and brought wood for the next day. But the little sausage stayed so long on the road that they both feared something was amiss, and the bird flew out a little way into the air to meet it. Not far off, however, it met a dog on the road who had fallen on the poor sausage as lawful booty and had seized and swallowed it. The bird charged the dog with an act of barefaced robbery, but words were useless, for the dog said he had found forged letters on the sausage, on which account its life was forfeited to him. The bird sadly took up the wood, flew home, and related what he had seen and heard. They were much troubled, but agreed to do their best and remain together. The bird, therefore, laid the table, and the mouse made ready the food, and wanted to dress it, and to get it into the pot as the sausage used to do, and roll and creep amongst the vegetables to mix them. But before she got into the midst of them she was stopped, and lost her skin and hair, and also her life in the attempt. When the bird came to carry in the dinner, no cook was there. In its distress, the bird threw the wood here and there, called and searched, but no cook was to be found. Owing to his carelessness, the wood caught fire so that a conflagration broke out. The bird hastened to fetch water, but the bucket dropped into the well, and he fell in with it, and could not recover himself, but had to drown there. The Bremen Town Musicians. A certain man had a donkey, which had carried the corn sacks to the mill indefatigably for many a long year. But his strength was going, and he was growing more and more unfit for work. Then his master began to consider how he might best save his keep. But the donkey, seeing that no good wind was blowing, ran away and set out on the road to Bremen. There he thought,
I can surely be a town musician.
When he had walked some distance, he found a hound lying on the road, gasping like one who had run till he was very tired.
What are you gasping so for, you big fellow?
Asked the donkey.
Replied the hound, as I am old, the days grow weaker, and no longer can hunt. My master wanted to kill me, so I took to flight, but now how am I to earn my bread?
I tell you what,
said the donkey.
I am going to Bremen, and I shall be a town musician there. Go with me and engage yourself also as a musician. I will play the lute, and you shall beat the kettle drum.
The hound agreed, and on they went. Before long they came to a cat, sitting on a path with a face like 3 rainy days.
Now then, old shaver, what has gone askew with you?
Asked the donkey.
Who can be merry when his neck is in danger?
Answered the cat.
Because I am now getting old, and my teeth are worn to stumps, and I prefer to sit by the fire and spin rather than hunt about after mice. My mistress wanted to drown me, so I ran away. But now good advice is scarce. Where am I to go?
Go with us to Bremen. You understand night music. You can be a town musician.
The cat thought well of it, and went with them. After this, the 3 fugitives came to a farmyard where the cock was sitting upon the gate, crowing with all of his might.
Your crow goes through and through one, said the donkey. What is the matter?
I have been foretelling fine weather, because it is the day on which Our Lady washes the Christ child's little shirts and wants to dry them, said the cock. But guests are coming for Sunday, so the housewife has no pity, and has told the cook that she intends to eat me in the soup tomorrow, and this evening I am to have my head cut off. Now I am crowing at the top of my lungs while I still can.
Ah, but Redcomb, said the donkey, you had better come away with us. We're going to Bremen. You can find something better than death everywhere. You have a good voice, and if we make music together, it must have some quality.
The cock agreed to this plan, and all 4 went on together. They could not reach the city of Bremen in one day, however, and in the evening they came to a forest where they meant to pass the night. The donkey and the hound laid themselves down under a large tree. The cat and the cock settled themselves in the branches, but the cock flew right to the top where he was most safe. Before he went to sleep, he looked round on all 4 sides and thought he saw in the distance a little spark burning. So he called out to his companions that there must be a house not so far off, for he saw a light. The donkey said,
If so, we had better get up and go on, for the shelter here is bad.
The hound thought too that a few bones with some meat on it would do him good. So they made their way to the place where the light was, and soon saw it shine brighter and grow larger, until they came to a well-lighted robber's house. The donkey, as the biggest, went to the window and looked in.
What do you see, my gray horse?
Asked the cock.
What do I see?
Answered the donkey.
A table covered with good things to eat and drink, and robbers sitting at it enjoying themselves.
That would be the sort of thing for us, said the cock.
Yes, yes. Ah, if only we were there, said the donkey.
Then the animals took counsel together how they should manage to drive away the robbers, and at last they thought of a plan. The donkey was to place himself with his 4 feet upon the window ledge. The hound was to jump on the donkey's back. The cat was to climb upon the dog, and lastly, the cock was to fly up and perch upon the head of the cat. When this was done, at a given signal, they began to perform the music together. The donkey brayed, the hound barked, the cat mewed, and the cock crowed. Then they burst through the window into the room, shattering the glass. At this horrible din, the robbers sprang up, thinking no otherwise than that a ghost had come in, and fled in great fright out into the forest. The 4 companions now sat down at the table, well content with what was left, and ate as if they were going to fast for a month. As soon as the 4 minstrels had done, they put out the lights, and each sought for himself a sleeping place according to his nature and what suited him. The donkey laid himself down upon some straw in the yard, the hound behind the door, the cat upon the hearth near the warm ashes, and the cock perched himself upon a beam of the roof. And being tired from their long walk, they soon went to sleep. When it was past midnight and the robbers saw from afar that the light was no longer burning in their house and all appeared to be quiet, the captain said,
"We ought not to have let ourselves be frightened out of our wits,"
and he ordered one of them to go and examine the house. The messenger, finding all still, went into the kitchen to light a candle, and taking the glistening fiery eyes of the cat for live coals, he held a lucifer match to them to light it. But the cat did not understand the joke, and flew in his face, spitting and scratching. He was dreadfully frightened, and ran to the back door, but the dog, who lay there, sprang up and bit his leg. And as he ran across the yard by the dunghill, the donkey gave him a smart kick with its hind foot. The cock, too, who had been awakened by the noise, and had become lively, cried down from the beam, "Cock-a-doodle-doo! Cock-a-doodle-doo!" Then the robber ran back as fast as he could to his captain and said,
"Oh, there is a horrible witch sitting in the house who spat on me and scratched my face with the long claws. And by the door stands a man with a knife who stabbed me in the leg. And in the yard there lies a black monster who beat me with a wooden club. And above, up on the roof, sits a judge who called out, 'Bring the rogue here to me.' So I got away as well as I could."
After this, the robbers never again dared enter the house, but it suited the 4 musicians of Bremen so well that they did not care to leave it any more, and the mouth of him who last told this story is still warm. The Louse and the Flea. A louse and a flea kept house together and were brewing beer in an eggshell. Then the little louse fell in and burnt herself. At this, the little flea began to scream loudly. Then said the little room door,
"Little flea, why are you screaming?"
"Because the louse has burnt herself."
Then the little door began to creak. At this, a little broom in the corner said,
"Why are you creaking, little door?"
"Have I not reason to creak? The little louse has burnt herself. The little flea is weeping."
So the little broom began to sweep frantically. Then a little cart passed by and said,
"Why are you sweeping, little broom?"
"Have I not reason to sweep? The little louse has burnt herself. The little flea is weeping. The little door is creaking."
So the little cart said,
"Then I will run, and begin to run like mad."
Then said the ash heap by which it ran,
"Why are you running so, little cart?"
"Have I not reason to run? The little louse has burnt herself. The little flea is weeping. The little door is creaking. The little broom is sweeping."
The ash heap said, Then I will burn furiously, and began to burn in clear flames. A little tree stood near the ash heap and said, Have I not reason to burn? The little louse has burnt herself. The little flea is weeping. The little door is creaking. The little broom is sweeping. The little cart is running. The little tree said,
Then I will shake myself.
And began to shake herself so that all of her leaves fell off. A girl who came up with her water pitcher saw that and said,
Little tree, why are you shaking yourself?
Have I not reason to shake myself?
The little louse has burnt herself. The little flea is weeping. The little door is creaking. The little broom is sweeping. The little cart is running. The little ash heap is burning.
At this the girl said,
Then I will break my little water pitcher.
And she broke her little water pitcher. Then said the little spring from which ran the water, Girl, why are you breaking your water pitcher?
Have I not reason to break my water pitcher? The little louse has burnt herself. The little flea is weeping. The little door is creaking. The little broom is sweeping. The little cart is running. The little ash heap is burning. The little tree is shaking itself.
Oh, ho, said the spring. Then I will begin to flow, and began to flow violently. And in the water everything was drowned. The girl, the little tree, the little ash heap, the little cart, the broom, the little door, the little flea, and the little louse, all together. The Tailor in Heaven. One very fine day it came to pass that the good God wished to enjoy himself in the heavenly garden, and took all the apostles and saints with him, so that no one stayed in heaven but St. Peter. The Lord had commanded him to let no one in during his absence, so Peter stood by the door and kept watch. Before long someone knocked. Peter asked who was there and what he wanted. I am a poor, honest tailor who prays for admission, replied a smooth voice.
Honest indeed, said Peter, like the thief on the gallows. You have been light-fingered and have snipped folks' clothes away. You will not get into heaven. The Lord has forbidden me to let anyone in while he is out.
Come, do be merciful, cried the little tailor. Little scraps which fall off the table of their own accord are not stolen, and are not worth speaking about. Look, I am lame. I have blisters on my feet from walking here. I cannot possibly turn back again. Just let me in, and I will do all the dirty work. I will carry the children, and wash their clothes, and scrub and clean the benches on which they have been playing, and patch all of their torn frocks. St. Peter let himself be moved by pity, and opened the door of heaven just wide enough for the lame tailor to slip his lean body in. He was forced to sit down in a corner behind the door, and told to stay quietly and peaceably there, in order that the Lord, when he returned, might not observe him and be angry. The tailor obeyed, but once when St. Peter went outside the door, he got up, and full of curiosity, peeped into every corner of heaven, and inspected the arrangement of the whole place. At length he came to a spot where many beautiful and precious chairs were standing, and in the midst was a seat all of gold which was set with shining jewels. Likewise it was much higher than the other chairs, and a footstool of gold was before it. It was the seat, however, on which the Lord sat when he was at home, and from which he could see all that happened on earth. The tailor stood still and looked at the seat for a long time, for it pleased him better than all else. At last he could master his curiosity no longer, and climbed up and seated himself in the chair. Then he saw everything which was happening on earth, and observed an ugly old woman who was standing washing by the side of a stream, secretly laying 2 veils on one side for herself. The sight of this made the tailor so angry that he laid hold of the golden footstool and threw it down to earth through heaven at the old thief. But since he could not bring the stool back again, he slipped quietly out of the chair, seated himself in his place behind the door, and behaved as if he had never stirred from the spot. When the Lord and Master returned again with his heavenly companions, he did not see the tailor behind the door, but when he seated himself on the chair, the footstool was missing. He asked St. Peter what had become of the stool, but St. Peter did not know. Then he asked if he had let anyone come in.
I know of no one who has been here, answered Peter, but a lame tailor who is still sitting behind the door.
Then the Lord had the tailor brought before him and asked him if he had taken away the stool and where he had put it.
"O Lord,"
answered the tailor joyously,
"I threw it in my anger down to earth at an old woman who I saw stealing 2 veils at the washing." "Oh, you knave," said the Lord. "Were I to judge you as you judge, how do you think you could have escaped so long? I should long ago have had no chairs, benches, seats, nay, not even an oven fork, but should have thrown everything down at the sinners. Henceforth you can stay no longer in heaven, but must go outside the door again. Then go where you will. No one shall give punishment here but I alone, the Lord."
Peter was obliged to take the tailor out of heaven again, and as he had torn shoes and feet covered with blisters, he took a stick in his hand and went to wait a while, where the good soldiers sit and make merry. Herr Korbes. There were once a cock and a hen who wanted to take a journey together. So the cock built a beautiful carriage, which had 4 red wheels, and harnessed 4 mice to it. The hen seated herself in it with the cock, and they drove away together. Not long afterwards they met a cat who said,
"Where are you going?"
The cock replied,
"We are going to the house of Herr Korbes."
"Take me with you,"
said the cat. The cock answered,
"Most willingly. Get up behind, lest you fall off in front. Take great care not to dirty my little red wheels. And you, little wheels, roll on, and you, little mice, pipe out, as we go forth on our way to the house of Herr Korbes."
After this came a millstone, then an egg, then a duck, then a pin, and at last a needle, who all seated themselves in the carriage and drove with them. When they reached the house of Herr Korbes, however, Herr Korbes was not there. The mice drew the carriage into the barn. The hen flew with the cock upon a perch. The cat sat down by the hearth. The duck on the well pole. The egg rolled itself into a towel. The pin stuck itself into the chair cushion. The needle jumped onto the bed and into the middle of a pillow, and the millstone laid itself over the door. Then Herr Korbes came home, went to the hearth, and was about to light a fire, when the cat threw a quantity of ashes into his face. He ran into the kitchen in a great hurry to wash it off, and the duck splashed some water in his face. He wanted to dry it with a towel, but the egg rolled up against him, broke, and glued up his eyes. He wanted to rest and sat down in the chair, and then the pin within pricked him. He fell in a passion and threw himself on his bed, but as soon as he laid his head on the pillow, the needle pricked him so that he screamed aloud and was just going to run out into the wide world in his rage. But when he came to the house door, the millstone fell down and struck him dead. Herr Korbes must have been a very wicked man. The Wedding of Mrs. Fox. There was once upon a time an old fox with 9 tails who believed that his wife was not faithful to him and wished to put her to the test. He stretched himself out under the bench, did not move a limb, and behaved as if he were stone dead. Mrs. Fox went up to her room, shut herself in, and her maid, Miss Cat, sat by the fire and did the cooking. When it became known that the old fox was dead, suitors presented themselves. The maid heard someone standing at the house door knocking. She went and opened it, and it was a young fox who said,
"What may you be about, Miss Cat? Do you sleep or do you wake?"
She answered,
I am not sleeping. I am waking. Would you know what I am making? I am boiling warm beer with butter. Will you be my guest for supper?
"No, thank you, miss," said the fox. "What is Miss Fox doing?" The maid replied,
She is sitting in her room, moaning in her gloom, weeping her little eyes quite red, because old Mr. Fox is dead.
"Do just tell her, miss, that a young fox is here who would like to woo her."
Certainly, young sir.
The cat goes up the stairs, trip-trap. The door she knocks at, tap-tap-tap.
Mistress Fox, are you inside?
"Oh, yes, my little cat," she cried.
A wooer, he stands at the door out there.
"What does he look like, my dear?"
He has 9 as beautiful tails as the late Mr. Fox. Oh, no, he only has 1,
answered the cat.
"Then I will not have him."
Miss Cat went downstairs and sent the wooer away. Soon afterwards there was another knock, and another fox was at the door who wished to woo Mrs. Fox. He had 2 tails, but he did not fare better than the first. After this, still more came, each with 1 tail more than the last, but they were all turned away, until at last one came who had 9 tails like old Mr. Fox. When the widow heard that, she said joyfully to the cat,
"Now open the gates and doors all wide, and carry old Mr. Fox outside."
But just as the wedding was going to be solemnized, old Mr. Fox stirred under the bench and cudgeled all the rabble and drove them and Mrs. Fox out of the house. When old Mr. Fox was dead, the wolf came as a suitor and knocked at the door. And the cat who was servant to Mrs. Fox opened it for him. The wolf greeted her and said,
"Good day, Mrs. Cat of Carrowit. How comes it that alone you sit? What are you making good?"
The cat replied,
In milk I'm breaking bread so sweet. Will you be my guest and eat?
"No, thank you, Mrs. Cat," answered the wolf. "Is Mrs. Fox not at home?"
The cat said,
She sits upstairs in her room, bewailing her sorrowful doom, bewailing her trouble so sore, for old Mr. Fox is no more.
The wolf answered,
"If she's in want of a husband now, then will it please her to step below?"
The cat runs quickly up the stair and lets her tail fly here and there until she comes to the parlor door. With her 5 gold rings at the door she knocks.
Are you within, good Mistress Fox? If you're in want of a husband now, then it will please you to step below.
Mrs. Fox asked,
"Has the gentleman red stockings on, and has he a pointed mouth?"
No,
answered the cat.
"Then he won't do for me."
When the wolf was gone, came a dog, a stag, a hare, a bear, a lion, and all the beasts of the forest, one after another. But one of the good qualities which old Mr. Fox had possessed was always lacking, and the cat had continually to send the suitors away. At length came a young fox. Then Mrs. Fox said,
"Has the gentleman red stockings on, and has he a little pointed mouth?"
Yes, yes, said the cat. He has.
"Then let him come upstairs,"
said Mrs. Fox, and ordered the servant to prepare the wedding feast.
"Sweep me the room as clean as you can. Up with the window, fling out my old man. For many a fine fat mouse he brought, yet of his wife he never thought, but ate up every one that he had caught."
Then the wedding was solemnized with young Mr. Fox, and there was much rejoicing and dancing, and if they have not left off, they are likely dancing still. The Elves. A shoemaker, by no fault of his own, had become so poor that at last he had nothing left but leather for one pair of shoes. So in the evening he cut out the shoes which he wished to begin to make the next morning, and as he had a good conscience, he lay down quietly in his bed, commended himself to God, and fell asleep. In the morning, after he had said his prayers and was just going to sit down to work, the two shoes stood quite finished on his table. He was astounded. He knew not what to think. He took the shoes in his hands to observe them closer, and they were so neatly made, with not one bad stitch in them, that it was just as if they were intended as a masterpiece. Before long, a buyer came in, and as the shoes pleased him so well, he paid more for them than was customary, and with the money, the shoemaker was able to purchase leather for 2 pairs of shoes. He cut them out at night, and the next morning was about to set to work with fresh courage. But he had no need to do so, for when he got up, they were already made, and buyers also were not wanting, who gave him money enough to buy leather for 4 pairs of shoes. Again, the following morning, he found the pairs made, and so it went on constantly. What he cut out in the evening was finished by morning, so that he soon had his honest independence again, and at last became a wealthy man. Now it befell that one evening, not long before Christmas, when the man had been cutting out, he said to his wife, before going to bed,
"What think you if we were to stay up tonight to see who it is that lends us this helping hand?"
The woman liked the idea, and lighted a candle, and then they hid themselves in the corner of the room, behind some clothes which were hanging up there, and they watched. When it was midnight, 2 pretty little naked men came, sat down by the shoemaker's table, took all the work which was cut out before them, and began to stitch and sew, and hammer so skillfully and so quickly with their little fingers that the shoemaker could not avert his eyes for astonishment. They did not stop until all was done and stood finished on the table, and then they ran quickly away. Next morning the woman said,
"The little men have made us rich, and we really must show that we are grateful for it. They run about so and have nothing on, and they must be cold. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will make them little shirts and coats, and vests and trousers, and knit both of them a pair of stockings, and you make them 2 little pairs of shoes."
The man said,
"I shall be very glad to do it."
And one night, when everything was ready, they laid their presents all together on the table instead of the cut-out work, and then concealed themselves to see how the little men would behave. At midnight they came bounding in, and wanted to get to work at once, but as they did not find any leather cut out, but only their pretty little articles of clothing, they were at first astonished, and then they showed intense delight. They dressed themselves with the greatest rapidity, put on the beautiful clothes, and sang,
"Now we are boys so fine to see, why should we longer cobblers be?"
Then they danced and skipped and leapt over chairs and benches. At last they danced out of the doors. From that time forth they came no more, but as long as the shoemaker lived, all went well with him, and all of his efforts prospered.
Sweet dreams.